Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wa. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Bele Dwahid. Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita minyambio. Kanita mintori. Weleta minjuba. Yeah. Anina Equatorian. Keresia sama kesi manina. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanina gulu wahi. Equatoria biraba. Yabirwa pijama, asan belet na biraba. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ipanagule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, Anina Equatorian. Belet wahid, Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita zande, kanita mai, au kukuye. Anina Equatorian. Kelene na hibo na fusina. Kebili ya kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba, behaja derino hasan belet na biraba. Arif ma bisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Give us ipanabule. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, Anina Equatorian. Belet wahid, Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian.
Nina kulu sawa jama. So mapel panangala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Ajoli ya buga ya baka. Kuni ya balanda mari. Kakuwa kini kukuku. Lango lugoya.
Ajoli
kukosa mundo.
Abukaya
mari. Mundare.
Nyambara
Kutumu kari makutudo. Lugara bunga ya lobe. Lulu
Tokosa Mondo Anina kulu nasi sawa. Magi hata bigesi manena. Siasa ma bigesi manena. Anina wahi.
Yes. elements who mentally or emotionally have been influenced by the outside or those outside influences. And of course, it's really hard, even if we go and interpret it into a scientific way, asking ourselves how these people came to the point where they begin to inject their own identity for the sake of pleasure or the sake of their own self-interest, instead of looking at that we as a community, we need to supposed to hold ourselves together and elevate what we have, and we go forward. I'll give you another example. When the Israelis were kicked out from Germany and they were abused, and I always mention this because the story of those, the 6 million Jews who were murdered by the Nazis, if you look at the Jews who left around Europe, they were scattered around, and they felt there is so deep need to go back and do something about their own place and their own identity. So they kept that thought, and then they gathered themselves and say, it's enough. We're tired of being abused by others. We're tired of being oppressed and disrespected because they call us that, we are Christ killers. They call us that we have no identity, that we are just Jews. And then we go here because that's why the Nazis really have murdered them. But you look at it, when they went and started establishing their nation, they came all together and they never rejected that idea. Instead, they hold it because they know what they have lost. I'm giving this as an example. Like they saw there is need for them to now establish themselves as a nation. See, when we talk about a nation, we have to look at what nation are we in today. Equatoria is an identity that was already there. It was established by our ancestors. We were already a nation. But what happened is that with all these histories, sometimes I hear some people quoting it. Equatoria was Ladu Enclave, all that. So, okay, if we know ourselves in that matter, did we know that Nadu Enclave has nothing to do with the people now in Upper Nile and Bahar Gaza? But what happened is that today, with this new confusing idea of a nation within a nation, when we were in Sudan, we were a nation within a nation. South Sudan was an idea that was made by a colonialist. That ourselves, we have been clashing with North Sudan and us. And it got us into a civil war that have lasted for many generations. Even some of our ancestors who never seen, but they dreamt one day they will be free, independent people. Yes, there were some things also Equatorians have missed when they involved the other groups from the two regions to be part of this revolution that once they had went and they want to fight, which is the revolution of fighting blacks or the Africans against the Arab remnants of Khartoum, and that kind of like built this new, what you can call it, the odyssey, because what happened, it caused us to really lose also ourselves within that situation. And it kind of remind me when there was an incident, the Greeks also went back in history with those, they call them the Trojans. The Trojans and the Greeks, they have similar languages. And at the end, when the Spartans fought against the Trojan, they finally ended this relationship that was not helpful. It was a toxic relationship. And the toxic relationship about it is that the Trojans were a society who are different. They even look at themselves different from the Greeks. And the Greeks, they were tribes. They all have these tribes, the Spartan, they have the other, what they call them, I forgot, because it was a big tribe. It was a huge tribe, or maybe like 20 or something tribes. And all of them, they live in this small island, even those Cyprus people and all that. And what happened is that they were always in a disagreement, but they never fought each other to the extent, only if somebody aggresses or tried to take somebody's territory or something. But they always come together when they see a foreign enemy coming from outside. So what happened is that the Greeks went to the extent when they're trying to make treaties with the Trojans always come back to betray them. So that's why you hear the story of Helen of Troy and all that Trojan horse, because that was the end of all the problem when they went and fought and destroyed this nation. Nothing against you hear again about the Trojan. It was just became a myth and something that became past tense. So why did they do that? Because they felt like these people have never appreciated what they have done, even the brotherhood or the alliance or even the unity against the other, because they see the other people in Canaanites, which is those of Persia and other, they were very aggressive and hostile nations. So they thought maybe the Trojan would be more understanding to work together. But at the end, the Trojan began to be more of a manipulator, using, tactics, and it can sell you out anytime. So the Greeks had to come up with a sense, with an ultimatum, like, hey, we need to eliminate these people and we can go forward. That's actually the real reason why these Trojan were fought. It's not about because there is a woman as a quoting. Of course, this thing was added because there was a princess also. She was taken from the Spartans, and they felt like this is an insult, and this is this beautiful woman cannot be taken by these barbaric. They felt like the Trojan were barbaric, so they had to fight, and they got them. But going back, similar to it, I say, when Equatorial, we have came to the point of bringing Apanal within the conflict that we were fighting before even Apanal knew what they were fighting for. Equatorial established something called the identity of being African, being black. While these people, the remnant of the Arab, were actually wanted to Arabize and to Islamize us based on that notion that we have to be Arab. And anyone who are darker skinned must be exterminated or must be assimilated. That was the objective. And then they even want us not to speak our languages and not to even practice the religion that we had, our ancestral faith, because it's not religion according, this is what the definition of religion is another case I don't want to talk about, but religion, of course, based on the others say this is religion. But what it is our ancestral faith. We inherited from our ancestors. So they felt like we are heathen, we are kuffar, like how they used to call us. So they had to make sure they eliminate us, wash us out. So when they did that, they were trying to do that. They did that in some places in Upper Nile. Even those tribes in Upper Nile, some of them escaped from the north because of the slavery and the hostility that those Ottoman remnants came in and invade and rape and abused all these people. So they settled in these areas in Upper Nile. But yet they kind of like never went to think of how can they reinstate or reclaim their land or even do something to fight back against these people. Instead, some of them did. Like there is the Nuer, they resist, and other tribes we know. But there's others who just start spreading around. Like Dinka was spreading around everywhere. They were spreading in Upper Nile. But much tough for them, They were strict. In their rules. If it's business or some city, when we became a nation, we can understand, but it wasn't. So what happened, they came up and they made this story that, they have settled somewhere. So the Equatorians gave them places to live, but they never interacted with them as only on limited things, like maybe trading, like trade, or anything else like that, but never go far on that. So going back to the point, the situation with what happened to Equatorians is that once we start revolution, our elders who came up and spoke and all that, there was people always rejecting this idea or this notion of we are Arabs and we are Sudanese, because they say, first of all, we were forced to be part of you. And they also remember their history. And the good thing, some of our elders, even though some of them never left any documentation, maybe few of them did, but there is some never even got the chance to leave documentation, written documentation to us as the next generation. They died before even to see their freedom or anything. But what they did kind of like inspire the others to resist. And so when they came up with the first revolution, and even when they were challenging the Europeans for not leaving them in the hand of those so-called Arabs, really, it brought that sincere feeling, a sincere knowledge that we are our own. We have an identity. Nobody can come and strip our identity from us. So the Sudan wanted us to be stripped from this identity and give us a new identity called Sudanese and call us Arab, and then also put us into this notion of Islam. If not if they cannot put us by force, then they have to use religious to specify us and all that. And they did that also by pressuring schools. I remember I know some generation who lived that time. I only heard about it, even I found out this documentation was written by international community, saying that during that time they will also force kids, especially if you're orphan or anything, to be Muslim. To go to school, you have to first, you have to remember, they change your name, and then they have to force you to be a Muslim. And that was the truth of what happened in Sudan, and between us and North Sudan. So it kind of it irritated and angered a lot of people who said, listen, you cannot come and force me in something that I cannot even understand, or you cannot even just give me like that. So because some people were pressured to go to school, they have to go into khalwa, and then they will go forward. And some people really start sticking with the religion because they were kids and they grew up, and now some of them is still practicing it, and it's okay, we have no problem. But the problem is that they're trying to change. The objective of it is not to make you believe in a God, it's actually to change your identity based on that I am an Arab, because they did that in the north, and they did that in some of the Upper Nilers, because some Upper Nilers, when they go to the north and they turn into that religion, they also turn. They wash their brain to believe that they are Arabs, and there is some even people in Four and in Nuba Mountain before, they used to call themselves Arab, until those Arab remnants who are more lighter skinned begin to turn against them. Then these things begin to bring reality to those who suddenly notice, oh, I'm black, so at the end I am just black. It doesn't matter what your religion is. So because they always had an objective. So the objective is first to brainwash us, to hate ourselves, to use us as slave against slave, and then later they will come and eliminate it. And that's what happened in Darfur. And you could see Hamidti and others who were used to go and massacre these people because they were darker skinned and the other one lighter skinned, which is very shameful, because in the end we are all Africans, we are all black, and it doesn't matter if you're lighter skin or you're dark skin, you still have this DNA, the Hamite DNA inside you. Unfortunately, it is so heartbreaking that these things was a method was used, and this method, we could see it later, was used again, but in different way, not in religious, but also in the ideology, political ideology. So going back to the story, is that was the time when Equatorian really rejected the idea, and they fought, and we fought, and thank God for our ancestors, our heroes, stood up and fought back, and they really raised their arms against this oppressive regime, this dictatorial regime. It was a military regime. But what brought up the Equatorians to see the other people in Upper Nile as brothers, because they saw the same misery the people in Upper Nile are going through, so they brought them in. But they never imagined that some of these people in Upper Nile will be used against the Equatorian in the end. And that's why we see the betrayal of Anyanya happen when the peace agreement was made in that mid-1970s, and what happened later after the agreement, the peace agreement. It's supposed to be 5 years, and then later we come up to referendum. That time I wasn't even existed yet. Imagine those years. This is another years to come to understand what happened, but we also learn about it. But imagine, that's the generation of my father who grew up seeing this Anyanya peace agreement. So they have seen it with their eyes, and they witnessed it. And I know some of the elders and who lived that time also. So what happened is that we know all this, the conspirator, the king of conspiracy, which is Abel Aliar, played a big role in infiltrating and destroying everything that Equatorial really worked hard for, because Equatorial have always resisted. This one thing, some of us, we take it for granted. Equatorial have always resisted against this other identity want to be forced on us. And one of them was the Arab identity, and the other was this religion to be forced on us without our consent. If I want to believe, you have to convince me to believe. You cannot force me to believe. And this is one thing that the North did not understood. And what happened is that also the discrimination and the way how they mistreated us. So it kind of caused this conflict. But what happened with Equatorial never expected their fellow, ally, if I could call, because I won't call him brother, ally, because they felt like these guys also are in the same pain, the same boat. So they brought them in, but then later they found a betrayal. And this is where it caused Equatorial to be in a disillusionment, because what happened after that, later came Kokora, and from Kokora it evolved into this SPLM, and SPLM was never never for the interest of bringing the people of South Sudan together or fighting and resisting against the so-called Arab nationalism or the Arab identity that was forced against the people within either North Sudan or South Sudan, which is today. So it was actually, objective of it is how to come and dominate as an ethnic power. And they have deceived the people, because what happened at the beginning, they started very aggressively tribalistic. They went and waged war everywhere, trying to, revenge against those tribes who they see they are unworthy and those are the enemies. And it created a conflict, and even it created more warlords. So these warlords also resisted against this SPLM. And what happened, SPLM had to change their tactic and start joining, begin to plea others to come and join. And some of them were forced against their will. When they hold territories, they take kids, younger kids, because they are more innocent, and they were forcing them to military. So there were so many crimes. We all know about it, and some of them is still, they're not documented. They don't want to speak about it, but it's documented also. Thank God, these Westerners, even though we say we are fighting alone, but these Westerners always come and write things, documentation. They send their kids or their daughters, and they go there and they look around, they observe, and they write everything in detail, almost like writing a diary, but writing it in a note and a specific day and time, what happened exactly. So what they did, they really came up with this organization was not fit, but they did not know what to do with them when it came later. The situation with Sudan is evolving, because remember, Sudan was also cooperating itself with the Islamic radicals in Middle East, supporting Al Qaeda, supporting other organizations that seems to be threatening to the Western politics, and especially the United States and all that. So these things they to change, or actually what made the Westerners begin to look to SPLM. And SPLM it was actually what I could say it had to be. I won't call it luck, because I don't believe in luck. And what happened is that the opportunity, or the moment came, and John Garang took advantage of it. See, compared to what today we see with those who were once with SPLM, and even SPLM did not even understand how to take opportunity when it comes. So these guys, this guy actually found out a way to work with Mansour Khalid, to work with some Equatorian leaders, even the late Joseph Oduho and others, and he worked really wisely, and also not for the interests of the people, but for covering up of building this, what he called the PR, making himself look presentable and as a leader-wise and all that. And they gave him that boost, but they didn't know within his heart or the intention of this guy. But the intention was clear. You could see when he's holding the military, how he ranked his people in the top, and the others are just put in the side as a supporting caste. And these leaders in the side were just supporting caste, even politically and militarily. And these people never learned up to this moment that they were used in SPLM to the extent now some of us in Equatoria especially, we became the victim, because some of our leaders never learned that they were used into this in this game that John Garang did. And I understand Westerners have studied John Garang very well, even though John Garang seems to be larger than life according to what people know him, but actually they have figured him out. And trust me, U.S. is not a new country for people who always try to be leaders, because they can tell what type of leaders are they, and they have studied him and they see him is dangerous, and he could be a great dictator, but he's not that dangerous for them to even eliminate if there is a chance to give it. But of course, his death, I don't want to go there, because that's another conspiracy theory that some people say. But what I'm trying to say here, with all these things happening, Equatorial have never opened their eyes to see the danger that was hitting them, because the man was making sure to use us as much as he can until he gets his objective. And when he got his objective in 2005, coming up to where Equatorial was just living in shambles and disillusion, they even forgot about Anyanya. Can you imagine how many Equatorian during that SPLM never even put their mind in Anyanya of the way how Anyanya actually established this revolution and what was the objective? Instead, they begin to follow what New Garang vision was called the New Sudan. Garang came with a new objective. Instead of separation, New Sudan. And this New Sudan have begun to be captivating, because some of the people in North wanted not South Sudan to separate. Because remember, even Mansur Khalid was once, he worked for this guy named Nimeri. And Nimeri, General Nimeri, was actually one of the people who made the deal with Joseph Lago. And if you look at his program in that moment, John Garang, I mean, so that's the opportunity to use somebody like Mansur Khalid, because he's a political thinker. You know, he's very like the think tank guy. Like you could depend on. I have read some of his writings, even when I heard him too. The man is more inspiring than John Garang. John Garang cannot even speak the way how this man spoke. This man can speak, like the words comes out of him. You just feel like the man is just like full of knowledge that you cannot even imagine, cannot even comprehend. And I was so impressed. But the man had the vision of the new Sudan. It wasn't Garang. Garang never had this idea. Garang's objective was going to make sure that his tribe to dominate. And he actually made that. And you could see the evidence to it when he started hiring his own nomadic tribe, some of these generals are not even educated, but he gave them these ranks. And you could see today, some of them are still running the country in a mess. So and also one thing you have to understand, he worked with this Jin Council elders, which before they never called them Jin Council. One of them was named Abel Aliar. Abel Aliar was one of his mentor of Garang. But what he did, he kind of switched that. He said, okay, this is not the time for us, because right now we're trying to establish a ground. And he really established his ground when he worked with Mansur Khalid. Don't tell me that actually Equatorian, when they joined him, it helped him to elevate. No, actually, go back to Mansur Khalid. Mansur Khalid is the real man who established John Garang in all the essence, because Mansur Khalid had that particular mindset that he does not want discrimination, does not want anything to divide us. He wants everything to unite us. And what they did, John Garang took advantage of him very well. While Equatorian here are singing on the tune that John Garang is throwing to them, without seeing or without questioning why John Garang did that. And even there was assassination happening to some of the Equatorians and who were murdered by Garang. And they never even put a thought on like, why is he doing that? And they say, oh, that's just like, they begin to give excuses for Garang. Imagine. And this is what makes me go back to where the Greeks in the ancient time was the Persians. When some Greeks complaining that we need to fight against the Persians, they're coming to invade us and take over us. And there's some Greeks who are working under the ground with the Persians to benefit from the riches, because Persia was like something that anybody talked about. Persia is like the gold, the riches. So their eyes all in the gold, but not on the future of the Greeks. The Greeks have better goal. Like if you look at the Greeks used to take pride on what? In knowledge. They say we are more knowledgeable. Our knowledge is our gold, our everything. Don't tell me your military force. Don't tell me your gold you have. But when you give us knowledge, you have conquered the world. And it did. And that's why they conquered the world with their ideas. Even today, people talk about democracy. Where do you think it came from? It didn't come from Persia. It came from the Greeks. So these ideas came from them because they understood. But those who never seen it, the way how the other visionary leaders of the Greek have saw it, they begin to counter the vision of the Greeks. And what happened to Greek, really, those who felt like it's dangerous, they have to take them out, they did. And then that's how they went far. But of course, after a mini struggle. But what happened is that some Equatorians seen the same thing because they felt like they have benefit from what's going on with SPLM, and yet there is some attacks happening to Equatorian within their territories. There was an assimilation under the ground. There was massacre, killing, crimes against humanity committed. But yet they will turn the blind eye and say, giving an excuse, defending SPLM, defending Garang vision, and say Garang has a vision. He wants the unification, and yet Equatorian never believed in this so-called unification. All they did believe is, hold on a second. You hear me? Hello? Hello? Oh, God. Jesus.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. You can go on. What happened? You were muted. Yeah, we could hear you.
Yeah, my network.
I don't know why you stopped, but yeah, okay. All right.
My network was disappeared because it says like my network is poor. I hope I'm also there in StreamYard because I don't see myself. Oh, I'm there. Yeah. So story short, because I'm not gonna take it long. But what happened? If you look at it, these guys stood up, fought against what so-called resisted against this idea that we have to be assimilated. And I just go back to what happened in SPLM so I can get to my point that I really want to put, is that during that time SPLM committed all these atrocities. There was one man, and let me assure you this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, any one of you, my fellow Equatorian brothers and sisters, during the time of John Garang for the bush, or he's in the bush, when he turned the gun on Equatorian and went to Mundari at that time and other tribes within Equatoria, you remember Clement Wani? Yes, today Clement Wani is now, he's in the pocket there, whatever you want to call him, he's in there. But before that, Clement Wani resisted this SPLM. He saw SPLM as the enemy of Mundari, enemy of Equatorian, because he did not see SPLM was a person that I can trust. And John Garang have actually allowed his people to massacre and rape. And this is a man now, sometimes I wonder when I hear some of my brothers of Equatoria giving him praise, brothers and sisters giving him praise for a man who have committed atrocity against our people. It's almost like you're giving praise to Hitler or to Genghis Khan or to anyone like those barbaric leaders. Even there was one guy by name, I forgot his name, he's a Japanese samurai. The man was so brutal though, but he was one of the people, I think, I forgot the name, I just thought about it and I forgot, but I remember it later. So the man have these guys have committed these atrocities, and today people talk about them. Yes, they might be genius in something, but they were brutal and evil, And so John Garang have committed atrocity against these people by allowing his people to commit atrocities. If it wasn't for Clement that time raising his arm and fighting back, that thing could have been worse for us. And add to it, I say this for a fact of that these guys have an intention. They had an intention to look and revenge, because even they started in Upper Nile. They started killing other tribes in Upper Nile. They didn't turn the weapon against the Arab North, but they turned the weapon within the communities that are surrounding them. They want to make sure that they did. And yet, that's why you see those warlords came up. Because if Garang did not do what he did, I don't think we will have any warlords in South Sudan. And I'll give you an evidence to it. When Anyanya came up and fought against the Arab North, they did not wage war on the community. Instead, they unified the communities. And when they look at Upper Nile, they joined them to work together. But that's the betrayal that later happened to us when we see what's his name, Abel Aliar coming in and to betray us, and then some others start looking at Equatoria as who are they to lead us? We are our own. So it kind of like created this division, and yet Equatoria never noticed that. And when Kokora was established, it was specifically because they see that there is nothing that we can do with the communities that want to make us feel like we have to be submissive and we have to be controlled. And Kokora was a helpful thing. Some people now are looking at it as negative. It's never negative. Kokora was everybody established themselves. Now we got a little bit shorter. We did not get the independent, but we can establish ourselves, and then we can develop forward to the next future and leave the next thing to the next generation. But they didn't feel like that. They felt, angrily, like why and that. So they have to take leadership. And at that time, Dinka was actually, in literacy-wise, they were below. They were very below. They were below, you could say 1% of them were educated. But during the war that John Garang have waged, it kind of shifted the balance. And I want Equatorian to see this. It shifted the balance. Today, look at where Equatoria is, and look at Equatoria in the 80s and the 70s. Today, Equatorian are below. Because what happened is that when SPLA came up there, the objective was not actually to fight, to liberate South Sudanese, instead to create, to establish a power, to shift the power. And they did that because they felt like the only way, even today you could see if somebody want power, they have to go to the bush. Even Nimeri said that in a statement that أي جنوبي اللي تعلم he want to go بيمشي في الغابة, عشان يلقى يكون وزير. So he made a mockery of this, but it wasn't based on the Equatorian, but he saw the mindset that is in Upper Nile that everybody want to be a leader. So if they want to be there, they have to use that warlord kind of system, gather his tribe, his community, and then fight, and then gain his position. And once he gains the position of power, then also he will elevate the people that followed him, of course, his tribe and some of his relatives. And this is something have been naturally done centuries ago, even don't go about here, but centuries ago, because this is what they call it, like the Greek used to call it the barbaric mindset, or the barbaric method. And why earlier I mentioned the Greeks, because the Greeks have overcome that. The Greeks said, we don't want to be like the barbarians, where they are always one man will lead and the rest will follow. No, we are not like this. We want to have a collective leadership, a collective idea, but we have to agree on one common point, a one center that will unite us. So these Greeks, the democracy that some people talk about, they don't even know, what democracy is, because democracy is not like what some people wanted to come in and give you a speech, or like something that you can feel like he's trying to explain to you, but it's so far away from reality, because the Greeks were simple. When they came up, democracy is for the freedom of speech. The people have to express themselves, the freedom of choice, the freedom of expression, and all that. So, story short, Equatorians have already established their community based on the culture they have, accepted, say, okay, we're coming together to go forward. But the SPLM, when it was created, like I said, it was created based on this tribal mindset. And I still see some of our Equatorians having a hard time to understand it, because they are already brainwashed, like the other Greeks in the ancient time when they were brainwashed with that mindset that, look at the oil, look at these communities, we have been there for years, but you just came in recently and you were involved with these people. You never even learn about your history, but you want to learn about other people's history. Go back to your history, go back to your culture, understand who you are. These people are very much holding their culture to the point, even if it's backward, they still hold it, say, oh, this is my culture, I'm from this tribe and I'm proud of it. Yes, we all have tribes. No one is, orphan of a tribe. But this is not what a nation is built or society is built. When our ancestors, who never had the PhDs, never had the degrees, came together, they came together for one purpose, that we need to look for a future for our people. And they went far to the extent they had to resist any foreign colonialism, any foreign atrocities or aggression coming from outside. And they felt comfortable, and they felt even, inspired that, this is time for us to come together and establish something that will identify who we are. And they did. And when the Europeans and the Ottomans saw that, they had to feel like we need to break them, and they did. But the breaking is not because they were weak or they have been deceived. It's just they were breaking because the colonialists have the more power at that time, where they made sure that they will separate us into many parts. Today, we are South Sudanese, according to the nation that we are held hostage into, but yet the identity of Equatoria is in danger. And we as Equatorian nationals who are fighting for our identity, the revolution that we're speaking for is for our land, identity that we hold back 1,000 years ago. It didn't come up because we were Sudanese. It didn't come because we were South Sudanese. It didn't come up because somebody else like European came and built it up for us. We were already Equatorians. We had this identity built on us by our ancestors. Our ancestors, when they resisted, when they fought for that land, and when they said, this is our generation, and we're not going to let anybody oppress us or take our rights, or our heritage, our culture, then that's when Equatoria was really in a moment of progression. But what declined Equatoria is when Equatoria began to think for the others. Right now, Equatoria is doing even worse. Equatoria now are holding this idea that the concept, we are one people, we have to come together, and yet the other side is resisting your love, is resisting your care. He wants you to dominate you. He don't want to be with you equal. He wants to dominate you based on either his tribe to take over, or you come submissive to what he wants you to believe. Right now, SPLM is dominating. But who's SPLM? Behind the SPLM, if you take that umbrella out, SPLM, you'll find it's a one-tribe domination or two-tribe domination. And this is something realistic. And I tell anyone here who says we are wrong, let him come and challenge us, because I'll tell you, Upper Nile are guilty, and I'll put this clear. Upper Nile is guilty on this mindset, because when I talked about Equatoria now are stripped from everything. It's stripped from their land, it's stripped from their holding their identity, it's stripped even from speaking for their own interests. They want us to talk about the interests of others. The same thing like the North when they were talking, we're not Sudanese, we are Sudanese, we are Arab, and yet they will define us in the front of the world. We are Arabs, and we here are Africans. Today are the same thing. They're defining South Sudan, but who you see in the image of Sudan is only 2 tribes, and the rest are no one. And especially in Equatoria, they take Equatoria as a hostage, and they let Equatoria be in shambles. Millions of them are chased away from the country, and then there's a new settlers coming in, giving excuse of fight, giving excuse of failed politics. But who are the one running the country? Aren't they the same people from Upper Nile and Bahr el-Ghazal? Or is it Equatorian? If Equatorian are there, those are just the individual, and we even denounce them because these individuals are not even beneficial to no one, not even the community they come from. These individuals are only puppets to be used. And these people have countered the Equatorial identity so many times. To counter it for Equatorial not to speak for themselves, not even to hold their land. Forget about just, anything else, but the land that they own, now that they have stripped Equatoria from it. Now millions of Equatorians are out. And then you see these new politicians coming in from Equatoria who also been brainwashed by SPLM ideology, brainwashed by that, or have submitted and have seen the interests where it benefit them. They even denounce the Equatorial to speak for themselves or speak on that notion that we have to fight for our land. And this fighting for land, it has to be based on knowing yourself in that identity. When you look at any revolution comes out, people always revolt because they see injustice. But when this revolution is trying to silence you from your right, that's not revolution. That's called counter-revolution. That's the actual thing that is happening to Equatoria. Equatorial identity is being silenced by those who want to say we are revolutionaries, we are fighting for a country of all of us, a country that does not even exist in the ground under the feet of Equatoria. Where is the feet of Equatoria? Equatoria is standing almost like in a dark cloud, where anytime he's stepping on and he will fall forever into the abyss, and he will never come back, or she will never come back. And this is what happened. And you can see the millions of lives that have been chased away. And I'm going to read an article. There's what do you call it? What's called a report that the United Nations had about Equatoria. And I'm just gonna give a chance to Didi for put her thoughts in a minute. But this report will tell you, and even will explain to you some things, that some of these counter-revolutionary or Equatorial revolutionaries.
I think you can go. You can read the report while
I'm
finishing
trying to
something.
get that first.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then you gotta play music then when I get the paper ready. So I will read it here. And this thing is very disturbing because what I'm seeing here is Equatorians are taking things lightly, especially those in diaspora, those who are, might just fall for any idea somebody will give them. I know some people hate what we say, but let me tell you the truth. I'm not here to create any hate. I never hated anyone, even people who are hating us. We don't hate you. What saddens me is that you will hate me because you don't want to agree with me. I wish you would disagree with me instead of hating me personally, because I have nothing to hate you. I mean, at the end, when we die, we go, whatever the direction we take. Either you go to hell or heaven. The same thing with me. Either I go to hell or heaven. So it depends. What did you do in life? But the most important thing, when you have something you see that's not right, you have to speak about it. Let me tell you something. Do you know that these Europeans before, in the ancient time, they fought each other, and most of them are Christians. So, and they fought each other for ideals, for principles, and what happened is that these principles they held sacred. So what do you expect? Even the Israelis in the ancient time, during the tribes of Israel, they fought each other. But everybody knows where they stand, because when you hold that principle, that's what makes you different from others. My principle is my land, my people of Equatoria. We don't even want this Equatoria to be a tribal mindset. We want Equatoria to understand that we have an identity we need to hold. Anybody try to take this identity from us, that's an enemy. Anyone want us to give up our identity, that's an enemy. Because you are the one who is hating us, not us. And when we speak for our people identity and people right, some people think we hate them. But actually, they're the one who hate us, because why do I hate you? For what? If I meet you, if you're in need, I'll be there for you. You're like any human being I've seen, who struggle, who go through rough time. I'll be there for you. But there's one thing you have to separate, is that when it comes to my right, you cannot disrespect me. You cannot take my right for granted. You cannot undermine me. I have an identity, like everybody have an identity. My identity is Equatorian. So this Equatorian that people hate for Equatorial to speak is just because they don't want Equatorial to be, but they want to go and promote themselves in a tribal way. Those who hate Equatorial, they want us to they want to promote themselves in a way that Equatorial must be silent, and let's all throw the blame in something that does not exist. And I'll tell you how they do it. They will try to make, oh, there is a dictator out there. Yes, who's this dictator? And who gave him power? Aren't they the same individuals who are fighting for power? If we say individuals, we know the troublemakers, and we know those who actually striving for power based on an ethnic power. They're not looking for a nation. Even I remember when the oil was discovered in that Upper Nile side, how many tribes were claiming that oil belonged to them? It wasn't even a national oil. They never even said it's a national resources. We need to all come together and work together. Everybody claimed, oh, it's my territory, it's my land, it's my oil. So do you think such person will understand when we Equatorian talk about Equatorial identity? It's just a question mark here, because Equatorial identity is not to undermine or disrespect others. Equatorial identity is to preserve what we have been given by remember, as a tribes, you're supposed to think for yourself that what do you want, instead of always creating fight, and then you want to you want to export this fight into our territories, and you want to create this divisive mindset into us. And today you have brought these counter-revolutionaries, the South Sudanese, because I'll call it the South Sudanese counter-revolutionaries. Because what you do, guys, you are trying to build this fictitious South Sudan on the mindset of Equatorial, who already have an identity. Equatorial who trying to revolt against anything that try to strip them away from their identity. This is why we're fighting against such thing. And sadly, we have so many brothers who are naive and sisters who are naive of Equatorian, I'll call them, they are Equatorian naive in a way. They are so much driven by ignorance, by selfishness, by some personal grudges or whatever, and they despise their identity. They want to put themselves in something called South Sudan, which does not exist. This South Sudan, if it exists, it would have existed in Upper Nile, who are now running the country within Equatoria. Not running it from Upper Nile, they're running it from Equatoria. And Bahar Ghazal, the same thing, they're running it from Equatoria. Why do you think they are running it in Equatoria? Ask yourself, you foolish brothers and sisters of Great Equatoria who hate himself. I call them the self-hating Equatorian. Why do you hate yourself to the point you still want to go and embrace the one who actually bringing you the problem? Instead of telling the person who make it go back and fix yourself. Don't come here and create issues. We already had enough fighting those who in the north in the past, and now we're coming here with a new thing. We want to revive our stuff, that history that we have lost, the thing that we need to revive it back and bring it into its strength. You guys, when it came to the oil, remember, you claimed the oil based on your tribal lineage. You didn't even look at it as a national resource, and yet you were so greedy and adamant. You want to come and say, Equatorian, this country belongs to us all. And yet, when it comes to resource, that resource belongs to you alone. So, who is really here the wrong person? Who's here really hate the others? Who's here really discriminative to the others? When I say everybody go back to the land, it does not mean you have to is they chasing you away. That's your ancestor land. You need to hold it. You need to develop it. You cannot come to somebody else's land and unable to develop it. And just because you have this problem, what do you call you have some issues, security issue among yourself. You need to figure out what's the problem. Instead of throwing it in the blame of politics and all these nonsense, because before politics, these things were going on. You guys were fighting. Before even people knew AK-47 or RBG or the Babad like tanks or helicopter, there was already fight in that community. And this fight have even caused many tragedies. One person makes mistake, the whole community pay for it. And this is something that's been recorded. It's not us, even European recorded it. They say they are hostile communities. When they say you are a hostile community, that means you have a problem. Your community does not want to look at it in a mindset that we are causing pain to ourselves instead of going and throw the blame in somebody else. Who's the one who's holding the gun's hand and shooting his brother? Who's the one who, even in time of just simplicity of living, they will create agitation? In Equatorian, our people, yes, they are farmers. Some of them are hunters too. Don't say they are farmers. They are hunters, gatherers, and they're also shepherds. We have everything. Don't say that the only people cattle have is Dinka, because even Dinka, they have a question about this. If even we go back to the history, anybody who have cattle, they will use these cattle for their development, and they will benefit from it. But I never seen they did. You see, anyway, I don't want to go there, but if you open that another page, it will be, maybe some people will feel offended, so I'll leave it that way. Just ask yourself, anybody have something like cattle or somebody know how to farm, this automatically develop the culture, the society into becoming, able to sustain themselves, food-wise, security-wise, even, economic-wise. They will be very, very prosperous. But I don't think there's a prosperity come from these cattle. And all they think about is, I'm sorry, they said they want to trade women with cattle, which is ridiculous. We have cattle, but cattle is not something to be traded with for women. Women is not a commodity, but you guys made women as a commodity. You undermine even, and yet some of you now today are bragging about, we'll give women equal rights and all that nonsense. You cannot even, advocate your culture to get rid of this behavior, this primitive behavior, this barbaric behavior, and yet you want to talk about we can do this. You are jumping the ladder before even you step in the ladder numbers. Step 1, 2, and 3. You just want to go up there. You will break your neck before even you see the ground. Before even you see the sky. You break your neck before you see the sky. So this is what happened. Equatorial have never been in a position where they went to the extreme that they have to be so greedy or so selfish. They have to go and just, come there and just try to take over everything. No, they always maintain, because our elders at that time, even though they never had done enough education, they always think in a reasonable way, a rational way. And this is where society thrives, because they don't think out of that emotion. And today I hear some funny things sometimes from some of these, what I can call it counterpart politicians. I won't say politicians, but those who talk like, they understand politics, and they say, South Sudanese must not be emotional. Well, let me tell you something. Before you tell South Sudanese emotion, ask yourself, are you emotional? If not, look at your community. Are they emotional? If they're not emotional, then you can come and tell the whole people that don't be emotional. And brothers, emotion is not a crime. There is emotional, there's a positive emotion, there's a negative emotion. What emotion are you using? This is the question you're supposed to ask. Don't have that negative emotion. Have that positive emotion. Have that, what they call emotional intelligence, kind of. Where you can actually, also have that empathy and sympathy, understand. So these are the points you need to talk, but don't go and always throw this, don't be emotional. Well, emotion is part of us. Life is part of emotion. You cannot separate emotion from, because we are human beings. We're not a metal. We're not like an inanimate object where you can just say, has no feeling, no emotion. Because emotion is what drives even people to be patriotic for their cause. Emotion is what makes you feel the pain of others. And don't think we don't feel the pain of others. I am glad to feel the pain of my brother, but also I have to be reasonable. When I feel the pain, not every time. When somebody is messing up, okay, say somebody who's like, let me give you an example, so I can then I can look at the paper so I can read it. Someone, God gave you all the opportunity. You guys have feet and leg, and all of you are able. Like this even thing, I'll give you a better example of what happened in, this is what I heard about Dinka, and it's true because even I saw a documentary. They will let the woman work while the man is just only impregnating women. And a lot of them, they don't even do anything much, but the women are the one who do the work, even building houses, even farming, while the man is just like doing something else. They say they're what do you call, they're taking care of the cattle. I don't know what are they taking care for the cattle is, but when they come back, they don't even support the women for anything. There is a documentary, I saw it, this was my eyes, like, I was shocked. The women are the one building houses and farming and giving birth to children and feeding the men and the children. And yet the men just do nothing but only making babies, and that's it, and goes with follow the cows. I mean, if you feel offended, that's your problem, not me. But if that does not bother you as a person, and yet you think this is a good culture, then you have a problem. And don't come and tell me with such mindset, and you accept it, you think you can run a country. Today, this country is run like we are in a zariba. Because let me tell you, you want other people to work for you, but you don't want to work for it. And you want people to believe that you guys are doing your best. So when it comes to this kind of mindset, you understand how people like that cannot have even sympathy when it comes to somebody else saying, listen, I work hard for this. I sweat for it. I built my house. I have done everything in my will to keep my home safe and protected. And you are here coming to destroy it from the bottom to the top. And you also want to take everything that I have. That's almost just called selfishness, greedy, and evil. Because what you have done, when you have caused yourself to fail, when you have caused yourself to be in this misery, don't come and blame others that, oh, we are also going through the same rough time. No, because the suffering that you caused, it's your failure. It's your failure to see what is right. Even these stories before, we were taught about children, when we were children, like, about these two animals, given an example of animal. في واحد فار كده ولا شنو قال له سنجاب, like this, I forgot Sinjab, and I just remember. Can you remind me, Didi, what's the name of Sinjab? Chipmunks, if I could say chipmunks. Yeah, so chipmunks, these chipmunks are supposed to gather the food because, see, these animals always in the winter, they have to make sure they have enough food in their tree, in their hut. So what happened, one chipmunk did not care. He looked at it, like, man, forget it. I'm living my time, enjoying playing around, while the rest are working hard, taking care of storing food for themselves for the winter. When the winter came in, that chipmunk was supposed to gather some food, find himself hungry, right? Then what happened here? That chipmunks who worked hard are feeding themselves. Then this chipmunk coming is like, can you help me? He's like, chipmunk, listen, we stored every food according to our number, so we cannot give you anything. I'm sorry. And when he said that, he felt angry and he felt so devastated. But he kind of accepted it, that this is his fault. But compared to what's happening right now in South Sudan, with the conflict that is happening in Upper Nile, and the conflict is happening in Equatorian, just look at the differences. There's no similarity in it. And I'll say why. And maybe you feel angry, but please don't take it in the wrong way, because that's the truth here. When the conflict happening in Upper Nile is because the community are working with such idea to fight each other, to get into violence, and then later they will cry foul. When you go back to Equatorial, when they're getting abused by the same people coming from Upper Nile, taking advantage of Equatorial because the land of Equatorial now belongs to so-called Sudan or South Sudan. Now You want to say, no, we are the one who are suffering. You guys, just your issues is easy. And plus, you're farmers, giving excuses and always say, that's lightly. Don't worry about it. You're okay. That means you're really disrespecting everything that I have worked for. Everything that I hold sacred. If you can't hold sacred in your community don't hold them sacred. You don't hold sacred what is called brotherhood. And like the wiser person comes up and say, let's not do this. It is not right. We don't want to waste our people's life like this. If nobody can come up from there speaking like that, don't come and blame us when we say we don't want to be part of this. Because you're not only just creating danger, you're also trying to take away everything I have. And that by itself is an elimination of everything that I have held sacred. So I won't go far. I just want to I want to get to read this thing, Didi. Just give me a second. Let me read it. I know my word is not likable by others. Some people will get offended. But hey, I better tell you the truth, because I'm not going to sweet talk you here, and I'm not going to be all playing around and say, you know what, I have to be trying to pray like I'm talking to you in a Christian church. No, listen. Even Jesus himself, he was rebuking what is wrong in the community. And I'm not saying I'm Jesus, but if you love the truth, you have to take it like grain of salt, like a grain of salt, because it's really it penetrates. And I know that's why you see a lot of people, they fear even to be around us. But it's okay. That's good, because I'm not leaving it for you. This message I'm leaving it for the next generation, and for those who will come up, and those who have the heart for Equatorian, and those who understand what we speak is true, and they will fight for it, and they will do something about it. Because sometimes when revolution starts, revolution does not have to be Eukaryotic, because this revolution that people call revolution, that's not a revolution. That's called anarchist, because anybody will give a gun to any idiot, and the idiot will kill anybody. And we have seen this in America, we have seen this in Middle East, and even Sudan today. Look at these foolish people that are destroying the whole country. They don't even know the consequences going to come up. Look at the people who are dying because of their foolishness. Because some greedy man or greedy individual, and they will follow like puppets. And then in the end they destroy the whole thing that the ancestors have worked hard for it. So they didn't care. They didn't understand. So it's like you cannot teach a fool when he's a fool, but you can show him the way. If he's foolish enough not to see it, he will learn from it when he falls to the reality. Because every foolish man, they always have an end to that foolishness when he hit the reality. Because the reality is not in their mind yet or in their sense, but once it hit them, it will never go away from them. Like I said about that chipmunk, when he did not care for gathering his food at the end, when he felt like now there's no food, now the winter changed, the winter came, and now hunger is killing him. Now he began to remember. He wasted his time not building himself. So that's what the mess that he created in himself. So let me just get the paper. If you have, Lady, you can play music for a minute. I'll be back. Let me just get the paper done. Ready?
Yeah. Are you there?
Playing from iPhone.
Oh gosh, message vibes on the beat.
Rabunati, the manager, yeah, Rabunati, oh yeah, Kalamata dunya de ketir, dolbi jawe kalam to ketir, gali kalam to de ya mesi, Kalamata dunya de ketir, Zolbi jawe kalam to ketir, ngali kalam to de ya mesia. Asuma kalamata nas ketir, bekara ulai kazi kataki. Asuma kalamata gel bataki, aninder karabusu mataki. Mata asuma lo umontaki, umonder karabu fuchataki. Ya kutai zol kandere takatulu bilan, gorilo mongali la la la. Gali amulu aposhon, rajil takite makwe, gorilo mongali la la la. Kangalita chamashi musakbal taki mafi gorilla mongalila la one kangaleta perfect na to monde gorilla mongalila la sala kan musada mafi maldani gorilla mongalila la nanta tu kita pikabi mudi beja gorilla mongalila la sala kan musada mafi maldani gorilla mongalila la one kangaleta perfect na to monde gorilla mongalila la Abu Bataider Kedana Kundiktor, Mama Taider Kedana Kundustas, Baba Taider Kedana Kun Mulana, Soban Taider Kedana Kun Football, Lakini Dream Tayana Panan, Ana Asumale Nefsatai, Kalam Tanas Ketirma beside you. Somanta di kere makabasita, kere makabasita. Somanta di kere makabasita, kere makabasita. Ya kutai zul kandere takatulu filan, gorilla mongali la la la. Gali amulu aposhon, rajil takite makwe, gorilla mongali la la la. Kangali tachamashi musakbal taki mafi, gorilla mongali la la la. One kangaleta perfect na to munde, gorilla mongali la la. Sala kan musada mafi maldani gorilla mongali la la anta tu ita ikabi mudi beja gorilla mongali la la sala kan musada mafi maldani gorilla mongali la la one kan galeta be fitna to munde gorilla mongali la la kalamata dunya de ketir Dolby jawe kalam to ketir, dale kalam to de ya mesia. Kalamata dunya de ketir, dolby jawe kalam to ketir, dale kalam to de ya mesia. Ya kutai zul kandere takatulu filan. Gali amulu aposhon rajil takite makwe, gorilla mongali la la la. Kangali tachamashi musakbal taki mafi, gorilla mongali la la la. One kangaleta perfect na to munde, gorilla mongali la la la. Sala kan musada mafi fi maldani, gorilla mongali la la la. Kanta tu kita pikabi mudi beja, gorilla mongali la la la. Sala kan musada mafi fi maldani, gorilla mongali la la la. One kangaleta be fitna to munde, gorilla mongali la la la. Sala kan musada mafi fi maldani, gorilla mongali la la la. Kanta tu kita pikabi mudi beja. Sala kan musada mafi fi maldani.
Yeah, you got the report?
Hello, Dee. Hello.
Yeah, you got the report ready?
Yes, I did. The report is a lot, but I'm gonna read the best I can. I know I wanted us to read it in a very way because I don't fit any Arabic, but I'm gonna read this one. And before I read it, I want to explain also this report how it came, because that's about me in HR. I think it's there. You can find it online. Even I found other reports that have.
Yeah, I think it's someone you emailed it to me, right? Or...
Yes, that's the one.
Okay,
yes, I emailed you.
I'll look into it now. I wasn't able to look into it earlier, so yeah. Yeah.
And of course, this report is about Equatoria. I'm reading the part of the Equatoria because it talks about East, West, and Central, Greater Equatoria, in a detail. And these reports, like I want to mention. Go ahead. Do you want to say something before I start?
No, it's fine. I just wanted to say that actually, now who knows how the situation is going to be. Really, things are really getting so bad, especially considering the neighboring country, which we once where part of it now is in turmoil. And it's something that it's not that, you know, it could not happen, but it's something that is not foreseeable that easy, really. But it did happen anyway. So it is a long awaiting since 2019, since the pressure was building up. But now, since it happened, and it's happening now, and our people are also in that country, and our people at home, actually they don't even have anywhere to go anymore, if you guys think about it clearly. Because Sudan was one of the, you know, the places that people will run into, and then the other neighboring countries, Uganda and stuff like that. So if Sudanese are now, even if they're now even wishing they could be somewhere else as refugees, it just is like, I don't even know, is that the doom and gloom, the end of the what is called Sudan and South Sudan, or the Sudan at large, all together, both of it together? I don't know. Um, there are dark days coming ahead. Also, you see the preparation of election, and then there is the calling of Equatorians as they are rebels and stuff like that, and disarming of Equatorians. This is really it's just there's a lot of mixture of things that are happening. You know, with all these wars that are happening, Equatorians are going to be left in the middle of it, just empty hand and running up and down. And at most cases, I think I feel like some people will become the landlord of this Sudan and South Sudan one day. And which which something funny on Reddit, one Kawaji kid put it out there that could South Sudan rescue rescue, what do you call it, Sudan? And I think he has no idea, no clue at all what is South Sudan actually, for South Sudan to go rescue Sudan. Sudan would have been the one that rescued South Sudan, not Sudan, not the other way around. So yeah, I think at the moment I don't have much to say, but I will just, this is just my add-in, and then I'll look into the report and what is there to for us to offer in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Didi. Thank you so much. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, this is really important for our secret. I'm going to read it chapter by chapter. It's a lot, but I want to define to you what's this report saying, because this report, I think some of you guys got it yesterday. Somebody posted it in their room saying, and also I found this thing before, but I was not able to read it because I said I wanted to make a special day for it. But I'm specifically going to concentrate on Equatorian. And I want you to understand that we, like I said, this address, even this title of the topic is Equatorial Revolution versus South Sudan Counter-Revolution. And if you understand that the conflict in South Sudan is actually counter-revolutionary, the conflict of these ethnic tribes within Upper Nile and Bahr Ghazal is a counter-revolutionary to what Equatoria is fighting. Because Equatoria are fighting for stability, for security, for the community of Equatoria to be in their own place and never get to be threatened or, you know, chased away from their land. And as you see, the demographic change has already been played by these communities who are fighting each other, the warring communities. Because let me be honest, this is a warring communities within Upper Nile, Bahr Ghazal, and yet they want to throw the blame on Kir. But Kir, who is he? Kir is the son of these communities. And the same thing with Riyadh. And these communities are not able to even live in harmony among themselves. Like, you don't see us because Waniga is in the leadership or over there used as a puppet, we're going to follow Waniga blindly like a foolish people. Because I say this, why? Because our communities are not going to go to stoop that low into the standard that such men like him who betrayed Equatoria from its essence, because Equatoria is a community that want to live in harmony, not to lead chaos because one foolish man who is only greedy to be in leadership. Like the guy, other guy was, what's his name? This guy, I forgot. All these leaders, these puppets, you know, I mean, all these generals up to these ministers, all of them Equatorians who don't even represent anything for Equatoria. So we never fall for such people, and we never die for such people. Instead, we stand for ourselves to the. Oh, sorry. Hello, you hear me? Oh, hello, CJ. Okay, welcome. So what I'm gonna do here before, please excuse me. So I want, hello, you. أنا ما أعرف. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. I think when your network goes
Network.
off,
Yeah.
yeah. When you
Okay.
come back, we hear you, and if we can't hear you, we'll let you know.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm saying is that طبعا الحاجات اللي قاعد يحصل, let me go in Arabic لأنه هقرأ هو بإنجليزي. بالحاجات اللي قاعد يحصل هناك في حاجة واحد كان نوضحه الاستوائي. اليوم عاوزين يخش استوائيين على أساس إن المشكلة ده كله بيعنينا وإحنا كلنا سبب المشكلة. في غلط هنا. تعريف المشكلة أولا في طريقة بتاع opposition قاعد use it, والرجيم قاعد exploit it. It's completely wrong. Or let me say, the way how the regime is using it and the opposition are exploiting it, it's completely wrong. Because استوائية ما عنده جزء في المشكلة ده أصلا من بدايته. وأنا بأكد كلام ده ونتحدى أي زول إن كان هو معارضة ولا إن كان هو النظام يقول لنا إنه استوائية هو كان جزء من المشاكل في جنوب السودان. We are not part of this problem. وأنا بقوله بكل وضوح, واللي يزعل يزعل واللي يمشي جهيم, لكن كلامنا حيكون ثابت والتاريخ هيثبت كلامنا. لأنه المشاكل اللي هسه حاصل في جنوب السودان بيرجع للقبائل النيلية على النيل وقبائل الموجود في بحر غزال. هؤلاء الناس عندهم issues بتاعهم ما عاوزين يواجهوها, لكن they want to elevate this issue as political issue when in reality they are not. ما في politician كان يمشي rape children, ما في politician يمشي kill villages, ما في politician يمشي بيقول لنا يطرد قبائل من منطقة. Demo politics. This is tribal, this is primitive, this is barbaric as it is. وده الحقائق اللي قاعد نقوله. لكن العقلية اللي قاعد نشوف في جنوب السودان اليوم, وبالعقلية اللي هؤلاء الناس عاوزين يستغلوا استوائيين الضعفاء, اللي بيقول لهم يا أخي ده مشكلة تاعنا كلنا كجنوبيين, كلام ده غلط. وانا بتحدى اي زول بيقول لنا كلام ده جنوبي, لانه استوائي ما كان بيطوله ولا حد سنه من عندنا طوله. وعشان كده قاعد نقول استوائي لازم take care and be careful what we put ourselves into. Equatoria must defend itself by any means. لأنه اليوم counter revolution against Equatoria is to make Equatoria believe إنه هم جزء من المشكلة. حتى تعرف المشكلة غلط, وطريقة اللي النظام قاعد يستخدمه عشان خلي استوائي يكون جزء من المشاكل ده, we cannot be. So الريبورت ده زي ما أنا قلت, with this report I have seen the way how others are using this report also is really sad. But طبعا ده بوريك الإيمج بتاع this tribalistic mindset, because it's a tribal group. إذا بتشوفهم لما هم بيجتمعوا بعض and they always like people اللي بيديم اللي بيعمل لهم تصفيق, يعني زول اللي بيكون زي شنو محرج بتاعهم أو مثلا cheerleader بتاعهم. إذا كان cheerleader مع ناس ديل أنت بتسمع من خلالهم, من خلال شخصيات ديل يعني أو to these people تلقاهم إنه في طريقة هم يعني بيشجعوك, لأن أنت طبعا قاعد تشجعهم, أنت مشجع بس. لكن لو أنت قاعد تناقضهم أو أنت قاعد تجيف تواجههم على الأغلاط وعلى الحاجات اللي هم عاوزين ينكروها, then they will hate you, and we've seen this. But we're not worried about if you hate us or not. But we're gonna tell this truth. It's gonna be evident وهيكون واقع في الريكورد بتاعنا هنا. And I'm going to read it one by one. I'm going to be chapter by chapter, be page to page. والريبورت زي ما قلت, الريبورت is actually something that the United Nations have put it, and I know some people who read English have read it, understood it, but I will read it and I will also explain it because I want to read it carefully, not like the way how they read and escape. I will read it one by one, letter by letter, word by word. So there is something here. First of all, the report is just like what I said. It's a report came from people and victims, word of mouth. وفي commissioners who have been appointed by United Nations to document this report in a paper and record of voice, so later it will be used as an evidence. لأنه حتى today they're using these records as something later to condemn these warlords and these criminals, because up to this moment these warlords are enjoying freedom. These warlords are roaming around without fear because they feel like the community and the society, I would say Equatorian in particular, are not really standing up to their position or to their standard to fight back and resist what's going on. So there is a lot of mistakes happen, and these mistakes also for Equatoria letting it to happen. It starts from Western Equatoria, Central Equatoria, and Eastern Equatoria. We'll get into detail of the crimes against humanity, against children also. There is a paragraph also talk about that crime against children. We'll also go in detail in Western Equatoria, Central, and Eastern. This is crime against children and women. You know, the violation of child right, conflict, and impact. So I'm going to read it, and I hope you guys have patience. ولوفية استوائية ليندو وطنية وحب لأرضه وحب لشعبه وعاوز فعلا find a solution. Let them come around us and join us. احنا هنا ما جاي نتكلم عن شخصيات، لكن جاي نتكلم عن الجرائم اللي ارتكبت ضد الاستوائيين وكيف احنا كشعب استوائي لازم نتصدى ضده. We have to resist. We have to counter these people, and we have to tell them you cannot come in here and silence Equatorial voices, because Equatorial voices is the Equatorial revolution. My Jerusalem does not exist to us. Jerusalem can exist. It exists at the time we have voted for a nation, but it died in arrival. The death bit South Sudan came in arrival when the regime, this tribal regime, came and took over power against us, against the people, from the people, and then they have claimed that the government, the power, the authority, the constitution, the force that anybody can reckon with. So let me read it here, starting with this. The Equatoria, Western Equatoria. I'm reading from chapter 57. I don't want to focus on the other because the other talks about Upper Nile, but I'm talking here about Equatoria because this thing needs to be really evaluated ourselves. They are brainwashed, sadly. But I hope one day my message to those people, instead of being foolish, to be brainwashed by somebody who tell you need to follow this political party, and if this political party is not giving you your dignity, your right as an Equatorian, then man, woe unto you, and history judge you, and it'll be shame to you and to yourself, even your children. I don't know how they will look at you, or your descendants will look at you, because ancestors can't always stand on the right. When they're wrong, they say they're wrong, but they always stood in the right because they know they don't want to be in the wrong. They can afford it. But you guys today are selling yourself cheap for politics of South Sudan. And I hope one day you wake up to your conscience to see the truth. And if you don't like us for what we say, but we're going to keep speaking, because fi nas, fi al-halal, fi al-Equatoria, and they love the Equatoria. They don't hate, they don't have self-hate to Equatoria. Wala nas اللي بيشوفوا بعضهم إنه كانوا they blame the other, so I don't want to go far. Let me read this thing and says this is West Equatoria, 197. This is from the report. In Western Equatoria State, civilian continues to endure the impact of political motivated violence and displacement that centered around Tambura County in 2021, when civilians from Azande and Balanda communities were attacked by armed forces of militia along ethnic lines. The prospect of peace and recovery in Tambura are severely undermined by the state's failure to address the causes and the impact of that violence, including the lack of any form of accountability for the gross of human rights violation perpetrated during the course of any form of accountability from the gross of human rights violation. Sorry, I'm repeating myself again. Violation perpetrated during the course of the violence. Or one such failure in the lack of protection and support offered by the boys and the integrated food security classification. Sorry, this is just a highlight to it, but let me read here. Okay.
I think you just go boys and girls.
Huh?
I think you just moved on to Ali from boys and girls to Ali. Yeah.
Yes. I'm going back again. Yeah, the boys. Yeah. Let me repeat. One such failure is lack of protection and support offered to boys and girls, associated with the armed forces in Western Equatoria, including individuals who were involved in the conflict in Tambura. See section below, which is the one I was reading, without meaningful initiative to address the legacies of the conflict. There is a great risk that violence will be repeated. Again, it will be repeated. So just to explain here for a short note, that in Western Equatoria, civilians continue to endure impact of political motivated violence. Okay, displacement and centered around Tambura County 2021. We all heard about it, we all know about it in the media and the news. And it came also along ethnic line. So you can see that behavior of Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal, is now coming to Equatoria slowly, shaping into Equatoria. And a lot of civilians were attacked by these militia forces. And if you look at these militia forces, you wonder who are they. So I will read it because we know all these militia forces are, when it started the conflict 2013, من 2013 ل 1000 وقت الحدث 2013 that's when you really saw this ethnic politics is become realistically there. يعني الناس قدروا infiltrate Equatoria through that. So هم دخلوا حتى في مناطق ياهو في West Equatoria هناك تنبورا ومكانات ده. The Commission and the other entities have previously documented widespread of human rights violation abuses in Tambora between May and October 2021. This period was characterized by extreme level of sexual violence. This is what they're good at these militia, tribal militia, the sexual violence, and 10 led to mass displacement and fracturing of communities along ethnic line. Again, يعني they are destroying this ethnic line. And طبعا ده كله في Equatoria قاعدين يعملون victimization. Okay, and in turn, it led to mass displacement and fracturing of communities along ethnic lines. The violence was sparked by political conflict, according to the report of the United Nations commissioners. When SPLM-IG members who are Azande, see, that's what I want Equatoria to be careful, because we're going to involve ourselves with SPLM or diamond victim bitana ganitlo Equatoria. When SPLM-IG members who are Azande, remember, SPLM-IG members of who are Azande, refused to accept power sharing arrangement in the peace agreement. In particular, they opposed the appointment of General Alfred Futuyo. Today, he's the state governor, okay, as a state governor, who is an SPLM-IO member and Balanda. Imagine, he's not from West Equatoria, but he's a Balanda from Bahar Ghazal. And the conflict in Tambora subsided following an intervention of the Joint Defense Board. Let me repeat it again, so people can understand. The extreme sexual violence, the violence was sparked. Remember again, that was 281. The violence was sparked by political conflict when SPLM-IG members, only members, who were Azande, refused to accept power sharing arrangement in the peace agreement. In particular, they opposed the appointment of General Alfred Futuyo. Imagine the General Nas Ayo Jabu, mushkila the SPLA, Inca, and Ayo Nuer jab mushkila fi jua Equatoria. Again, huma yabiga appoint people عشان divide Equatoria, break Equatoria, abuse Equatoria, ولسه في Equatoria قاعد يقول يا أخي المشكلة السياسية، لكن كان جف جد this is a hidden thing that actually tried to break Equatoria. ولسه ناس تاني ما قاعد يفهموا الكلام ده. They see it as it's just political. It's not political. If they can break the communities, لدرجة إنهم بيعملوا abuse them, that's something you cannot call it politics anymore. Who are Azande, SPLM-IG members who are Azande, refused to accept power sharing arrangement in peace agreement. In particular, the opposed appointment of General Alfred Futuyo as a state governor, who is an SPLM-IO member in Balanda. The conflict in Tambora subsided following an intervention of Joint Defense Board in the late October 2021. The Commission has previously highlighted the complicity of public officials in the violence and the demobilization of boys involved in it as key issue that would need to be addressed to enable peace and recovery. Since the violence subsided, rather than taking meaningful steps to enable people return home in safety and hold the perpetrators of the violence accountable, SPLM regime and IO, and SPLM-IO and the SPLM-IG leaders have prioritized ongoing political battle for power in the state. This including SPLM-IG politicians suspending the participation of the state in the state government on 8 October 2022, following protracted disagreements over the state budget and alleged mismanagement of funds under the administration of Governor Futuyo. Meanwhile, residents of the state continued living in miserable and volatile situation marked by insecurity. Remember, see, these are the individual Equatorians اللي هم شغالين في آيو وفي SPLM. الناس اللي شغالين في SPLM هنا بنعرفهم كويس، يعني ناس نونو كومبا، ناس بوكوسورو, all these other people. And then in the case, ناس Ayo Jaiba Wahid Zatu, you cannot even consider him an Equatorian. He's more, you could consider him as Western Bahr Ghazal. Regardless, yes, we have relation, whatever. Like what happened is that these people are using, يعني شوفوا البوليتكس تاع SPLM IO and SPLM IG. SPLM IG is like أنا قاعد نقول كل يوم. SPLM IG يا جماعة في ناس هسه في اليوم في opposition who are trying to deny إنه SPLM وإنايدا SPLM يعني حاجات دي هم ما control قبليا يعني they are not tribally concentrated. It's just like it's a political disagreement. No, these people are actually trying to create an agitation. عشان displace. أنا سمعت هنا قال insecurity and volatile situation marked by insecurity for the people. يعني all these people are talking about politics in the public, لكن in the ground or under the ground there is an objective. زي ما أسبل لما كان بدأ الحركة بتاعه تكونت it started first tribal, right? Killing others, waging war on the people within the region. Then later it act like publicly it talks about whom are going to fight for Sudan الجديد. What is all بيتكلم عن انفصال بتاع Sudan جنوب السودان من السودان كان بيتقتل والسبب الأساسي ليه ما لأنه هو رافض الانفصال لكن they were not preparing yet to have a nation unless هم بيget the numbers enough اللي بيجي take over. Today you could see when we became a nation, who's running the country? حتى في بداية الدولة دي لما تكون كان في 3 قبائل. واحدين ماشيين judiciary، the other ماسكين الجيش، the other ماسكين الحكومة بكامله. والنفرين الاثنين ديل لأنه هم عندهم نزاع قديم وبلاس في واحد ياو معروف رياك مشار وكان جونغرينغ لما جونغرينغ فات سلفاكير استلم الباور بيجا أو ليدر تا دينكا أو ليدر تا SPLM. He made sure he would revenge on what were done in 1991. نمن حتى وقالوا بخشمه. These incidents, it's a reputation that these people are fighting for power as ethnics, not as politicians. لأنه ما في politics هنا. These people, they are using Equatorian, the only one blind whom are involved within them. زي قلت في ناس been assimilated and they gave them positions. يا زلمة شايف ناس لسه قاعدين يشاكلوا مع فتيو ده. فتيو طبعا هو شغال لآيو. The others they didn't mention their names. هم شغالين لSPLM. وإحنا بنعرف منهم. They're very clear and known. And what they did, هم didn't care about the life of the people. عشان تعرف حتى selfishness them, they didn't care. But what they cared about is how they can get their voices and their action or their authority heard. So they rejected it. And of course, the regime, the SPLM, which is dominated by Dinka, made sure that this thing will evolve into fight. The other group, don't care. As long as they can show their force in Equatorian, just have to be submissive as always, since they joined the SPLM, and some of them joined SPLM-IO. Equatoria have always been in the losing side. We made sure they manipulate Equatoria to the point that Equatoria became Makana. So these kind of elements, get it out door, actually destroy what Equatoria today are facing. So دي حاجة دي حصل بس في West Equatoria ولسه حاجات دي قاعد يمشي قدام. See, so on the issue of budget وحاجات دي كله هم ذاتهم ما كانوا take care of the economy. How many of them are gaining this money or getting this money and they put in their pocket and never come to the communities? This thing, meanwhile, residents of the state continue living in miserable and volatile situation marked by insecurity. Displaced residents of Tambura told the commission, resident of Tambura, talking to the commissioners, that the trust between Azande and Balanda communities was at an all-time low. And we got mafi trust. And this is what exactly we say even to the people of South Sudan as Equatorian, we got no trust with Upper Nile or Bahr Ghazal. Because every day we see there is a new game of manipulation and they're using some elements to make sure they make that thing happen. Plus those also Nasta communities there, they don't even consider how Equatorial has always been welcoming to them. Anywhere when they're running from conflict, they come to Equatoria taking harbor. How many times these guys turn knife against Equatoria or turn the weapon against Equatoria, and yet they will not appreciate Equatorian, like they will try to make Equatoria whom they are the guilty when they are the victims. And those who are calling themselves victims, they are the one who are guilty. نازل جو في أراضي بتاعنا وبيقعدوا هناك and then they will create a fight. And this is exactly what happened. And this is the reality يا جماعة. احنا ما فينا نقدر نلاقي about it. لأنه في ناس عاوزين يقولوا لنا احنا ما نتكلم في مواضيع زي ده لأنه حاجات لكن this is the reality. What do you think these people are dying for? Do you think they're dying because هم كانوا like في زول دقاء واحد جا من برا جا قتلوا؟ ما ناس قتلوا because of these failures, this فتن اللي قاعد يقوم ده والناس ما عاوزين deal with it. They want to bring these issues to continue. يلا بيقشونا قال ده السياسة. السياسة ياتو بيفرق الناس. حتى كان سياسة مفترض يكون على أساس إحنا قاعد نبني ideology بتاعنا في حاجة معين وأهدافنا كده معين. لكن ده عندهم أهداف غيرهم عاوزين يشردوا الناس. يخلوا الناس يكونوا فقراء. حتى القروش اللي هم قاعدين يتكلموا عنه they did not even give to the people. The people are living in misery and displacement and insecurity is clear. So the people are begin to talk to others to listen to them. وهنا بتلقى منافقين بتاعنا بيتكلموا على إن هم يا سياسيين ومبارح هم كانوا داخل النظام. اللي اختلس واللي عمل جرائم عمل ولما طلعوا من هناك عاملين حالهم ابرياء. لكن none of them are innocent. لا جوا ولا برا. وعشان كده انا condemn them all. وانا هجيب stand on this word. خليهم today to hate us. I want you to hate us. Keep hating us. لكن telling the truth. One day the people اللي جايين ورانا ولا الناس اللي بيسمعونا بيعرف انه كلامنا قاعد نقول حق. They will know that the people who are suffering there we have spoken for them. ما يقول لنا قال يا اخي بس تيجي تقول لنا ريبورت تاع خواجه ولا ريبورت تاع زول بيجي ما يو عندك لانه ما في زول كده يقدر يقف لمصلحتنا. في ناس ثانيين بيجي عندهم حنوا انسانيه. قال يا جماعه ما ممكن سياسيين دول يلعبوا سياسات ما نافع وسياساتهم كله سياسات قبلي متخلف رجعي. وهنا المواطنين قاعدين يشتكوا لما بيجي بيدوا الريبورت بتاعهم لناس يلا تلقى في ثاني بيجي بيستغلوها ده نيجي يعملوها قراءه. لكن المشكله ما بيقدر يقول لك الحقيقه السبب شنو. هل المشكله ده كله برجع لاستوائيين هم السبب؟ ما ده حاجه عندنا نركز على هل احنا السبب ولا المشكله في قبائل النيليه وقبائل تبع غزال؟ لان الناس هناك عايشين في صراعات قبلي. الظاهره العقليه اللي انكبنا في راس ناس كتير بقى يفكروا نفس الناس ده بقى كل زول عاوز يمسك السلطه بقبيله. وكان هم لما يجوا يحاولوا يعمل لكم انتميديشن بولينج كده. راجع بس شوفهم لما هم يتكلموا شوفوا الغرف بتاعهم شوفوا the way how they intimidate others. إنه you don't speak only us we speak. انتوا بس كنتوا ما تفهموا شيء. انتوا ناس اغبياء ريلي. كنتوا زي الشطار ليه ما بنيتوا الدوله ده؟ حتى ما بنيتوا على النيل ما بنيتوا بحر غزال. لكن عايزين تدخلوا في استوات تدمرونا تشردونا and then we call us انه ده مشكله سياسيه. مشكله سياسيه كل يوم. So you always play that this is politics, but this is not the reality. يعني ده تقولون this politics لكن ده ما حاجه احنا قاعدين نتكلم كلامنا ده كله ما makes sense. No, it makes sense because our land and our people matters. Because you cannot talk politics when you are destroying our people. So I'll read here again. Naziga, the displaced resident of Tambora, told the commissioner that trust between Azande and Balanda communities was at an all-time low. And like I said, that's why we Equatorian nationalists, we have no trust with Apanal Bahar Ghazal for that purpose, because every day Naziga show us what is going on. And the ongoing based segregation resulting from displacement in 2021 appeared to be entrenching social division and insecurity. Displaced civilians identifying as members of Zande or Balanda ethnic groups, as well as the people mix of descent or families of mixed ethnicity, told the commissions that insecurity and impunity makes them fear going home. Residents fear being subjected to further human right violation based on their ethnic affiliation. The commission was told that tensions are particularly high between males from Azande and Balanda communities, while there is an absence of initiative necessary to address these. Communities are deeply traumatized by the recent horrific violence and new social division. This is having social impact that risk being multi-generational, including reduced attendance in school and increased frustration among idle male youth. Livelihood are significantly impacted as many people avoid travel between residence, farms, and markets because they do not feel safe. Many are instead cultivating close to displacement site because they say that humanitarian aid is insufficient to sustain them. Fear of attacks based upon their ethnic affiliation have caused the protected displacement while entrenching forms of ethnic-based segregation, which is undermining the prospect of re-establishing trust and coexistence between communities. The armed conflict in Tambora was nonsense, but nonsense. That's what is written there. Balanda and Zande married each other, and there was no reason to hate each other. Most of us produced Zande and Balanda children. People were deceived to fight each other. The two tribes must work together. In this one, I understand and I agree. But the problem is, when you look at this conflict, the root cause of the conflict, they want to talk about it. But look at back to the conflict. Conflict is simple. Back to the SPLM establishment. SPLM was created for Dinka by Dinka and for the interest of Dinka. You cannot deny that. John Garankan was the one who made sure that when he take his weapons and give it to his community, he didn't give it to Juba. And then you got it ahead, we have the revolution. He went there and armed his tribe. And the same thing, vice versa, with those tribes who fought Maam, Bada fi Nuer, Bada fi Shuluk, Bada fi Gabal Jurshol, hina kullum al-mim, bardu b'mashakil da. And Jongal Bashaja wajjah kaman silah of istiwain. And these things happen, why? Because you remember, the Magunalek, this mindset, Alfi Upper Nile, that tribalism is specifically Dinka, they want to make sure they rule. Wahumanaman fought with these tribes. The Equatorian involved themselves. The first mistake Equatorian did, and again they repeated all the time, Huma dakhalu fi wasat haraka shabiya. And they got dragged into it. Huma forgot themselves and they lost everything, and then at the end they found themselves where? Victimized by SPLM. لما جا مسكوا الحكومة مسكوا بقبيلتين أو تقول 3 قبيلتين، لكن بالأخص هم ماسكين الجيش وتاني ماسكين الحكم على أساس هم الإداريين. وإيكاتوريا هناك بخطوا زول المعرس، أنت معرس تقعد. ده لما جا مشكلة بتاعت 2013 حصل، دينكا وجه سلاح لنوير لأنه هم عندهم حساسية قديمة. قام جاء عملوا ولعوا نار، يلا قام قال يا اخي قوم جاي ريتاليت. طبعا نور ريتاليت without any question. في على النيل طوال ردوا لناس تا بور وناس تا ملكال and they did not stop. رياض مشهر جاء هنا جمل الوضع، قال يا اخي ده احنا هنا حزب جايين نكون لان حارب ضد النظام القبلي وضد سلفاكير لانه سلفاكير ما كويس. لكن كده نورنا ما شالوا سلاح، كان شالوا سلاح عشان سياسه، ما شالوا سلاح عشان لانه قتلوا اهلهم. And you can see it in many reports. When Nuer were killed in 2013, why you killed their people? For you Juba. So they took arm and they fought without even thinking about anything. What Kir did, Kir man the power, used Nasta Uganda, وجاء ضربهم بطيارات يا رجال ورا. At the same time, Equatorian قالوا هم سياسيين، دي ناس اللي نفس الناس اللي دخلونا في حركة الشعبية وقت قرن، تاني رجعوا جد دخلونا مع ناس آيو ودخلونا مع SPLM. While this is the moment can the golden chance Equatorial can be stand outside and say, listen, انتوا عندكم مشكلة قبلية، ده ما بيتعلق بقى بالسياسة، ده بيتعلق بقى عندكم كراهية طبيعي، انتوا لازم تحلوا مشكلتكم القديم. ما تيجي تقول لي ده السياسة، لكن guess what؟ من ما Equatorial دخل في المشكلة ده، they توالي switch شنو؟ ده مشكلة شنو؟ مشكلة سياسية. يلا بقى شباب يغيروا لي ethnic politics، شباب يقولوا لا this is a political disagreement, power struggle. ما power struggle لأنه فوقه ethnic background. ولما Equatorian دخل فوقه elevate the issue to make it as a national issue, as a civil war. When Equatorian is not even part of this conflict. لكن طبعا في ورا كان اللي لسه ده نجري ورا النظام، قال يا أخي ده مشكلة سياسية ومشكلة حقوق، فقام قال رحكم ودخلوا في النهاية لما الناس عملوا اتفاقية. What this اتفاقية أدى باور الاثنين ethnic again. The same way لما هم عملوا comprehensive peace agreement، واحد بيكون نائب رئيس وثاني بيكون الرئيس، وهم قالوا هم majority. When they fought each other, they took part. بقى في ناس ياو أهلنا دي جت بقوا تبعين، دي ناس الشخصيات المعينة جو involve Equatorian to conflict. يا زي ما هسه تسمع قصة فتيو مع ناس بتاع Equatorian الاخوان اللي اهلنا زاندي في آيو، وديل دخلوا هناك ومشى برجل الوضع وقال يا اخي ما دارين في التويو. وفي نفس الوقت هم عندهم history of intermarriage and living together in the past في تمبورا وكده. في النهايه في التويو هنا بتاع آيو وديليك ايجنت تاع اس بي ال ام، وكلهم هم شغالين ل two ethnic tribes اللي عاوزين dominate Equatoria. Again, let me say they're done to dominate us indirectly بطريقة السياسة. وقول يا أخي هم سياسيين، لكن في النهاية what they're doing they're creating chaos اللي قاعد يحصل نفس الشيء في على النيل وبحر غزال. لما الناس قتلوا بعضهم what happened على النيل وبحر غزال؟ وهل did they ever stop the conflict بتاع الترايب بتاعهم في على النيل وبحر غزال؟ They could not. But yet they exported the war, the conflict into Equatoria to the extent Equatorian now are blinded by the foolishness اللي نزلوا. لما بقى خلى distrust within the communities اللي intermarried مع بعض. وأقرب ناس لنا في West Equatoria في زاندي وهنايدا وناس بالاندا. And the same thing, they made this now become a difficulty عشان الناس يقدروا come together. So, and this even brought the civilian to feel insecure and to question. زي عشان كده في واحد بيجي قال this armed conflict in Tambora was nonsense. This is one of the civilians. He was so pissed. Was nonsense. Balanda and Zande married each other and there was no reason to hate each other. Most of us produced Zande and Balanda children. People were deceived to fight each other. The two tribes must work together. That's from just a commoner, a civilian, not a politician. Like, did any of these people understood that اللي بيحاولوا يمشي ياكلوا ايش ماناس ايو او ما SPLM? And did all these people اللي قاعدين يجروا برا قاعدين يقولوا هم قاعدين speak for opposition or قاعدين speak for South Sudan, are they really care about the people who are dying there? No, because a lot of these people, they are manipulating us, and some of them they want to interpret this case as political. Well, there is nothing political with SPLM. SPLM is so primitive. أي زول دخل في SPLM بقول they are so primitive to understand what is SPLM, what is politics. Because أنهم كانوا بيعرفوا ما كان ناس طلعوا حرامية من أول ما دخلوا في البلد، ناس سرقوا قروش، ما قدروا يبنوا بنى التحتية. There is no infrastructure from the bottom, nothing. خلوا 2005 ناس ما قدروا يبنوا ولا حتى مؤسسة مدرسة مدارس كويس، ولا حتى مستشفيات، ولا مساكن، ولا حتى حاجات صحية. موية ساكن ما قدروا يبنوا، ولا كهرباء. لكن they're good at بيلبسوا بدلة وكرافتة وعايزين يتفلسفوا في الناس. بيلقوا لنا حبة عربي من شمالين، لقوا لنا حبة ينقل انجليزي من برا هناك، ده يجي يقول لنا قالوا بيعرفوا يتكلموا هنا تاريخ وسياسة بتاع بلد. ويلا طبعا بيتفوز عنه هم شنو بس ده البغبغاء. they can narrate anything based on how parrot. لكن ما بيجي بفكرة حقيقية كده واضح. وعاوزين يخشوا الشعب وقدروا manipulate the people. لأنه people are so easy to accept them because هم الوجوه اللي كان هناك مع النظام. لكن الناس بيسأل نفسهم هل الوجوه مع النظام ده are they trusted؟ إذا حس يا هو واحد من السفينين قال إحنا كسفينة بقينا ما عندنا trust، يعني is between the community بتاعنا بتاع زاندي وبتاع بلاندا. ده بيعني شنو؟ السفينين اللي ما وصل لمرحلة. لكن هنا نيجي بنشوف ناس إحنا اللي برا، بنشوف ناس الشخصيات اللي دخل مع النظام، بس نيجي نجي وراهم نكبكب وراهم. لانه احنا قاعدين نفكر كانوا انا اتكلمت معه وشغلني في مكان او اداني مهمه نعمل خلاص بكره انا حكون وزير. احلام بتاع ناس الطراطير اللي يقولوا بكره جاي نكون في وزير هناك. يعني انا دخلت السيفل سوسايتي اصلا انا عملت حاجات بكره بيريمبر مي، بكره انا بشيل عندي political future. لكن this ambition is only a foolish ambition. لانه politics is not like that my friend. Politics is beyond that. عشان كده في ناس تانيين they don't understand, they think they're politicians because هم associate مع ناس كانوا مجرمين. أنا ما بعتبرهم لسه مجرمين سابقين، لأنه most of these people have committed crime against the people of Equatoria. And the people of Equatoria to extent they had somebody commit the crime, they are not even repentant. في تانيين بيحاولوا يشوشونا، في تانيين بيحاولوا يزرعوا فتن، في تانيين بيحاولوا يعملوا تحريض، في تانيين بيحاولوا يعملوا عشان شنو؟ عشان استوائية ما يقف لنفسه. عشان كده قلت في counter revolutionary ضد Equatoria وجاي من South Sudanese mindset اللي هم عاوزين نحن نسبمit to this idea. يجيبوا conflict upper Nile, conflict بحر غزال, and then we have to be fighting each other within our community. نحن نوصل لمرحلة we have no. أنت تسمعني؟ أجي أقفل شوية معي. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes, we will let you know if we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So let me move. I'm gonna move on with the next one, which is this lady, 200 displaced woman from Tambora told the commission that women and girls collecting firewood in bushland areas were subjected to multiple rapes by armed males whose presence in a remnant is remnant. Sorry, whose presence is a remnant of the 221 crisis. When the commission spoke to women in Tambora, they reported multiple instances from that week alone of rape and attempted rape perpetrated by armed men against women and girls collecting firewood. I mean, يعني الناس اللي بيقوا هناك الماشيين مع ميليشيات they are armed, ready and abusive. وده كله حاجات قاعد يحصل لنا هنا. ناسنا هنا لسه are taking it easy and lightly. Sexual violence and members of armed groups persisted in neighboring Yambio County. A mother reported that her very young daughter was severely traumatized by an attempted rape by an SPLM IO soldier while she was walking to school. And she shared the case of a girl student who had been raped by unknown armed men and left for dead. Also in Yambio, Commission recorded detail from a witness to an alleged abduction of young women by SPLM IO soldiers who attempted to force her into forced marriage at their military base during 2022. They want to go and, the integration forces, they want to be integrated. So you could see the way how this country is really going. Equatoria are the victim of all these things, and yet we didn't even raise arm as Equatorian against these SPLM. Like in SPLM, SPLM IO, SPLM IG, most of them are making this mess over there. The gravity of human rights situation remain dire. Vulnerabilities, trauma, community division, and displacement are moving in the direction of becoming more entrenched in the absence of any significance and meaningful measure taken by the government. And we don't have a government, actually. The government are tribes, or this is two warlords who are fighting. Zenas Hamdok, Hameti Burhan. But at least those guys are different a little bit. And armed groups, let me repeat again. In the absence of any significant and meaningful measure taken by the government and the armed groups to improve the situation of boys and girls recruited or abducted into armed forces is of particular concern and discussed above. So يعني بيجا حتى عيال صغار بفورس وده حاجة ما جديد. SPLM من تاريخ بتاعه بيشيلوا أطفال تاع ناس تانيين وبيجروهم يكونوا قتلة مجرمين. نفس الحاجة اللي حصل في ليبيريا وحصل في عدة حروبات, like happened to many countries, these forcing children to fight and then taking those young girls to be wives or to be raped and abused to death. These things, what are we living in? Equatoria living in what world is it? Namanta Equatoria Magadi stand for themselves, that means there's a problem. Because this thing is not happening in Upper Nile alone. Even Upper Nile kulum armed, and they do that to themselves, vice versa. I read article that these people kidnap women. Murle be kidnap women. I think be fight and be take yalla taba and weru that call them be fight each other, kidnapping women and children, and they will sell them for cattle, or they will even make them wives. So the atrocity, the Upper Nile, is now happening in Equatoria, and Equatoria is not even able to do anything. The gravity of human rights situation remain dire. Vulnerabilities, trauma, community division, and displacement are moving in the direction of becoming more entrenched in the absence of any significant and meaningful measure taken by the government and armed groups to improve the situation. The situation of boys and girls recruited or abducted into armed forces is of particular concern, as discussed above. The people that the commission engaged with in Western Equatoria lamented that while political leaders have participated in several high-level workshops, imagine, workshop them on the UN get a deal workshop and events to discuss the situation in Tambora, these have not yielded concrete measures to address the protection concern of different communities or to enable return and reintegration of displaced persons. Most glaringly is the total impunity for violent crime carried out during the violence in Tambora during 2021. That was just the report of 2021, which continues to shape daily life for its community again, and the commission received reports of unknown perpetrators of serious crimes walking around and moving freely between populations centers. This situation contributes to insecurity and adds to fear and trauma experienced by community members, while also discouraging the reporting of crime due to the evident risk of retaliation. Imagine. Let me just say to our Equatorian, I wish our people at Mahuma traumatized and terrorized, even they cannot speak loud and talk about it. The next time we talk to those to whom it may concern, because they feel everybody's closing their ears, especially in the communities of Al-Bargaza. They're helping this thing to happen in Equatoria. And the people of Equatoria have either submitted or they have to run away. And nothing can happen. Where is Equatoria in these crimes? Itu bijibulena mujrimin, bishagulu mujrimin. Indana nas already we consider them they're dead to us. Alishtagal maharaka shabia, uma ayo, ma SPLM. And those people have already become an agent of destruction. And they're the one who are trying to counter Equatorial Revolution to be itself, to have its own dignity and right. And yet, you could see the crime continues with impunity. And hatta workshop does not help. These people are walking around freely, terrorizing. Like, this is not a country for anybody to live in anymore. This is not even a nation we need to come together. This is a time where we need to isolate ourselves from those who are bringing us harm. Like if we ourselves need, we have to give it. What hope you bring? No, Nazar lost hope down there. Nasawin being terrorized, children are being terrorized. What else do you have there? Communities have been shattered and broken, displaced. I wonder. Hope the win. Because if this report is telling the dire situation, the vulnerability of civilians men them silah, when this foolish man with the SPLM الماشي بسلطان قبيله بتاعه ده يجي يقول يا اخي ده disarm Equatorian, ده يجي قالوا منهم plan to disarm people. So who are they going to disarm? Equatorian ما عنده سلاح. Equatorian مجرد الناس اللي هناك كله عصابات، ناس تابعين لايو وتابعين لاسبلم، وده ناس كله خاطين امبريلا بتاع حكومه، قالوا هم ناس معارضه، لكن في النهايه هم مكون قبلي، واستخدموا الوسخ اللي للاسف هم انا بعتبرهم وسخ، ناس جايين من كوميونيتيز تانا، لكن ده الوسخ بنعتبرهم هم ميتين. والويل لهم لو ايكواتوريا لو بقى عندنا الفرصه بتاع ايكواتوريا بيقوم، because these people will pay for it, because what they have done to the people of Equatoria, the civilians, these people are not going to be forgiven. The crime will commit to the people is worse even than what we can even imagine with the Arab North Al-Kana Molena. These people are even terrorizing children. At least ما بيعرف dunya. They're putting these children in danger. So these crimes is evident to what's going on. At the same time, عندهم اتفاقية that give them power. Why they give them power? لأنه عندنا Equatorians are not able to speak out. في Equatorian عندهم the power, عندهم the close connection to these people in the international community. Like the only one that making obstacle for Equatorial to speak. لأن هم هسه عاوزين يمشوا بنفس البرنامج بتاع SPLM، أو ده مشكلة سياسية، ده مشكلة بتاع SPLM من آيو، ومشكلة ده بيتحل، لازم إحنا نقعد نتكلم في روت كوز. يا جماعة ما في روت كوز غير إن هم قبليين. النظام اللي اسمه حركة الشعبية مع مكونة بتاع آيو الجديد ده كلهم بنفس الشيء، إن كان جوا ولا برا هم the same tree. You cannot separate them. They need to be cut from the roots, and we separate them from us, so we don't want it. And then let Equatorial decide for themselves. Can they do that? هم ما عندهم that desire، لأن هم قاعدين يشوفوا بترول. They still want to associate themselves. وناس هناك في مناطقهم قاعدين يقولوا البترول ده بتاع قبيلة بتاعهم. They don't even acknowledge it. عشان كده تلقى اليوم الناس عندهم power to even sell the oils as if the oil بتاع أبوه ولا بتاع جده ولا جده خلق الأويل ده، and they can do it, and they are doing it with freedom. Yet هم give their own ناس بتاعهم اللي هم بيعرفوا بدوا لهم قروش دي تاكلوها، ولا المؤرسين بتاعنا اللي قاعدين يشحدهم بمعلقة ده بدوا لهم هناك بدهم عربية V8 ولا بدهم حبة قروش اللي خلاص بيقعدوا يلا هم انهم بيجي conspire against Equatorian people, and they have no shame لأنه هم dead to us, and they have already died from their conscience, and they don't have feeling. لأنه في ناس زي أنا شفناهم حتى برا هنا in this diaspora. Today لما تتكلم عن قصة إيكواتوريا أو قضية إيكواتوريا هم بيحاولوا denounce it. Don't talk about Equatoria. Don't talk about it. إحنا ما let's not talk about it. يعني إحنا خلينا نتكلم عن جنوب السودان وفي نفس الوقت هو قاعد يتكلم عن جنوب السودان. They don't even respect him. But they laugh at him and say أنت ما تشيل إيدك بس تعالي نصفك يلا. أقول يلا أنت أبحر. أدينا كلام عن جنوب السودان وإحنا والله شعب ولازم والناس ما قاعدين يعملوا حاجة في أرضهم. اللي قاعدين يقولوا عندهم أويل بتاعهم بتاع القبيلة ما قاعدين يقدروا يعملوها. كل الأويل ده ما قدروا يستفيدوا منه لكن استفادوا اللي يجيبوا السلاح يغتصبوا ويقتلوا ويختطفوا أطفال وبنات ويعمل نفس الجرائم ده في استواء يحولوا بقى استواء. شكلة 2013 بقى فرصة عشان يفتحوا حفرة جديدة أو يفتحوا أفق جديد يا هسه ظهر في استواء واستواء مبهدل. ومشاكل ده لو إيكواتوريان كان أخذوا النصيحة بتاع كان وقت داك ناس كليمن وكان زول بكسر وقت داك كانوا بيتكلموا كويس على اساس ان انتوا ما تتدخلوا المشكله ده. ده مشكله دينكا ونوير let them solve it in a way لانه مشكله ما عنده سياسه. ده مشكله قبلي لكن guess what مين ما ناس حراميه ديل دخلوا لانه كل زول قاعد يشوف مصلحته وين. طبعا ده قال انا بقيف مع المثقف المتعلم من رياض مشهر. ثاني قال انا بقيف مع كير ناس هم ياهم ماسكين هم ياهم ماجوريتي ماسكين. فليه بدور ده وفي النهايه خلونا احنا في المأزق والشعب اللي استوى هم ياهم في مأسى. ما في واحد هسه من اي جروبات السياسيه اللي قالوا هم بيتكلموا وهم كوجوه استوائيه بيتكلم عن صوت استوائيه بحقيقه. لان انت كان شفتهم معظمهم كلهم تابعين للحركه الشعبيه وكل منهم نوايا كيف يقدروا يتعاملوا بتضامن او يتعاملوا بطريقه بتاع اساس ان compromise for the sake of getting something. But getting what? Only you're gonna get a position. And then when you get the position, what else? أو لو أنتوا قلتوا كبيتوا كير أنتوا قلتوا كير كبيتوا ما أنتوا لسه جايين تجيبوا عصابات تانيين اللي طلع معاكم وجوجوا. أما مش مرة جون جارينج ده كان عمل نفس الحركة ده مع رياض مشهر. And جون جارينج مش كان عدو تاع رياض مشهر. We forgot that she was the wife of an enemy of رياض مشهر. The same man اللي هو كان عنده animosity مع نوير and he caused the conflict بتاع 1991. And then later after that مصالحة بتاع 2005 اللي مصالحة كده فيك يعني ده ما كان مصالحة حقيقية مصالحة لأجل مصلحة بتاع دولة جنوب السودان. جارين ما شاف الوقت ومات لكن رياك مشى قدام قال خلاص وموفد. لكن ترى في دينكا تانيين أخطر من جون جارين جت كوفا قال less revenge 2013 حصل. Before that even to go back before 2013 هم عملوا نفس الحركة ده في مرلة. رياك مشهر ما سلفاكير اتآمروا من شو هم عدوا سلاح لقبائلهم عشان يكل مرلي نمن متحدة United Nations rebuke these two criminals to the extent stop it got to arm your people for what. Now today تسمع كير قال لي disarm civilians. What civilian? إلا disarm up and down. Don't come into Equatorial ما نشي Equatorial are traumatized. ما تقول لي ناس group بتاع ناس they have nothing there. وقت اللي هم فيه إن جاي نتكلم عنهم عندهم report هنا كمان. So we're gonna say all these things, but let's look at the way how these things have been put. So Equatorian كل ما to involve yourself with this trash بتاع SPLM and IU to get yourself in failure. وده مو إنت بتمشي ورا trash leaders اللي بيقولوا هم leaders the Equatorian وما قاعدين lead Equatorian بس قاعدين lead Equatorian to go back to the same trash. They are dangerous even worse than the trash اللي قاعدين نقوله SPLM IU. لأنه these people have never brought peace to Equatorian. Instead they destroyed Equatorian. هم جو peace easily. Welcome, Equatoria welcomed them. Say, come on, join us. But what did they do to us? They destroyed us. دخلوا في جوبا بيقلوا أراضي في جوبا راسقوي كمان. كل زول بيقول إنه راسقوي قاعد يقول ده بيت أنا هنا أنا دي أرض هنا جنوبين تاشنو. ومبارح في وقت الماضي لما هم كانوا شبعانين بقى قال يا أخي تزات يستلتوا من هنا من يوغندا. ده أرض بتاعنا خاصة دينكا كانوا أكتر جراءة. They also and now they forgot to say that. You can hear now they والله إحنا كلنا جنوبين. Where were they when that moment? Now, Caroline Berger wrote the documentation with him. It was from the horse's mouth. She picked all their things, their nawayam, and she put it, even seen it. And they have said it, yeah, this is our majority in the right. Now they feel like, no. Now the Equatorian civilians now are speaking out. يلا تلقى في سياسيين تانيين عايزين يبلاي Equatorian ما يتكلم. إحنا ما نتكلم زي. لكن listen, the last time I said, كان شفت the Palestinians and the Israelis. They don't sit down and say, oh, let's talk a different language. هم بيقولوا straight. يا بgun, يا بnegotiation تاشنو على أساس this is my land and that's your land. Stop there. يعني ما في حتى ذات حاجة اسمه compromise. That's why you see Middle East always like that, because if you got to stand for yourself, you have nobody who respect you. Like if you let's not talk like this. Let's get everybody together. Get everybody together for what? When they're the same people are causing you to be displaced, traumatizing you. Because this thing is not joke. These people are getting there destroyed. We do in finance algorithm barra for Western countries. They're okay. They can go anywhere. They get tax return. They got healthcare. They got life good. Their children in school, or they don't have children. I don't care. But you know you're living better than these people back home. اللي كل يوم بقوم وما عارف بنوم كيف وبيفتح عين واحد ونايم وتحت ونايم في البرج، يعني لو نايم في سرير كويس نايم في البرج في البرد ولا في الجو ما بينفع، تاني بنوم تحت شجرة من خوف. That's how we get abused. Children getting abused, even kidnapped to be forces to use them as military. But not tani صغار بيشيلون بيغتصبون. These people have never respected our women and children, never respected our land. And yet we عندنا لسه في ناس بيجي بيغني مع ناس قال لا احنا كلنا جنوبيين. I wish احنا كنا Equatorian نعمل نفس البيهيفير بتاعهم ده في Upper Nile بحر غزال عشان بعد كده نقول احنا equal in this mess. لكن we are not equal in this mess. What they do is they bring the people out there and to abuse us in our land and to abuse us in our right even to speak. ويلا في ناس بيمدوا ورقة قال هاي إن كلنا غلطانين في أتجاه. When they are the same people اللي بدوا حركة بتاعهم القبلي في على النيل وزعوها دمرونا. هسه كده نتحدى كده behavior ده كان بيعملوه في نوبا ماونتن ولا في دارفور. أنا أقول لك ناس كان انتهى من حاجة اسمها حركة شعبية البدري ولا كان ذات اسمها قبائل بيتكلموا تاني. But because these people have their right, even هم ما make sure ما allow these people to continue abuse، يعني يجي يدخل في وسط عشان abuse them. هم خدوا حدود لناس. ما تقول لنا ناس بعيدين، ناس ما أقرب لهم هناك. But they made sure they will never come that close. حتى لما إننا انفصلنا كدولة. These people have understood. But yet they know what's going on. So الجيم واضح، لكن في some Equatorians they're trying to close their eyes and ears and mouth as they don't see anything, they don't hear anything, they don't want to say anything because it's not their, they feel like if they said it would. No, we're already in a situation اللي بقى ما في حاجة اسمه silence، ما في حاجة اسمه to ignore it، ما في حاجة اسمه قلت ما شفته. You have to do whatever it take. That's how the world respect you. That's how the world. هسه أنا قلت لك يوم ده كان قلت كان بعودة عدى زول في على النيل بتسمع صوته. لكن كان زول عدو في استوائية ببعودة ما بتسمع صوت بتاع زول قاعد يكورك ليه؟ Because this is the behavior بتاع Equatorian إنه قاعد الناس كنا جامل. When these children and these women are speaking loud, they're brave enough, more than the men of Equatoria today. These women are talking about the danger. They're talking about the danger and pain of what's going on. It's shame for us إحنا نخلي أحنا يكون هذا. أنا ما حكيت لكن هدخل في Central Equatoria لأنه this is Western Equatoria. But this is what they said. Furthermore, at the top level, including government and armed forces, public officials and commanders implicated in violence, and الناس كله شغالين في السلطة العليا اللي هم بيقولوا مو حكومة. There is evidence, like 100% evidence about them. Like imagine they're working free, هم اليوم government بكرة كان طلعوا برا هم بيقولوا معارضة. ما عندك بول مولون أكبر مجرم واسم بتاعه موجود في أوراق، موجود إن هو كريم. أنا عندي ورقة حتى بورني زول ده committed a crime اللي قتل فوق نوير. Today you see these people are embracing him. في جزء أجزاء تمارو. عشان كده أنا بقول shame on anybody be work my criminal, be work my killer, and yet they will try to talk that هم are freedom fighters. عشان كده قلت في counter revolution هنا and they got to go against the right of the people of Equatoria more than going against the people of South Sudan. لأنه الناس اللي في على النيل they are fighting each other. They need to stop this by themselves. We cannot help them if they don't want to help themselves. لكن ما يجي يوزعوا لنا مشاكلهم فوقنا. يعني زول بدك مرة هناك بيجيب شكلك ما مرة بيجيب لك في بيتك انت وانت ما عندك علاقة. And this is exactly what they did. And then they let us احنا نكونوا confused. لأن عندنا elements في Equatoria I do not want to speak out. They don't want to stand up in the right direction. وانا بدي مثل بعد شوي اقرب لحاجة اللي حصل في لبنان. Because I know some people have studied about Lebanon, but I lived there and I've seen it. One thing about Lebanon is في كان مشاكل تاع لبنان between حزب الأمل الكتائب حزب الله and the Palestinian these Palestinian rebel بتاع ناس ياسر عرفات. So طبعا Palestinian يهو قاموا بمشكلة. So they created a conflict. لما قتلوا رئيس بتاع لبنان بشير الجميل. He was from the Christian side of North Lebanon or East Lebanon, I forgot. So anyway, an issue that was diffused because okay, this is Palestinians. But then later it got into bigger religious, bigger something else, but bigger political. So the people over there began to take arms, began standing for his territory. They began ما بقى مشكلة بتاع دين ولا سياسة. They began مشكلة بتاع territorial right. Then they look at the Palestinian guys from Holland. These guys are immigrant. هم يجوا from nowhere. هم يهو تستا مشاكل قبل شوية مشاكل إسرائيليين. Why now they fighting us? So then they begin to isolate these people. قال لهم أقعدوا هناك. And this issue, for the situation, and it got worse. The درجة لما they had to allow يعني تخيل لما نعمل proxy war لما جاب فوق سوريا and Israel into this conflict. لما في النهاية كمان ناس جروب بتاع إيران وسوريا دخلوا كمان جابوا ناس شيعة هناك ناس حزب الله, and then they began to escalate the situation. But what happened is that the people بتاع Kataib, which is group بتاع Bashir al-Jamal, who stood their ground, not compromise, even though they even did something that later some people in Arab countries blamed them. لما work مع Ariel Sharon to, conflict al-Kanfi Shobra Shatela, and it caused civilians to die. That was the moment Ali Nazis had to panic because the Nazjaja, which one of the leaders, he's actually the most popular guy. Up to this moment, he's actually one of the people, even though he'd been controversial. Like, in this guy never repented. It's like, listen, my people blood is more expensive than any blood because all tiny enemy die. And he made sure he destroyed those people there. Naman Nazal Amalu Treaty. Allah says we come together, work together as brothers, because we're the end Lebanese. That's what they said. But for us, what unifies us here? Mafi identity be unifies us. Garehna Equatorian udele kinaka Upper Nile's, but they call themselves South Sudanese. Why don't we relate themselves with the North? Ehna maga relate ourselves with the North. Even if we have some of us mixed with North, does not mean we are related to the North. We have a different identity. We call ourselves Equatorian because the ancient ancestors stand naman the mom hinak, it was against our will. Zema asafindana hanna, the mom for Uganda, the mom for Kenya, or Congo, Central Africa. لكن still we have our own identity. لأنه القبائل الموجودة هناك هم انسجموا بعض قبل ما يكونون دولة. إحنا بنفسنا كنا كوننا دولة without us knowing. But what happened because of our colonialists, they made sure they divide us. Lebanese they built their system. And even though the system later been corrupted because of embezzlement or financial corruption or ياهو طبعا تعرف لما كل warlord بيمسك power. كأنت هديت لورلود طبعا هم يجوك أحزاب كمان حزب الكتائب بجاي حزب الله بهناك حزب الأمل بهناك وحزب تاني بتاع وين كل اللي جاملوا أحزاب الشبكة هم leaders طبعا they were popular at the end they corrupted the country البلد فلس وقع تحت but still they brought something that shows I will never give up my right compared to Equatorian بنسجم مع أي حزب جاي من على النيل ولا بحر غزال ولا بنطفقوا زي يعني زي الدبان بقى في 11 بدون مؤاخذة. We don't want to question why are we joining these people when they have something else in their agenda. Agenda بتاعهم is first we have to see and acknowledge is tribal before you talk about it. إنت كان قاعد تقول I'm wrong. Check on the way how they behave. Check on the سياسات بتاعهم. هم هسه عاوزين يغروا إيكاتوري إن هنا هم فاهمين الوطنية. But they don't. If they understood it, you could see it in their territories. You could see it in their communities among each other. قبل ما يجي يتكلموا يدينوا استوائنا اللي قاعد يتكلم عن الهوية بتاعهم. هم هناك ما عندهم هويه غير هويه قبليه ولسه بيرفضوا يغشونا ويقول لنا بالترجمه ثاني والله كلنا تابعنا وكلنا غلطانين. No, none of us. You guys are the problem. And then you wait انتوا قلتوا شنو يعني جبتوا لنا وردتوا لنا ولا شنو يقول استوردتوا بالعربي نسيت. You gave us you moved this problem to us by احزابكم الفاشله ديل عشان تقول ده مشكلة سياسية مشكلة ما عنده أي علاقة بس السياسة وبعدين نحن نلوم القيادات السياسية دي عندهم أجندة بتاعهم قال عندهم أجندة قبلي ما القبلية ده ما موجود في جذور بتاع القبائل الموجودة في علنين بحر غزال ده ما جديد. انتوا عملتوا في الشناعة عمايل شنيعة مع بعض ضد البعض. اختطاف النساوين ده حاجة طبيعية انه قتل واغتصاب الأطفال أعمال جرائم حاجات ده ما جديد. ما تقول لي ده عربي أعلمكم ولا تقول لي ده الحياة نو زي ما قلت رجعنا قبلك لموضوع جريك لما شافوا the way how Babylonian behave and they saw themselves like listen احنا ما موضوع الذهب عشان نكون envy for the Greeks. احنا ما قاعدين envy oil على النيل. انتوا ايش عملوا اي شيء ده انتوا عملوا، لكن احنا اراضينا ده وشعبنا ده اغلى من اي شيء انتوا كنتوا تقولوه هنا. Because you don't even care about your people to the extent you're going to care about قبيلة وغاين to care about to kill the other قبيلة كان في اختلاف بسيط اللي كنتوا فيه تحلوها بطريقة وايز. And you never gave any respect to human right ولا حتى human life. ما تقول لهم منو هناك. I was hearing yesterday something from one of the gentlemen. He was blaming Nuer to the extent. I understand. But let me ask you this. When we look at the other side, it never be blame ما كلكم انتوا غلطانين because ده الطبيعة بتاعكم. ده ما حاجة تقول لي ده. Yes, دينك عمل crime against Nuer ونوير عمل crime against مرلي عمل crime against نوير وعمل crime against دينكا وده حقائق انتوا لازم تعترفوا. انتوا ما تعترفوا ما حتمشي لقدام. And don't tell me to get تبنوا السياسة بتاعكم بخشم. زي ما الناس بيقولوا والله إنه دايرين دولة بتاع تكنوقراط ده بيجي بكيف كلام بيجي بيلعبوا فوقنا في راسنا. إيكواتوريا already understood إننا إحنا حكم نظم بتاعنا تقليدي ده قدرنا نبني حالنا. لما كان جنوب السودان تحت السودان الواحد how Equatorial can survive. Equatorian couldn't قاعدين يحكموا حالهم. قبل ما تيجي تقول لنا انتوا حكومه، انتوا جيتوا من غابه دخلتوا قلتوا انتوا حكومه، جيتوا من منطقه فوق قبليه انتوا جيتوا زرعتوا لنا في البلد انتوا تحكمونا، واليوم انتوا قاعدين تبنوا البلد ده على نفس النمط بتاعكم انتوا عايشين فيه على نيل بحر غزال. And then you want to come and tell us that. عشان كده اليوم انتوا زول بيقتل بتاع فوضى بيقدر يدور اي مكان. يا مولونج بيكيل and then some people are welcoming him. وما عندهم خجل قالوا ما they stand for the truth. I wonder what truth are you standing? يعني if this is the way how this country is, أنا بقول لكم this is counter-revolutionary to Equatorian right. لأن إحنا Equatorian we not want these criminals. We don't want to be ruled by killers, by thieves, by people who are monsters to humanity. إن عاوزين ناس اللي بيقدر respect humanity from the core of it. ناس اللي بيقدر admit mistake بتاعهم بيقول yes let's correct it. Even if I have done if my stepping aside from the political arena to let the people choose, then I will do. But عندهم قلب ده ناس كلهم عندهم ambition for power. ناس بيكريت عذاب من ما فيش. كانوا ما جوا بيكريت عذاب، كانوا ما برا بيكريت عذاب، كانوا ما وين حتى أنا خايف كانوا مش السماوات ولا جهيم حيكريت عذاب في جوا جهيم وسماوات على أساس هم عاوزين يكونوا هناك leaders كمان جوا. But this is not gonna work, my friend. Equatoria كان في جنة ده في ولا في hell ده في، لكن هنا في Equatoria must not be done. And we the people of Equatoria, those civilian, those who believe in Equatoria must not allow it. And these people are counter-revolutionary of Equatorial. Equatorial revolution is to stand for their identity, for their land, for their people, for the dignity of the women and children and men, and whom got displaced and abused by this regime. So أنا ما هكتر حقرا بس بسيط هنا, you know, and then go to this paragraph. Furthermore, the levels of including government and the armed forces, public officials and commanders implicated in the violence and in the gross human rights violation remain in the position without censures for the SPLM-IG or the SPLM-IU. This prevailing impunity foment ethnic-based division alongside lack of investment and integration of former soldiers, and increasing this desperation. Impunity is added to form of potent mix, which might trigger further serious human rights violation, which is already happening. Now going to Central Equatoria. That one was Western Equatoria. Central Equatoria. The human rights situation in Central Equatoria remain affected by armed conflict between the SSPDF, Armed Forces of South Sudan, and the National Salvation Front, NAS, which is not signatory to the peace agreement. Although the scale of human rights violation appeared to have diminished in 2022, the gravity of human rights situation remains. Even though it diminished, but it remains. The gravity of human rights situation remains. The Commission heard from residents that ongoing presence and the operations of multiple forces, armed forces, fosters insecurity and fear through the state. The SSPDF views rural settlement as potential support basis for NAS. And the SPDF قاعد يسي إنه أي الناس اللي قاعدين هناك settlement they are supporting of NAS. Despite several years of government offensive and defections, NAS remain engaged in clashes and ambushes on civilian vehicles. ده حسب report. That's not me. Just read it. حسب report. Despite several years of government offensive and defection, NAS remain engaged in clashes and in ambushes on civilian vehicles in the state's interior, although it has more significant presence in the southern border areas. The conflict is the backdrop for border military culture of predation on the civilian population and exploitation of natural resource. Yani في تهمة natural resources have been exploited. وده ما جديد. Already we heard it before, and even there was some evidence that natural resources during Ayo Zatu, لما كان قاعد يشاكل في territories ديل كله, they used the natural resources as a way for them to get weapons and all that. Exploitation of natural resources. Civilians are trapped between the parties to this armed conflict, and many basic livelihood and life opportunities are rendered unavailable. Like livelihood and life opportunities are rendered unavailable. Again, the Commission, 2006, the Commission received reports of SSPDF operation involving the same type of human rights violation against civilians as have been documented in previous years. Soldiers continue to conduct inspections, house inspections, perpetrating rape and other forms of sexual violence, beating, killing, threats of killing, looting, and destruction of civilian properties by arsons. And witness testimonies indicate these violations were consistent. The bigger witnesses. Witness testimonies indicate these violations were consistent with established tactics by the SPDF to clear population from village areas which are perceived as being potential support base for NAS. يعني حجة النظام القبلي ده بيجي بيعمل violence because they're always looking at NAS as a حجة عشان هم يجي يعملوا crime بتاعهم without any mercy to the people and the innocent. Alizato Magadi support NAS. So residents of several villages in Makwi, Payom, Lanya County were displaced in October 2022, which is recently, as a result of attacks carried out by SSPDF soldiers. Some residents reported fleeing their homes when they heard gunfire near their village, and all the residents told the commission that soldiers saw him and threatened to kill him if he ran. So he stayed put and watched the armed men loot his animals and household goods. Residents of nearby villages recounted that when residents thought the military operation was over, some men returned to their homes only to be captured and beaten badly by SSPDF. Soldiers still in the area who accused them and their children of being rebels. That's what we all know, like these kids al-Katalom can Gaibat, and it's really heartbreaking. And yet Equatorian keeping, I don't want to say much, but I will say later my thought on this thing. They also testified that the attacks saw their villages looted of household goods from food and livestock. After beating, some residents were made to assist carrying stolen loot. نفس الحركة كان حركة شعبية قاعد يعملوا في وقت اللي هم في الغابة قبل ما نكون دولة ده. So remember this thing. في ناس حتى من الناس اللي كانوا في حركة شعبية قال كان بيخلوهم يرفعوا حاجات. قال after beating, some of the residents were made to assist. يعني هم بقى بيرفعوا بقى حمال بتاع حاجات اللي هم سرقوها to assist and carry stolen loots for soldiers. The commission inspected wounds from these beating, including scarring from knife blades. يعني عندهم علامات جروح من السكاكين there. SSPDF soldiers often accuse civilians of being members of or supporters of NAS, and multiple survivors of the attacks in Makwi, Payom encountered their experiences of these men were beaten, threatened with death, and told to move to attend displacement camp near Yei town. He told me, "We told you to stay in attendee. Why are you here?" I responded that to farm food for my family. This made me lie down and continued beating me with sticks on my back. The Rujal Gendugum, Abu Hatta Nas Tanin, by the SPVF, by the Nizam al-Qabl al-Mawjud Hinagda. I still feel pain. That's the word of the man, the man al-Kalam. One of the soldiers said to me, "I don't want to see any civilian here in Makwi because they are feeding NAS. Move your family to attendee IDP camp in Limpi Another one said, if we came back to find anyone, we will kill everyone. In addition to act intended to install fear in communities and force displacement of lack of accountability for serious crime perpetrated by soldiers also discourage any return home. In spite of the recent military courts in the area discussed below, women and girls, the survivors of sexual violence, وده أكتر شيء قاعد يحصل. نساوين والأطفال دائما يعني كان يتبت حتى بقى أولاد يغتصبون without any يعني mercy to يعني ما عندهم احترام حتى للنساوين والأطفال. يعني sexual survivors of sexual violence in previous years told the commission they had not returned to their villages for fear of seeing perpetrators there or experiencing horrific violation again. The persistence of SSPDF soldiers in these areas looting food and animals from civilians further indicates the soldiers themselves lack access to basic supply and have been badly neglected by the regime, as the commission has previously reported. The soldiers started looting when people are about to harvest. When they are deployed, the government must take responsibility for feeding them. What causes soldiers to loot is hunger, as they are not given food by military. Imagine, this is the nizam اللي هسه انا بشوف في ناس كانوا ينطوا من المركب بيتكلموا هم معارضات هم سياسيين وكده، لكن هم كانوا الناس اللي دفعوا الحركه، وده حاجه ما جديد. حركه شعبيه استخدم الوسيله ده في الوقت الماضي وقد استخدم اليوم في الدوله اللي اسمها جنوب السودان، وبالاخص في اراضي استوائيه تهجيرهم ويلا بناء شعب جديد او مجموعه جديد بيختلف. يعني استوائيين بيكونوا مشردين زي ما احنا شايفين اليوم. Rather than protecting the population, soldiers prey upon communities, acting in the knowledge that they will not be held accountable. And mafia accountability, exactly that's what's happening. Even prevailing culture of impunity for crimes perpetrated by members of armed forces. Now, 211, that's point 211, NAS continues to abduct civilians. This is what, according to the report, the mana, according to the report, NAS continues to abduct civilians, including children, to bolster its forces. Discussed further below. Former abductees recounted ضمن واحد من الformer abductee recounted experiences of being made to participate in military operation and having to undertake farming and cooking activities to sustain the members of the armed group. Some had been subjected to torture, beating, including as a method to make abductees submit to carrying out military operation or take other tasks for NAS. A young woman was told that she was being raped because her family members supported the SSPDF. Those who spoke to the commission, including individuals who made escape in 2022, as well as those released in mid-2022 as part of the informal initiative by the NAS. For families, the trauma of abduction by NAS can be multi-generational. I am so stressed and in fear for the life of my son. I don't know what to do. Maybe NAS has abducted him, as they had abducted me. The impact of abduction have further strained the social fabric of communities, survivors of abduction, some of whom may themselves have perpetrated human rights abuses, of worry of rejection or retaliation from their communities, and many fear arrest by government forces or recapture by NAS. Some released abductees have been recruited as government spies. As noted above, this fracture discouraged former abductees from seeking support, and there is in any event lack of reintegration programs for them with very limited livelihood option. Some risk returning to an armed group of criminality, and some have ended up in refugee camps. There were reports of road ambush attributed to NAS that took place on the more remote roads, including the road from Yei Town to Maridi in western Equatoria and south to Lasu Town and the border. Commission also received report that NAS had harassed government workers, including by temporarily abducting public servants who were delivering service, while alleged attacks are consistent with NAS tactics previously reported by Commission, and the corporation of those report was difficult due to insecurity and excess. Let me repeat again. This is a report based on these commissioners, okay? So don't come in here try to throw things on us. This is exactly what they said, 213. I'll repeat it again. There were reports of road ambush attributed to NAS that took place on more remote roads, including the road from Yei Town to Meridi in western Equatoria and south to Lasu Town and to the border. The Commission also received report that NAS had harassed government workers, including by temporarily abducting public servants who were delivering services. While alleged attacks are consistent with NAS tactics previously reported by the Commission, the corporation of those reports difficult due to insecurity and major access restriction imposed by SPLM-IG and SPLM-IO. So again, even the report here says there is something that they need to investigate, confirming some of these allegations, because there is some allegation here that's saying NAS is doing this. So, but these guys also justify themselves by saying we cannot even go to these areas because the IG and the IO is restricting them. There is a restriction imposed by SPLM, IG, and IO. So it's a report. Remember, don't come here and start attacking us because, I know how many some of these die-hardcore will come and misunderstand what we read. This is a report. You want to read it? It's there. It's an United Nations report. Reported ambush by NAS units on civilian vehicles close to Yei Town, which is highly militarized and host many regime checkpoints, could not be identified or verified, independently verified. So this, according to what they're saying here now, that this is not from, they cannot, identify because there is a question mark. So they're getting report, I think, from the regime mostly, but I don't want to say anything here. So you can read it and you can make your own decision, make your own conclusion. So they said there is something here we cannot independently identify. So because they put it as her say, his say. That's like in court mean, it's his say against the other person's say. So we cannot get any evidence, any clear truth unless third party come from nowhere and independently identify or confirm it or verify it. So the SPLM-IO maintained presence in part of central Equatoria. This is despite the reduction of much of its force there from 2018-2021, largely from highly level defection to NAS. Again, let me repeat, a civilian or other report become the regime will come there abducting them or beating them or abusing them. And then the same time, في group تاني بيقول لا ناس abducted them. وفي فعلا evidence إنه في ناس got abducted by ناس هناك حسب الريبورت ده. So you can read it again by yourself. I don't have to, but I'm just reading this because we're going to put in a discussion in a minute. I know it's very sensitive to think, but listen, if the truth is there, we have to say it. We have to read it, and I don't want people to misunderstand. I know في ناس بخافوا حاجات زي ده, لكن we're not going to fear anything. كان أخوي غلطان, we have to condemn him. We have to cut it. So this is what it is. The SPLM-IO maintained presence in part of central Equatoria. Yani IO في western Equatoria or central Equatoria. This is despite the reduction of much of its forces from 2018 to 2020. عندي مشكلة في النتورك. I hope it's good this morning. I was here just... Sorry, I got distracted now. Okay, let me repeat again. The Commission also received report that NAS had harassed government workers, including the temporary abductees, public servants who were there. I think I read that one. The operation of these reports was difficult. Okay, yeah, I'm now on 214. The SPLM-IO maintained presence of part of central Equatoria. This despite the reduction of much of its forces from 2018 to 2021, largely from high-level defection to NAS and SPLM-IG forces. يعني في ناس طلعوا من IO مشوا دخلوا مع رجيم بتاع SPLM ده وتاني دخلوا مع NAS. That's Hasab defection Bidham. The commission received report of SPLM-IO soldiers attacking several villages in Morobo County in September 2022, looting food and property. So there's that executive in IO and Nasal Dakhal for Iron Studies and offices. This IO have never been a good thing. The Manas Jain Asan create an organization based on their tribal grudges or revenge. That's what you're gonna see. The outcome of it. ديل ما أصلاً سياسيين ولا بيفهموا السياسة ولا حتى هيجيبوا مصلحة للشعب. ديل بس ميليشيات يعني مجرمين, thugs, criminals, warlords. That's it. they أمراء الحرب. It's the community rape, and they looting food, property, committing rapes, harassing residents at gunpoint, leading displacement. يعني هم نفس الشيء مع SPLM regime. Displacement of residents, while significant tension exists between the key parties to the peace agreement. SPLM-IO forces have been continued joint operation with the SSPDF. Imagine IO forces have continued joint operation SPDF against NAS, according to the STSAM-VM. The lack of food, I don't know what this is short for, I think a group that actually testified on this point. The lack of food supplies provided to SPLM-IO soldiers was a factor in alibi, not a justification for soldiers' predation on communities. And it's an alibi for what they're doing, and they're committing these crimes because still is not justified, for them to commit such crimes. Human rights violation and abuses documented in Central Equatoria during 2022 involves the same narrative and pattern that the Commission has recorded there for more than 5 years. Forced displacement and insecurity enabled by road impunity mean the impact remains widespread. Armed forces have treated civilian population, local leaders either as enemies or as expendable. The enemy expendable. Expendable means something that actually just used and thrown on the side. Not really of a great significance. Expendable tool to be used in pursuit of military and territorial objective. Information received suggests that this is affecting community structure as people are less inclined to take on leadership role for fear of being targeted by armed groups. Traumatized civilians, many of them now displaced, lamented being caught in the middle of this fight. So هنا في point قاعد يقول يعني الناس اللي بيقولوا بخافوا حتى ذاته يكونوا leaders في your community. Down they say you're a leader, community leader, you are target number one. Because they're gonna make sure you're gonna pay for that. And then also people begin to lament the conflict. وده ذاته بيدينا هنا question mark. Why are people, with all this chaos that IO and SPLM, why still we Equatorian want to involve ourselves with these people? I don't want to answer this, but you can answer to yourself. ندخل في East Equatoria now. Eastern Equatoria State, as many other parts of South Sudan, in 2022, area East Equatoria under SPLM-IO administration saw peace agreement parties engage in violent and human rights violation. Perpetrators enjoy immunity. Again, peace agreement, all these things, still these criminals or perpetrators have been committing violence and human rights violation with impunity, without any accountability or any justice to come to stop this violence. For example, in Equatorian County is administered by county commissioner appointed by the SPLM-IO. Imagine, حتى الناس اللي في جوا يعني Equatoria كل الناس اللي بيخطون leaders في جوا Equatoria, most of them have been appointed either by IO or SPLM. بيوريك إحنا slave ولا لا؟ سؤال اللي بيسأل نفسه هل إحنا ما slave بس Upper Nile in Barghazal? We are, because he cannot be appointed by somebody else, but they appoint these people for the sake of the power room they're in. SPLM-IO administration saw peace agreement. Okay, for example, Equatorian County administration, administrated by county commissioners, appointed by the SPLM-IO, while it also hosted the SPDF garrison around the main town, Equatorian, on Sunday, 17 July 2022. And these things are documented by time, date, and all that. Sunday, July 17, 2022, resident of part of Equatorian town went into hiding or fled the area upon hearing gunshots. Yani Shah Bitana Biga always in terror. Imagine. Muqarana ma Upper Nile, where Upper Nile, they will fight. And then tomorrow they will cry no Humma victims. But in Equatorian civilian Tana, la indu voice, la indana leaders, la indana hatta protection. Our people are just living trauma day and night. So the Iquitos town went into hiding or fled area upon hearing gunshot fired by SSPDF soldiers from the nearby garrison. Soldiers had gone through the town on a spree of shooting, looting, property destruction. A young mother rounded to the commission that there was a chaos as worshippers ran in different directions. They come Sunday, they were praying. They counted on Sunday, out of Sunday church service. Witnesses describe SSPDF soldiers stealing properties, burning down civilians' homes and shops. Relatives and police officers and wildlife officers who were killed in the violence said they had been taken from their residence and shot dead out in the front in view of their families. And this is the barbarity of these so-called Sassanese, Aban al-Bahar Ghazal. Again, I'll repeat it. I was in church worshiping when we heard gunshot and scream outside. As the chaos continued, we ran out of church and scampered for safety. The next day, members of the SSPDF Tiger Battalion deployed. Tiger Battalion deployed to Equatos from eastern Equatorial capital, Torit. They reportedly stabilized the situation, according to the Lome stabilized the situation, as locally based SSPDF soldiers returned to their garrison. Where residents emerged from hiding, many found their belongings had been looted and their properties destroyed by the garrison SSPDF soldiers. So the big تلقى النازل بيشتغلوا double. One بيجي بيعمل قال دير نازل والثاني بيجي بيسرق. So you wonder, I don't know what kind of country is this or what kind of military is this, but God help us. I have lost everything. This is civilian قاعد يتكلم. I have lost everything I owned. I was a student at the Equator Secondary School. I have plans to further my education, but I'm not sure that it will happen now. Everything has been lost in this senseless conflict. My restaurant, my home, another person قاعد يتكلم. My restaurant, my home, and my valuables in my house. Life now is displaced person. Life now as a displaced person is hard. The violence appeared, this 219, the violence appeared to have been triggered as retaliation for the incident on 17 July. This is a retaliation according to what the report is saying. On 17 July, where SSPDF soldiers have been shot dead in the altercation in which alcohol was involved. Information received about fighting that weekend between militias related to the tribal-based grievances and cattle raiding and the allegation of involvement in violence by members of the SPLM-IO and NAS could not be verified. This is not verified, but I think these guys from the SPLM try to justify it that way. Could not be verified, commission, or other organizations. Most significantly, the violence and resulting displacement took place in the context of simmering tension between SPLM-IO appointed county commissioner and the local SSPDF. So actually, fi evidence in this is between the IO and the SPLM-SPDF. It wasn't based on what the first Gulf can alcohol or militia or cattle raiding. So these things cannot be verified. But the very one can be verified is SPLM and IO. Mushkil of the commission, what do you call it? County commissioner. And if he mushkilat al-Shawl, who disagree on power sharing, residents told the commission they felt marginalized from the state and protecting of its forces due to their living in an SPLM-IO administration area. Let me repeat it again. Most significantly, the violence and resulting displacement took place in the context of simmering tension between SPLM-IO appointed county commissioner and local SSPDF commander, who disagreed on power sharing. Resident told the commission, that's from the resident whom will witness there, they felt marginalized from the state and the protection of its forces due to their living in an SPLM-IO administrative area. I fear further attacks by government forces, especially when I hear rumors that the SSPDF is not taking orders from the county commissioner, and that the commissioner may have been a target of SSPDF soldiers. The commission, 2020, the commission received reports that more than 18,000 people were displaced in July violence, with some people fleeing into Palpek, I don't know, I hope I pronounce it correctly, Palpk, Palpek, refugee settlement in neighboring Uganda, while others disappeared into eastern Equatoria, including the town of Torit. Many civilians have decided not to return to Equator's town because they fear persistent insecurity and chance of further violence there. So Nazil Marajo, they were displaced and they feared to come back as already is a tension area. There was nothing left for me in Equator, so I left, hoping for a better future. 2021, further incident between the SSPDF and SPLM-IO in the area negatively impacted prospect for addressing security concern of civilian population. On 31st July, the SPLM-IO General Secretary for Equator's County was arrested by SSPDF soldiers, reportedly beaten and then transferred to Torit. 2 SPLM-IO Major Generals were also detained by SSPDF while traveling from Equator to Torit in September. As a result, a large proportion of soldiers under their command reportedly withdrew from attending the graduation ceremony for the necessary unified forces held in the late September in Torit town. 2022, at year end, I'm just reading the paragraph 222. At the year end, no steps appeared to have been taken to address civilian displacement or the political conflict undermining the peace agreement. This despite the establishment of an investigation by the State Governor's Office and the recommendation by the Peace Agreement Monitoring Entity. So, okay, these are the Peace Agreement Monitoring Entity, which is called STSAM-VM. That the responsible SSPDF unit be withdrawn from close proximity to the town of Iquitos. So let me repeat it again because I think people might understood. At year end, no step appeared to have been taken to address civilian displacement or the political conflict undermining the peace agreement. This is despite the establishment of the investigation by the State Governor's Office and the recommendation by the Peace Agreement Monitoring Entity, which is the STSAM-VM, that the responsible SSPDF unit be withdrawn from the close proximity to the town of Iquitos. So my final paper here reading conflict and prevailing climate of impunity. So there is a lot of conflict and impunity, prevailing climate of impunity for serious crimes. In particular, the Commission found that armed forces and group of South Sudan continue to recruit and abduct children. Again, children are the most victimized, with women who are, abduct children who are exploited in various roles. And if a lot of roles I'm going to use them for, including as cooks, as spies, jawasis, and as bodyguards, members of armed forces. Imagine, atfal bikunu bodyguard lenas kubar. Members of armed forces and groups have also committed acts of sexual violence. Whom are very good at that thing. Nasta, Marishat, IO, SPLM. Members of armed forces and groups have also committed acts of sexual violence, particularly against girls. Many affected children and their families have been threatened with harm if they resist to try to escape. While there have been initiatives to release children from armed forces and groups, these have not been fully successful. As of Atfal hostages at this moment in these camps with IO and SPLM. The screening process for the necessary unified forces has also not sufficiently addressed the issue of child recruitment, children survivors who had left armed forces and group described to the Commission how they were suffering from trauma, depression, and exposure of diseases. Challenges with reintegration have led some survivors to rejoin armed groups or join criminal gangs. And I have something to say about it later. It was evident in the Commission engagement that most affected children had experienced multiple violations of their rights. The human rights violation and the abuses against the children in armed conflict and areas of insecurity have persisted despite commitment to end such practices. South Sudan is the state party to the Convention on the Right of the Child and in its optional protocol on the involvement of children armed conflict. In the 2008 Child Act and 2009 Sudan's People Liberation Army Act are consistent with the optional protocol to the extent that they prohibit recruitment of persons under 18 years of age into armed forces. 2017 cessation of hostilities agreement and 2018 revitalized agreement further committed all the parties to the agreement of refrain from using children in the armed forces. The government has legislated related commitments to other key parties to the peace agreement have endorsed these things. But these laws and commitments have not been adequately resourced and operationalized in practice. The UN Security Council annually receives reports from Secretary General on 6 grave violations against children in situation of armed conflict. These are killing and other form of sexual violence, attacks on school or hospital, abduction of children, and denial of humanitarian access. On February 2020, comprehensive action plan to end alongside commitment from parties to the revitalized agreement. Yet in 2022, both SSPDF and SPLM-IO were again listed by UN as parties that commit grave violation against children. As in previous years, the recruitment and use of children armed forces was most prevalent grave violation reported. The several representative of Secretary General for Children and Armed Conflict in the country visit in May 2022 noted steps already taken while calling upon authorities to do more, including addressing impunity. The Committee on Rights of Child echoed this call in including observation on South Sudan in October 2022, recommendation, investigations, accountability, and remedies in response to all cases of child recruitment. 2026, in 2022, the Committee on Rights of Child further called for child-sensitive disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration, and for adequate fund for the work of, I think I have some more, sorry, National Disarmament, Demobilization, and Reintegration Commission. The UN Secretary General also called the government budget according for such work. The lack of dedicated resourcing is a persistent issue. In February 2019, the Commission highlighted the lack of budgetary allocation toward the National Disarmament, Demobilization, and Reintegration Commission noted the work of UN and NGO in attempting to cover these services gap. 4 years later, 3 years since comprehensive action plan was signed, this chronic under-resourcing persisted. As a result, children are unable to access adequate demobilization and reintegration support, underscoring the funding challenges. In June 2022, a senior civil servant, and Minister of Gender, Child, and Social Welfare reportedly spoke out that policy framework to protect children were not being implemented where needed, largely due to insufficient funds allocation to responsibility, government, and departments. So I'll stop here, but there is a lot about the children thing, and I'm trying to see how far it is. A lot. Wow. So I'm going to stop here because Fitani and children, that the use of children in armed forces and the barrier to their integration. So we're going to explain the tragedy that these children are going through. So the most vulnerable people here are children and women. So when Hassan began doing this behavior to take children as hostages and use them as combatants, spies, cooks, and a ground for them to That's why last time I said ayo mushkilata Upper Nile Bahar Ghazal lazim yirja lehum hinak. They must not abuse us. First of all, ayo belong to Upper Nile, belong to one group the same as SPLM. Might deny to us يقول لنا ده حزب سياسي. ما في هي حزب سياسي في حركات الاثنين دي الحركة الشعبية وحركة الشعبية في المعارضة. كل الحركات دي عندهم خلفية قبلية. المؤسف اننا اخواننا الاستوائيين واخواننا الاستوائيين اللي بيحاولوا يضللوا اخواننا على اساس انه هم عاوزين يغطوا المواضيع ده. الجرائم اللي قاعد يحصل ده لانه هم ماشيين بالطريقه الغلط. Instead of speaking for the people of Equatoria, like انا قلت لك مشكله تاع لبنان لما كان احداث تاع لبنان, how these people stood up. كل زول اخذ جهه بتاعه وعارف وين هو belong. لما جيتموا كجروب كل زول عنده قوه متساوي مع البعض. ما في زول تاني بيجي بيكبر نفسه على الثاني. عشان هم يبنوا حكومه لازم ناس يعترفوا كيف نبني حكومه وناس يشاركوا كيف. لكن right now حتى عشان حاجه اللي يحصل زي اللي حصل في لبنان I think it's too late خلاص. وصلنا لمرحله لا عوده له. لانه الناس اللي بيجوا ما قاعدين create بس displacement and killing and abuse, but they also making sure that Equatorial must not return back home. ده بيجي بيقول لك احتلال بوضوح لانه ده طريقه احتلال. Occupation. When an occupier want to occupy, they will do the same thing what they did to the Native American, when they did to the Native Australian Aboriginal for Australia. Because this is the same behavior. And هم يا حكومة وهم يا criminal وهم يا هو المواطنين تاع البلد. So this system or this game اللي هم قاعدين يلعبوها the same game اللي كان مستعمر استخدموا في دول اللي هم جا غزوها. And imagine these guys, if it wasn't for Equatorian who voted for that independent حاجة اسمه جنوب Sudan, we would have never been today in this condition or this predicament. And another today we fight each other to a capital take, and they will even expect within the 3 states of Equatoria, the whole region of Equatoria, to the extent whom began them the audacity to come and say whom are hukuma, whom are the military, and whom are the citizens, while the real citizens are chased, traumatized, terrorized, abused, and marginalized to the extent بيبقى ما عندهم any dignity ولا right. And then نلقى في puppets بتاعنا الإيكواتوريين اللي دايرين يربطوا لسه حالهم في حبل الحركة الشعبية الفاشلة. ما عاوزين you stand up like men المولودين من الرجال بكل رجولة. You fight for the land of Equatoria and the people of Equatoria اللي getting abused by these 2 tribal organizations اللي أصلا going to claim هم يا حكومة بتاعنا. When they're fighting in Upper Nile, they will make it a different story. And then when it comes to Equatorial defenseless, they will say this is siyasa, the hukuma, you know, and then they will dismiss our issues بسيط. إحنا كلامنا ده بسيط، لكن دول يجوا كتار وهم مسلحين, and they're the one who are killing each other by their own weapons, while Equatorial are the one who's getting abused by the weapon of the same criminals. And هم commit crime in Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal بيجي في Equatoria بيجي abuse our children and women. لو انت كتوري منك احساس بكلام ده, then I feel sad for you. We'll let history judge you, and let the people that died they judge you, and put curse on all these people that allow Equatorial to suffer more. And also, I pray that history must not forgive them, nor the generation that died will not forgive them. Because when you allow your own brothers and sisters to go to this level, then you have no right even to call yourself Equatorian. I prefer you call yourself Palestinian and go away from us, because you are not even deserve that land. The Equatorian have suffered since the SPLM was created. لحد هسه وفي ناس عايزين deny إنه SPLM was not the reason of why Equatoria have suffered. SPLM betrayed Equatoria time and time. حتى لما بقينا الدولة the same SPLM دي قسم حاله لعدة فروق, لكن هم the same قبائل الموجودين فوقه وال same القبائل بيجي بتزعموا هم يا حكومة وهم يا أغلبية وهم يا victims وهم يا perpetrators in the same time, but they would never call themselves perpetrators. They always call themselves we just reacted on revenge, or we reacted on base السنة الماضي, أو إحنا لأنه majority, أو إحنا جعانين مننا حتى لشكل كان نسرق. يعني everyday excuses. أو إحنا عندنا مشكلة ده بس مشكلة بين نفرين يلا قاعدين يستغلوا ناسنا, وإنتوا كان بيستغلوكم انتوا ليه تيجي تشيلوا السلاح تقتلوا بعضكم في نفس الوقت. هسه كان قتلوا ليدر ما يبقى جيران مات, جيران كان يستغل الجنوبيين كله, جيران مات لسه قاعدين تستغلوا بعض. لكن انتوا قاعد تستغلوا إيكواتوريا اكثر لانه قعدتوا في ارض استوائيه ودمرتوا ارض استوائيه. سو انا بجيب هنا ما ذكرت but it's very sad. The report is there. I wish I could find a way I could post the link. I think there was a guy who talked about it, but he read about his own territory there في Upper Nile. But I will try to read it to you guys. I mean, I will try to, because في تاني هنا also talk about the same thing, giving يعني قاعد يشرح بقى الباريرز اللي قاعد give these children hard time. يعني هسه لما انا اتكلمت اخر ده قاعد يتكلم عن وضع الاطفال ده يعني ما في اي hope. And then guess what؟ هم هنا عاملين حجه ما في قروش قال عشان يقدر يسبورت these children ويعمل integration back to communities ويhelp them عشان يقدر يعني ما يجي حتى في عيال تانيين بيبقوا مجرمين قد ما هم قاعد abused mentally physically. في تانيين بيبقوا join gangs وتسميتوا بالجانجز اللي في جوبا وسميتوا الجانجز اللي قاعد ما يدل عنه الابيوز. Like last time there is a report from this French journalist reporter. She put it in last time we talked about it. She talked about the human right violation also within this area of Jungule on the Murle and by Dinka and Nuer and also by some Murle men on their women and children. Yani huma both they are perpetrators and victims of their own way of behavior of killing and abusing their women and children. So now they're using the same behavior like in Dordebiga في Equatorian اللي هم ما قاعدين يعمل the same behavior في على النيل ولا في إيكواتوريا لكن هم بيجوا بيرسلوا the same time اللي يقولوا المشكلة ده كله بتاعنا. عشان كده نديركم تفهموا إنه المشكلة اللي قاعد يحصل في على النيل ده جرائم على النيل واللي حصل في استوائية ده جرائم على النيل وبحر غزال. And I will put that as a clear message and I am responsible for it. لأنه كان ده ما جرائم بتاع النيل وبحر غزال then tell us who is committing it. منو يا مؤسس رئيس الحركة الشعبية؟ منو يا رئيس الحركة الشعبية في معارضة؟ منو يا رئيس الحركة الشعبية في النظام؟ ومن يا أغلبية اللي قاعد يعمل مشاكل وبيحاولوا يغيروا القصة كل يوم. That's the same people في Upper Nile بحر غزال. هم كcommunities cannot sit peace ولا حتى في جو. عشان كده let us make it clear. الزول بيرفع سلاح بيجي بالكوري قالوا قتلوه كمان ده هو مشكلته. لكن في إيكواتوريا لما بيقتلونا ده they kill us really clear قدام الشمس وقدام الناس. حتى زول بتاع أمن اللي كان شغال معهم بيجي بيضربوه سلاح عشان هم يبرهنوا حالهم هم ياو السيادة في البلد. وإيكواتوريان هنا في some Equatorians still want to sing كومبايا منازل قالوا راح كنا حرب لاجي جنوب السودان. وهذا هم ذاته هنا implicated according to the report. طبعا لسه في يعني this is investigation بنفسه. وفي نفس الوقت يا في criminal guide معهم في معارضة هناك اسمه بول مولونج وفي report عنه. I found it was so disturbing. The man is a criminal and his evidence of him who killed نويرتا 2013 ده he was the one behind it. ويلا تلقى هو عشان كده تلقى إنه أي زول أنا كاستوائي قومي nationalist I will never trust no the regime ولا opposition لأنه كلهم criminals because the way how they stand together and the way how they work together not for interested people لكن كلهم بيضيعوا فرص للاستوائيين وللشعب. لأن المواطن الاستوائي الحسة مشرد ده ما حيلقى حقه ولا حيلقى أرضه ولا حيلقى كرامته. أطفالنا هسه مضيعينهم دمروهم. This is future generation. انتهوا خلاص. بيشيلون بقوة السلاح عشان يخطون جواسيس ويشغلون خدم ويغتصبون كمان. يعني ده كان بقى عندك ما عندك إنسانية عشان لك زيح من الاستوائية خليك بعيد. خلي الاستوائيين يكونوا أحرار. وين هنكون أحرار إن شاء الله. وأنا بكيف هنا. Ilya, are you there? Guys, got this morning? Yeah, go ahead. I'll leave a comment. Go ahead, you can comment. Welcome, Brother James. Good to see you, CJ and Didi. And those who want to join and say anything in their comment. I know some people don't like the truth, but we have to say it. If you don't agree with me, you're welcome to even say I'm wrong. But let me tell you, this is a report طلع منهم ما مني أنا ده من الأمم المتحدة من commissioners. عشان كده في ناس حتى في النظام like last time Didi have mentioned ديل دخلوا في يعني عندهم crime committed in Upper Nile وبغزال يعني نازل عملوا جرائم في إيكواتوريا ده خليك منه بعيد شديد. ده too much. which even though في ناس بيحاولوا من السياسيين اللي في المعارضات بالأخص بيحاولوا يصغروا قضية الاستواء إنه الأحداث اللي حصلت بالاستواء ده حاجات بسيطة. وبيحاولوا بقى يعملوا شنو، بيرفعوا عدد. يعني انا ما بقول عدد بيرفعوه على اساس، او بينقصوا العدد، سوري، تنقيص العدد على اساس يعني استواء ده عدد بسيط يا اخي، دي الاقليه، وموتى بتاع ما بيساوي موتى بتاع على النيل. يعني imagine this is what they're trying to say. ونفس الوقت من يوم مسلحين في جنوب السودان، القبائل المسلحه في جنوب السودان ده منه، وياتوا ناس اللي هم اليوم كقبائل ماسكين الحكومه. ما تقول لك الحكومه ده هنا في سياسه، لانه كان في سياسه حتى ذاته، كان مشينا لدول تانيين في سياسات بيستخدموها، لكن ما بوصل لمرحله اللي عاوزين يبيدوا ويشيلوا جذور بتاع الناس من اراضيهم. وفي نفس الوقت مشكله مفترض تتحل كحل صحيح، يجيبوهم هم يبغوا يكونوا السياده، هم يبغوا يجيبوا هايون. يعني بيجي خدونا هنا كبابت اند كيوز، زي ما قال، حتى قال في مقطع قال انه هم بيوزس as expendable or use us in a way of like expendable، على اساس انها حاجه اي وقت بيكبونا، بس بيستخدمونها زي اداه معينه وبتكب. فانا ما ذكرت، لكن اتفضل اقدر اتكلم. جو ahead guys. يا CJ, DD, brother James, all of you guys welcome.
يا هلا، كيف أتيك؟ تمام.
الحمد لله انا كويس، شكرا. يا عيد مبارك، يا عيد الفطر مبارك.
تعود الأيام. أنت التغريد ده طلعته اليو إن ولا؟
ايوه، الامم المتحده، يا UNHR. يا
كويس إنه أنت قريته. تقريبا الكلام اللي اتقال فيه، لو أنت بتتذكر اتكلمنا عنه قبل كده كتير، كمان تكلمنا عن حاجات دي كتير. وده تقرير يعني محايد. أي تقرير يجي من الأمم المتحدة أو أي منظمات من منظمات الأمم المتحدة المختصة في أي مجال، هو بيكون هو محايد، وبيكون مبني على حاجات حاصلة على مستوى الأرض. الكلام أنت قلته مثلا بتاعت، أنا حضرت جزء منه، يعني ما كله، لكن سمعته كله حاصل. بالذات مثلا المسألة بتاعت أكتر أنت قلتها دي، التعيين بتاع المحافظ لازم يتم بواسطة IO أو الحركة الشعبية. دي براها في حد نفسها، دي مشكلة، دي إشكالية كبيرة بالمناسبة. يلا في الحتة دي أنا أكون معك صادق أخوي أتيكا. نسيت معلش كمان ما حييت الناس، انتهت صراحة أحييهم وحي الناس اللي بيجي يحضروا بعدين التسجيل يعني. فهنا المشكلة دي بتاعت الإيكاتوريان، وهنا ما بتحتاج المسألة اللي عشان الناس تنقسم، لأنه مثلا ده يقول this is my opinion, this is your opinion and this is my opinion. لأنه المسألة واضحة هنا. في أول شيء عدم احترام لإرادة المواطن، لما أنك أنت تكون في جزئين، يهو أو حزبين أو اتجاهين، هو بيعين لك المحافظ أو يعين لك أي شخصية دستورية، ده طوال تاخد تحتهم خط أحمر. يلا الماسكين الخط بتاع مثلا يقول لك كل ساعة السودان فيه كرايسيس والمشاكل دي عام. يس، المشاكل دي عام، لكن المشاكل دي عمرنا احنا ما سمعنا لنا مشاكل انه الناس بتغارم بالمشاكل. تقول يا ده زي حكايه انه زول يعني عضاه ثعبان، تقول يا اخي ما الثعبان ده كان عض عبد الوهاب، حتقول زول كان جارنا ده كلام ما بيستوي اصلا. اذا ناس بقت عندها فكره زي دي، معناته انت قاعد تنقص مشكلتك انت براه، وقاعد تفرغها من محتواه كإيكاتوريا. زول يقول حاجة زي دي طوالي تصنفه في أنه بيأيد الفكر. أي زول أيا كان، حتى لو زول ده ذاته إيكاتوريا جاء بقى يشجع له الحياة زي دي، يبقى أنه مشترك في الجريمة نفسها. لأنه التغريد ده ما كتبته مثلا جهة سياسية عشان نحن نقول مثلا من وراءه في أجندة. ده تغرير محايد. برضو من ضمن التغرير أنا سمعت أنهم بيتهموا المواطنين العزل القاعدين في مثلا في مناطقهم، يعني زول قاعد في قريته انت تيجي تقول له يا اخي انت مؤيد لحزب معين، انت عرفت كيف ان الزول ده يعني انه هو مؤيد للحزب الفلاني؟ انت عرفت كيف؟ هل في اشارات هنا بتوضح في العيون انه الزول ده تابع لجهه ما؟ اوكي، اللي تابع لجهه ما يوم 200 انك تكون تابع لاي حركه او اي حزب سياسي دي جريمه. واذا انت اخذتها مثلا اذا هم اخذوها مثلا، شوف دي حكومه بتتصرف كيف، انه عشان مثلا اكس من الناس هو من ابناء المنطقه الفلانيه، معناته اي زول قاعد في المحل ذاك لافي قاعد في قريته هو مؤيد للجهه. اليو ان طلعت تقرير ذكرته في التقرير بتاعه هنا. ده برضو يعني الإيكاتوريين نفسهم، أنا بقول الإيكاتوريين these days أنا ما قاعد أتكلم الكلام واضح كده أقول الإيكاتوريين، نحن بنتكلم على حسب التقرير الحاصل هنا اليو ان طلع. يلا هنا يا هذه كانت خلي السياسة دي ما علم بتاع متغيرات. احنا فتنا الوقت بتاع انه تاني نجي نتكلم البكايات والنواح، انه يا اخي عملوا لفلان كده عملوا لعلان كده. ده جاء الوقت انه إيكاتوريين ذاته يواشوا الحاجات دي، هم يقولوا حاجات اليوين قالوا ده هل هو صح ولا كذب؟ يلا درجة العادة انت لو لاحظت انا شايف انك ذكرت كلام، اذا مثلا اي من الناس الحيوين قالتهم ديل قال نفس الكلام ده واشتكى طلعوا في شكل تقرير، يجوا ناس من جهات تانية يجي يقولوا لي لا الشيء ده ما كده، حقك ده اقل، احنا عندنا حاجات زي دي اكتر من حاجتك دي. اوكي طيب الحاجات اللي قاعد تحصل اللي عندكم دي ليه شنو انتم ما تقولوها برضه؟ يعني ليه يوم في جهه معينه تتكلم عن مظالم معينه حصلت لها ناس من جهات معينه ومعروفين، انتوا عارفين الناس ديك وناس منهم، ممكن نذكرهم بالاسم اذا ضاعت الضروره، اي زول عارفهم. هسه الناس اللي قاعدين تحت ديل عارفين الناس ديك وناس منهم معروفين بالاسم، يعني المعروفين لنا هنا يمكن انا اعدهم يمكن 5 تنفار، وفي غالب الاحيان هم 3، وفي بعض الروايات هم 2. ديل بيجي يقولوا لا البتاع ده انت المفترض ما تقول كده. ده زي انت تمشي مثلا محل بكا تلقى الناس مثلا حزينين وقاعدين يتذكروا فقيدهم، تيجي تقول له لا انت يا اخي ليه بتبكي كده؟ انت المفروض يعني تبكي كده. يا اخي انا متألمة يا سيدي العزيز. يقول لك لا انت لازم تكون زول ناشوناليست عشان تتناول قضايا زي دي، لازم تكون زول ناشوناليست. طيب علاقة التأثر بمشكلة معينة زي الأمم المتحدة ذكرتها دي، علاقتها شنو بالقومية دي؟ مش يقول المتاجرة دي متاجرة. إذا أصلا الجهات دي الثانية دي اللي بيجي يقول لك مثلا الأحداث زي دي قاعد تحصل عندنا برضه هناك، طيب لو بتحصل عندك وأنت ساكت دي ما ممكن تصنف سياسيا أنك أنت زول تاجر، أنت متاجر بتتاجر بقضايا أهلك كده، ما عندها أي مسمى ثاني. طيب أنت لو سكاتك دار تسكت لشيء في نفس يعقوب، يا أخي أسكت. ليه الناس التانيين اللي بيتكلموا عن قضاياهم بيهدوا الأمم المتحدة طلعت تقرير وافي وشافي، أنت تيجي تقول لهم لا هنا ده يصنف أنه ده نوع من الارتزاق. ده ارتزاق سياسي وتسول سياسي، يعني زي الناس الحايمين مش حايمين، عشان ما في زول يجي يقول وقال حايمين. في فرق بين الحوامة والهيامة. دي الناس هايمين ديل على رؤوسهم، ان انت من ترفض الحقيقه او دار تصنف الحقيقه على حسب انت الدايره او على حسب الخط السياسي انت الدايره. ده يا جماعه يعني تصرف ما مقبول وما بيتخطى في الحته بتاعت الابينيون، لانه الابينيون ما في مشكله اصلا. اخويا تيكا واستاذ برضو الاخ سي جي والاخوة دي الناس اللي معانا هنا تحت، يعني قضايا الراي دي يعني شيء مسموح بها، يعني التباين والاختلاف ده حيكون موجود، لكن في قضايا المجتمع وبالذات الحاجات اللي عندها علاقه بالمطالب، او لما الانسان يصرخ يقول يا جماعه يا اخي انا عندي مشكله، انت تيجي تقول له مثلا يا اخي انت ما عندك مشكله، المشكله دي موجوده عند ناس فلان او عند ناس علان، انا يسخن لي الكلام ده يحتاج مننا لمراجعه. لكن بالنسبه لي ده رايي شخصي وفي تقديراتي يا اخويا الكرام، نوع الحاجات زي دي هي كويسه. ليه كويسه؟ لانه دي بتبين لك الخيط الابيض من الخيط الاسود. ما معنى السياسه؟ السياسه دي مثلا اذا نحن مثلا اختلفنا في الاقتصاد مثلا، او اختلفنا في إساءة مثلا نظام تعليم معين، ده شيء بيكون على الاقل بيخش في العقل. لكن لما نختلف في مسمى، في ناس بيموتوا، في ناس حقوقهم مهضومه، نجيب نقول يا اخي رايك كده وراي ذاك كده، انا خلي الحته دي تحتاج لمراجعه بالنسبه لنا نحن كمواطنين جنوب السودان. اوكي، اذا ده مثلا منهج متبع على حسب ناخدها على حسب تفكيرهم، ليه دائما ما ده سؤال كويشن مارك، ليه دائما لما القضيه تتعلق بإيكواتوريا هم بيتكلموا؟ انتوا لو لاحظتوا غايته دي انا لاحظت ليها كثير طوال الكلام، الشماعه الوحيده بيجي يقولوا لا everybody is like that. الكلام ده انا سمعته كثير، انتوا اكيد برضو سمعتوه كثير. يلا دي نحن بنخليها للزمن، ما خلاص تكلمنا بما فيه الكفايه. انا ممكن اخدها في المقوله بتاع غطع الجهيزه او لكل خطيب. اتكلمنا نفس التقرير بتاع الامم المتحده، انا بتذكر احنا اتكلمنا لقطه الموضوع ده لبان، اتكلمنا فيه يمكن اكثر من حق الامم المتحده، وفي ناس قالوا كتار، يعني نشطاء قالوه ومواطنين متألمين قالوه، لكن اسمعت حيا ولا حياه لمن تنادي. في جهات ما داير. يلا في العمل السياسي وانا حاوجس هنا، اي انسان كفرد او اي ناس كجماعه او اي تنظيم كتنظيم او اي هيئه تنكر الحقائق على مستوى الارض، بالذات لو الحقائق دي بتمس حياه الناس، معناته انت تصنف الجهه ديك او الفرد ذاك ضمن المؤيدين وهو شريك اصيل في جريمه. لانه شوف الراجل اللي عملوا معاه انترفيو ده ولا الولد اللي عملوا معاه انترفيو ده قاعدين يدقوا فيه وقاعدين يعذبوه وقاعد في منطقته، يعني ما مشي محل تاني. يلا دائما انت من تيجي تدرس اي حاله ايا كان هي وضع شنو، يعني القصه دي شنو، انت بتشوف بطراعه حاجتين: العامل الزماني يعني حصل 200، والعامل المكاني اللي هو ظرف المكان والزمان. الراجل ده يمن الموظفين بتاع الامم المتحده بيعمل معاه انترفيو لقوا ايه؟ هل هو كان قاعد في على النيل مشى يتوغل في محلات ناس تانيين، ولو انه هو عنده حق كمواطن جنوب السودان عندك حريه التنقل، لكن المأساة دي لقيتك وين؟ لما كويشن مارك. الإجابة أنه لقوه في منطقة في الاستوائية هنا، معناته في تعدي. تكرارا. قلنا لهم اللي بيحصل ده زي ما التقرير بتاع الأمم المتحدة قالته، ده عملية بتاع إحلال وإبدال اللي هو demographic change، التغيير الديموغرافي. التغيير الديموغرافي بيتم كيف؟ ما في جهة، بالذات التغيير الديموغرافي ما بيتم بواسطة دائما حكومات أو منظمات شبه حكومية أو جهات شبه عسكرية، لأنه بيستخدموا فيه القوة. لأنه لو إنسان جه استخدم معك مثلا القوة الناعمة الديموغرافي ما حيتم. يا بيستخدموا سلطة الدولة اللي هو يصدروا بعض القرارات غصبا عنك حتى لو ما تدخل عسكري، أو بقوة السلاح. حسي في الاستوائية الحاجتين واقعات، سوء استخدام السلطة واستخدام القوة العسكرية ممثلة في قوات دفاع جنوب السودان، وده مذكور في التقرير. يلا هنا عملية التغيير الديموغرافي كاملة الأركان، جريمة ملبسة في الناس دي. دليل شنو؟ أنه في ناس قاعد ترحل من الغرة بتاعتها محلاتها الأساسية خارج جنوب السودان. ده تاني ما بيحتاج مثلا للتفصيل. أوكي، طيب إذا نحن دارين نعمل مقارنة رقمية، هل نكون صادقين مع نفسنا، هل في تغيير ديموغرافي في محل تاني غير الإقليم الاستوائي أو إيكاتوريا كما يحلو للناس؟ برضو إجابات، أسئلة تحتاج إجابات. نحن لما نجيب لإجابات زي دي بنقدر بعد ده نصنف أو نضع ديفينيشن معين اللي بيحصل على مستوى الأرض. والعادة دائما الأنظمة أو الجهات أو الهيئات سميها as you want name it، لما تجي تقوم بفعل زي ده هي ما بتجي تقول لك دايركت أنه ده تغيير ديموغرافي. حرق المزارع مثلا وما قالوا لك أطلع من هنا، ده تغيير ديموغرافي. معناته أنت لما تلقى ما في أكل لولاداتك حتضطر تخلي المحل ده. أوكي، المحل ده لو بقى فاضي ممكن أنت ما تسميه تغيير ديموغرافي، ده تسميه تنكيل. لكن مجرد ما أنت تمشي ضد ظهرك في زول تاني بيجي يقعد في المحل ده طوالي رايد أوي اوتوماتيكالي، ده تغيير ديموغرافي. ده التعريف بتاعه كده أصلا. يعني ده ما بيحتاج اكس من الناس انه نقول ده راي علان وده راي فلان. دائما التعريفات دلالاتها هو بتوري، عشان احنا ما نلعب بالالفاظ. مثلا زي واحد يقول لك يا اخي انا ماشي الخرطوم، واحد يقول لك انا ماشي من الكلاكله مثلا، يقول لك انا ماشي بشارع شرك. واحد يقول لك يا اخي انا ماشي بشارع الغاب. كلنا في النهاية بنمشي الخرطوم، محطة الوسطى يعني السوق العربي هناك، لكن الطريق يختلف. يلا المصائب انت ما تقيس المصائب كده، لانه ده فيه موت وفيه عدم استقرار لجزء عزيز من مواطني جنوب السودان دي. اذا تم في اي محل تاني، في اي محل حتى خارج إيكاتوريا بندين، لكن هو ده حاصل قدامك وامام اعينك. انا يتخلي في تقديراتي ده ما بيحتاج تاني، لانه يوروا زول ما يحتاج يسأل منظومة قالت. انا شخصيا ما حافتي في الكلام ده كتير، لانه تكلمنا بما فيه الكفاية. يلا في واحدة من انا حاختم هنا، واحدة من الاثار الجانبية يا استاذاتك بتاع الاحباط اللي هو الديموراليزيشن. واحدة من نتائجه انه الفيكتيم يجي يقول لك لا، وده حصل، ابتدى يحصل. احنا نكون اونس مع نفسنا. في اي محل، ما في ساوث السودان براو او في كاتوريا او في اي محل في الدنيا دي، ما الاثار بتاعت اي شيء عندها نتائج، ونتائجها السلبيه والايجابيه هي موحده في اي محل. يلا في الحالات بتاعت الفيكتيم او الضحايا، يوم ضحية يجي يتكلم خلاف ما أنه المشاكل اللي هو بيواجهها ما في جهة بتحدده مثلا شايلة فيه سلاح، لو جاهرين في وش سلاح أو مسلطين له مثلا السيف في رقبتك، أنت بعد ده تكون ما مواخذ في الكلام أنت اللي بتقوله، لأنه ما في زول دار يموت أصلا. لو في تكافؤ قوة يس أنت بتقول، لكن لو ما في تكافؤ بتاع قوة خدت لك السلاح في راسك أنت بتقول أي شيء على حسب اللي قالوا لك. يلا أنت، أنا لما أقول أنت يعني قاصد أي زول يعني including me too، أنت تكون بعيد من أكل كور والبطش بتاعه جهاز أمن الجنوب داك أو الجيش دفاع جنوب السودان ده، أنت بعيد منه وتجي تنكر أو تخفف من وطأة الحدث وأنت فيكتم. دي واحدة من إفرازات الإحباط نفسه. ويلا ده في العرف السياسي ده هو اللي بيقوم كريت شنو، ده بيكون لك حاجة اسمها الكتلة الحرجة أو الكريتيكال ماس، وابتدت تتكون. هسي بدت، أنا ما أقدر أقول لك لسه ما بدت، هسي بدت في بداية التطوير. صراحة نحن نكون واضحين مع نفسنا قبل ما يعني الناس المنتديات دي يا الإخوة يا كرام ما بنجي فيها ساكتة. الواحد ما عنده شغلة، أي زول عنده شغلته الحاجة اللي دار يعملها في دنياه دي بيختلف من زيد لعبيد، لكن نحن ندي الوطن حق. أنا لما أقول الوطن حقه معناته حتى الوطن الصغير ده ما هو وطننا، ده هو محل أجدادنا ودي هو الحتة اللي بتجمعنا نحن. يعني أنا ما بشي بكورك ليه مصيبة زول تاني، لأنه أنا ما عارف أنه مصيبته شنو. يس ممكن يتعاطف معاه، لكن حاجاته دي بعض مرات عندها علاقة بالكالتشر باك جراوند. يعني أنت ذكرت حاجة قبل أو التقرير، في تقرير كان طلعوا قبل كده اشتغلنا فيه واحدة من الرومات، يعني الروم أنا اللي بشتغل فيه كل يوم يعني في الأسبوع مرتين 3 مرات، اللي هو التقرير طلع في فبراير شهر 2 السنة دي ذاته، أنه يا أخي الحتة الفلانية في جنوب السودان حصل فيها كيت كيت كيت، وجزء منه اللي هو عملية بتاع السبي النساء. وداري الزول داري يتأكد من الحاجات دي، أن إحنا كمان ما نمشي المنتديات دي ساكت. قبل كده يعني شاهد من أهله في منصة اتفتحت الناس اتكلمت عن الموضوع ده، قالوا في سبي بتاع النساء. ليه سبي النساء ده في محلنا براغي هو موجود؟ احنا في القرن 21 يما نجي نسمع انه في حاجه اسمها سبي النساء، الكلام ده عيب. الواحد ذاته يخجل ذاته اذا في ناس تانيين مثلا ما ساو سودانيز، انت بتخجل انك تتناقش في حاجه زي دي. لكن لما نكون برانا كده يد بنتكلم. لكن هل الميديا دي احنا برانا هو بنتكلم عربي، احنا برانا هو بنتكلم انجليزي؟ قالت لو كان قلناها بلهجاتنا المحليه عشان ما في زول يعرف ان احنا برانا يهو نعرف. لكن برضو لهجتك المحليه دي طالما هي اصل الكلام ينطق في زول تاني غيرك، يعني ما بيكون مثلا من نفس المكون بتاعك، بحكم مثلا يكون كان قاعد هناك يتربى هناك بيفهم الكلام انت اللي بتقوله. العالم ده ما بقى صغير. الميديا او الاعلام البديل اللي هو في السوشيال ميديا ده قرب المسافات، ما في حاجه بتندس. يلا اذا انت حاولت تعمل كومبرمايز في قضايا زي دي كده، طوال الكريتيكال ماس بتتكون اوتوماتيكالي. ده هو اللي بيظهر لك اللوردات بتاعت الحرب، ده هو اللي بيظهر لك قيادات راديكاليه. ده نوع الحاجات زي دي قبلها عشان نحن ندعم. يا اخوه الكرام، اخوي استاذ اتيكا، زمان كنا بنتكلم عن يا جماعه في شيء غلط، في حاجه اسمها الالتفافات بقت تظهر. قالوا لا نفس المجموعه دي ذاتها قالت لا يا جماعه السوشيال فابريك في ساوث السودان بقى يتخرب. قالوا لا انتوا الكلام ده قاعدين تجيبوه من وين؟ وجا حصل حسن الكتله الحرجه بقت تتكون ليش شنو؟ لانه في ناس بقت تسمي الحاجات بغير مسمياتها. يعني نضع لاي حاجه اسم الدلع، واحد اسمه مثلا جون ما نقول له جون، نقول له جوني. واحد اسمه محمد نقول له حماده، واحدة اسمها زينب نقول لها زينبو، نقعد نلولو الحاجات كده والحقائق حاصلة قدامنا. يلا دي بيضغطك طوالي للكريتيكال، لأنه في زول هناك بيتوجع، في زول بيتألم عشان هو يتحجر قسرا عشان طردوه من محل. أوكي، ما ممكن زول يقوم يقول يا أخي الحاجات دي قاعد تحصل في أي محل، ظلم الإنسان لأخيه الإنسان موجود في أي محل، نقول له يس، لكن في فرق. وقعت الشيء في النفس يا سادة الكرام. مثلا لو أنا قاعد في الحتة الفلانية، أنا قاعد مثلا، قام أقرب مكون لي قام جاء ارتكب نفس الجرم ده معاي، الرياكشن بتاعي ما بيكون لايك ذا سيم انه زول ما قاعد معاي. ما الزول ده ما عنده تواجد مثلا اثني في المحل ده كمجموعات، يعني انا ما بقول كافرات. لما يجيني ومسنود من السلطه ده طوالي بيخلق تحسس وتحفظ، وانت طوالي بتعمل رياكشن طبيعي اصلا. هذا الاثنين ثلاث الزول اللي بيطالب الناس يعني احنا بعد المفروض نشتغل ونفضح ونظهر الناس دول although everybody know them، لكن نكرر انه الناس لازم يراقبوا الناس دي، لانه الناس دي ذاته جزء من الاشكال السياسي بتاع جنوب السودان. هم اللي بيعينوا، هم اللي بيعملوا فايرنج للناس، هم اللي بيعملوا، هم اللي بيسووا حتى التكوين ذاته بتاع الاحزاب، هم ذاته هو بقى يكونوا. في حين انه في كلام يتقال ما من انسان سوداني ذاته، انا مرارا وتكرار انا قاعد اكرر الكلام ده وفي ناس غيري قاعدين يكرروه. الترابي كان قال الكلام ده، الترابي قال الكلام ده ايام قرن كان حمله طارق غزيره، كان تذكروا مهاجم جوبا خلاص بقى مشارف جوبا بسبب حركاتهم دي يتخاذلوا في بعض في 92 ولا كم هناك، جي اختلفوا مع بعض ولحد منتصف التسعينات ده قرن كان الفتره ديك مستقوي. طلعوا السكولر الكبار ديل كلهم قبل كده اتكلموا، قالوا يا اخي المجموعه دي بالذات لو خشت جوبا شبهوها بالوضع في افغانستان، قالوا حيجوا كمناضلين رفقاء سلاح سوا، لكن حيجي يشاكلوا داخل المدينه زي ما المجاهدين الافغان اتحالفوا ضد الروس لما خشوا كابول طوالي ثاني يوم. تحالف الشمال غلب الدين حكمة يارد احمد شاه مزعود اتضاربوا، عبد الرشيد دستم الازبكي اتضاربوا الشاكل. ليه؟ لانه الثبات الانفعالي بتاعهم ضعيف. الجماعه ديل ما تشوفون كده تسمعوا الصوت العالي ده، الناس همهم كله قروش وسلطه، لو لقى الحاجتين ديل بيسكتوا. ما نحن شايفين كان في الحكومات المركزيه بتاع السودان القديم ده في منو كان قاعدين يستغلوه، الجلابه، نحن الناس اللي اخواننا كنا مسميهم جلابه ديل، ما هو نفس المجموعه دي. اختلاف الحركه الشعبيه يوم انقسموا ده ما تاريخ، التاريخ لا يزور وما تاريخ بعيد ذاته، تاريخ قريب ده. اختلافاتهم في بعضهم لما يشاكلوا مجموعه الناصر ومجموعه توريد، منو كان مصدر المشهد السياسي؟ انا ما لكن انتوا كلكم كلام قال ما حينطلع على زول. سان قول انه الحاجات بقت تظهر براء. انا واجه الناس دي بالمناسبه، ده تاريخ طوالي نذكره قدامه، وده 1 2 3، لانه انت ما ممكن تحاسب ليه زول على وزر جريمه شخص اخر. ده في العمل السياسي، مش في العمل السياسي، اي شيء عام، اي شيء كونسانس بابليك انت ما بتعمل كده. ده ما مشكله بتاعت بيت او بتاعت حله او بتاعت منطقه كده، لا دي قضيه بتاعت دوله. نحن لازم نخاطبها بالاطر العلميه الصحيحه، اذا هي كان سياسه نخاطبها سياسيا عشان نلقى الحل، لكن هم ما دايرين والتاريخ قاعد قدامنا. يلا اذا درجه العاده، اذا في جهه او افراد او جماعات تكلمت كده طوالي يقوم هم يهاجموه بطريقه بتاعت مكونات، يمشوا يفتحوا رومات، يمشوا يتلموا، واللي بيتلموا هناك كلهم اهل. انا ما اقول لك مكون، لكن كلهم يكونوا اهل مع بعض دارين يخفوا الحقائق. يلا الاعمال زي دي نفس يعقوب. طالما تقارير زي دي بتطلع هم ساكتين، مجرد ما انت تتكلم يقول لك اسكت. نحن متابعين من البدايه، من بدايه المباراه متابعين. اشتغلوا بمزاله القوميه، اول شيء بدوا بالنخبويه، وده طبعا شيء خطا. يعني اي انسان عنده حق يبدي رايه، اي انسان عنده حق يتكلم عن الامه ومشاكله، regardless انه حتى لو ما حاصله ذاته، مش ده رايه، انه هو بيرى انه دي مشكله عنده حق. ما تقول لي نخبه ولا تقول لي نخبه، الكرت ده يتحرك بمرور الزمن. قاموا خشوا استخدموا كرت القوميه، انه اي شيء يتربط لازم يقول لك يتربط بالقوميه، وده طبعا شيء خطا، شيء خطا. لانه انا كمواطن انا ايش دراني وانا دخلي شنو في الناس اللي بيعملوا قاعدين في المطبخ السياسي هناك. انا بتكلم على حسب الحاجه اللي انا شايفها او الواقع عليه، ما عندها علاقه بالقوميه هنا. حتى القوميه دي ذاته البيرسيه منهم الدوله، ما الانسان. ناس في الحله في كونيو هناك، ولا الملكيه، ولا في اطلع برا، ولا في وين الا تكوكو ولا whatever. الكرت يتحرك، اخر كرت يهو بقى يضللوا الناس، يقول لك لا ما انت ما تشتكي مشاكلك. طيب لو الناس ما اشتكت مشاكلها حيحلوا شنو؟ ما لازم انت تغير انه في مشكله. يا اخي ما تحلها، خليني انا اكورك بمشاكلي. انت بيجيبك من هناك جاي تجي تتكلم عن مشاكلي شنو؟ الناس ديل جا الوقت نحن بعدنا نواجههم ونقول لهم الحقائق، مش نمشي نكلمهم في محلاتهم الحقائق. انت ما حتقدر تفي تكلمهم الحقائق هناك، ما بيخلوك. انت قول ما يليك بس. واما الزول الراضي بالحاجات دي انها تحصل له، والله انا في تقديراتي كجيمس برضه انا بقول له انت حر برضه، لانه لا تطلبن من باب بيت المحن مودة. اذا انت داير كده، انت بتشوف كده، اذا اوكي تو، لانه ما في زول بيجبر زول. انت تيجي تقول للزول ده يا اخي انت لازم تصرخ، انت تصرخ بالدارجيه بالعربي كده، انت عندك ألم صرخ، انت شايفه ده ما ألم خلاص اذا اوكي برضه، لا ضرر ولا ضرار. ده الواقع بتاعنا زي ده. انا اتمنى اخوي اتيكا رسل لي انا بديك الواتساب بتاعي، رسل لي التغريد ده. التغريد ده محتاج لدراسه وافيه. انت تكلمت عشان انا يبدا انه الغرفه دي اتفتحت من قبل، لكن انا شايفك انت مشيت بكل مناطق الاستوائيه كلها. والزو انا ما قاعد اقتنع بالمسميات دي، لكن يبقى انه هي رقعة جغرافيه، والتقرير بتاع الامم المتحده مشى على المنوال ده. واي تقرير في الدنيا دي بيراعي العامل المكاني، دي طبعا للفائده العامه دي. امانه السرد كده، امانه العلميه بتخلي اي منظمه بتمشي في المنحى ده. حتى الافراد ذاته انت لو دار تعمل دراسه او بحث لشيء معين انت بتذكر الوقائع دي. يعني هي ما مشكله. للاسف انا ما سمعت وما دارك انه تعيدوا لي عشان بياخد وقت كثير، لكن يبدو انه التغرير هو في محله. بس رسلوا لي لباب المعرفه الساي، بس الزول يقرا ويعرف انه اكزاكتلي الحاصل شنو. لكن من خلال الكلام وانا حاجي فينا الكلام انت قلته ده يا استاذاتك كذا، راجع الغرفه من الاول حقت جريت إكواتوريا دي، محل الصفحه بتاعت إكواتوريا ناشوناليست ده. الكلام ده يتقال، انا شاركت في موضوع زي ده قبل كده، بس في الفترة الأخيرة دي بقينا نسكت، ما دارين نتكلم عنها، لأنه نحن ماشيين في الكتلة الحرجة، والكتلة الحرجة خليها تشتغل براها لا تتوقف. لأنه بعد مرات تتكلم النتيجة بتكون شنو عكسية، وفي ناس بتدور الحاجات دي من ورا، والناس دي نحن عارفينهم هو ناس منهم. ما يقول يا زول، ما زول في جهة أو فرد أو شخص خايف إنه يقول الأسماء دي، لا نحن بنحتفظ بها لليوم اللي ما حيجي يوم اللطام. يوم اللطام ده حنقول 1 2 3 4، ما في زول طالب من زول حاجة. أقعد يستهبلوا لينا، يلفوا لينا يمين وشمال ويتضاروا ولا المكونات بتاعتهم دي، ويسكتوا الناس التانيين. أنت يا فلان اسكت، يا أخي امشي كلموا فلان داك يسكت. ما في حاجة اسمه يسكت. الكلام ده موجه لعبد الله بن أبي سلول موجه لمسيلمة الكذاب، وثالثهم أنا ما دار أجيب اسمه، يجي اسمه أنا عارفهم، هم الناس دي اللي قاعد تخطط دي قاعد يجي اسمه تحت ورا الكلام ده موجه لهم، لأنه حياة البنو آدم دي مهمة. أنا في شخصي كجيمس، وأنا حقيقي هنا يا أستاذ أتيكا، أنا معني بأي إنسان مظلوم في أي محل. والله أبوي لو ظلم جهة أنا بجي بقول الله يا حاج، والله يا أخي أنت المفروض ما تعمل كده، لأنه الظلم ما كويس. إذا ما قلت عليك قدام الناس بجي بقول عليك تحت، بجي بقول اسمع الله الظلم ما كويس. الناس دي عندهم حق إنه يعيشوا زيي وزيك. ربنا خلقنا أحرار، لكن مساندة الظلم عشان أنا أجي ألقى لي مصب وزاري، الناس دي أنا أختصرها ليك من الآخر كده. الناس دي بيعملوا كده لشنو؟ وإذا أجريسيف والغلو الفكري دي ذاته أسبابه شنو؟ أنا ما دار نخش في الفلسفة. أسبابه أنه أنت اللي بتتكلم ده أو أي جهة يعني نيمت تتكلم، هم بيشوفوا ده أنه أبسيكول، لأنه هم يحققوا المطامع الشخصية عشان مثلا يجي يتلقى القروش من الآخر كده. الفيز قعد الفنادق هم دارين الحاجات الزي دي. ما هو ده الارتزاق. نحن من قاعد نتكلم كل يوم نقول الارتزاق، ما الارتزاق، ما هو ده الارتزاق، ما عنده أي معنى تاني. لكن إذا هم دارين يسموا حاجة تانية، الله ده بعد ده حاجة باقي ده حقهم زي ما بيقولوا بالعربي. شكرا جزيلا لك الله فاتك. أنا حقيقي thank you very much.
يا شكرا جزيلا. والله انت قلت ابو سالم. ده كلام جميل.
مسيلمة الكذاب يا استاذ.
مسيلمة الكذاب. جميل. الله يسوى. انت شاعر يا زلمه، انا قاعد اشوفك انت شاعر. اكتب لنا يوم قصيده كده نيجي نسمعها هنا. انت تاخذ قصيده للناس يعني. شكرا لك، كلامك 100% والله. حاجه المؤسف طبعا يا أنت شايف أبو سالم الكذاب شغالين إعلام في طريقة تاني على أساس تغيير عقول أو غسيل مخ. وللأسف هؤلاء الناس يعني ما عندهم خجل، لأنه هسه شفت الريبورت أو التقارير، وأنا هرسل لك التقارير طبعا مو متحدة، في بعربي في بإنجليزي، وأنا لقيت عدة تقارير، حتى في لقيت تقرير تاني ده ما في البتاع المتحدة، لكن ده جاي بقى من دول تاني، ده جاي دايركتلي من الناس اللي يعني شغالين مع حكومة، وخاصة في موضوع بتاع مالون. يعني بوريك الناس دي المجرمين بالبحث، إجرام فظيع. والجرائم اللي بيرتكبوها عندهم الجراءة بيجوا في وسط الشعب وبيدوا خطابات أو بيحاولوا يمثلوا حالهم هم يعني شخصيات أقرب للأنبياء، بمعنى هم عندهم الضمير والإحساس والوطنية. ما زال شايف عمك ده اسمه ده اللي في السودان في الشمال اسمه ده حمدتي بيتكلم عن الديمقراطية، والطريقة اللي ماشي فوق ده ما ديمقراطية، هو قاعد يقتل في المواطنين وقاعد يسلب في البلد. وذاك الدكتاتور الثاني ده كمان العسكري ده كمان ماشي بطريقة غلط. الليست العسكري ده عارف نفسه قاعد ينتمي لقال أنا جيش الوطن. يلا حمدتي قالوا قاعد يجيب الديمقراطية للشعب. فأنت بتشوف النفاق هنا من كل الجهتين. فنفس يعني تشبيها بنوعا ما في ناحية احنا كيف كاستوائيين قلنا لا نواجه الصراعات اللي قايمة في المنظمة الحركة الشعبية اللي هي أصلا تكوين قبلي. احنا بدنا نكون زي الشماليين كيف حاولوا يعني يوضحوا قضية لأنه ده مشكلة 2 نفر، احنا ما عندنا علاقة فوق، احنا شعب، احنا عاوزين حكومة مدنية. احنا كشعب ما قدرنا نتكلم كلام ده في جنوب السودان. وفي نفس الوقت انت بتلقى 2 احزاب او الحزبين، الحزب اللي جاي انشق لعده فروع في جنوب السودان ده، الحزب ده تكوين قبلي بحت وجاي كله من على نيل وبحر غزال، وده حقائق. هم بيزعلوا لانه كان بنقول لكم حقيقه لا حد يوم القيامه بيجي، لانه شنو في النهايه الدنيا ده ما في وقت. الظالم متى فيك تلعب تقول انت هنا زي ما قال ابو سالم يكذب، لكن في النهايه الكذب ده حبله قصير وكل حاجات ده هيظهر حقائق. ده الناس دي تصرفاتهم وأدلة بتاع عمايلهم القبلي والعقلية القبلي موجودة. أنت بتشوف في حياتهم هسه في البلد اللي اسمه على النيل. والتصرفات ده كمان في سياساتهم. يعني هم عاوزين استواء بس يرضخ أو بس يكون خلاص يستسلم على أساس يقعد إنه ده الأمر الواقع، أو زي ما بيقولوا سياسة الأمر الواقع. لكن ما بنقبل الكلام ده، ما في حاجة اسمه سياسة الأمر الواقع. إحنا ضحايا لأنه القيادات اللي كنا يعني بنتوقع منهم الرشد يعني الشخصيات بيقدروا يكونوا قوة أو يعني بيلعبوا دور influential، يعني خذلونا من خلال رفضهم لتغيير الغلط، ورفضهم حتى هم ياخذوا الناس هم كانوا ذاته يعني to be blamed on this mistake، يعني مو الغلط، لا بالعكس عندهم الكبرياء وعندهم كمان نفس العقليه بتاعنا، لانه فعلا عمل لهم غسيل مخ لما دخلوا مع حركه شعبيه. عمل لهم غسيل مخ لما بيجوا يفكروا زي حركه شعبيه. تلقى اليوم ما في منهم كقيادات، ما في منهم قيادات رشيده. عشان كده انا ما عندي ثقه لا في المعارضه ولا في النظام، because كلهم نفس يعني زي ما بيقولوا اثنين شكل مختلف لكن في عمله واحد. بتسيهم ما في فرق بينهم لانه ما كانوا جوا. وتخيل الاسر الريبورت ده قاعد يتكلم عن الاطفال. يعني اسوأ شيء انا شفته في القصه ده كان نقراو، يعني الاطفال هم طلعوا ضحايا 100% والنساوين. النساوين يعني اغتصاب جنسي. يعني الناس ما عندهم ضمير، يعني الناس بيستخدموا المراه. يلا هم في نفس الوقت بيجي بيتكلموا لغات. قال يا اخي احنا عاوزين ندي حكومه ونشاركوا نساوين سوا، لكن شوف الطريقه اللي يصرفوها للنساوين. وفي نفس الوقت انهم بيجوا كمان بيدوا كلام تاني، قال احنا عاوزين ندي للبلد حريه وديمقراطيه. هم قاعدين يذلوا وقاعدين يسلبوا حريه بتاع الطفل الصغير البريء، بيدخلوه في حاجات اللي ما يوم مفترض الطفل يشوفوا. حتى الشمال السودان لما كنا قاعدين نصارع معاهم في حربنا بين شمال وجنوب، ما حصل يوم شفنا الجيش بتاع شمال السودان استخدم الاطفال في جنوب على يكونوا عساكر. لأن أنا بتحدى يزول يقول لي كان في جيش تاع شمالين شالوا عيال أطفال، بالعكس نازل كان جيش يعني ملتزمين. هم كانوا بيفتشوا المجرمين الماسكين السلاح، لكن ما بيفتشوا أطفال وبيجندوا أطفال عشان يمشي يشاكلوا. اللي ممكن عمر بشير لما كان بيجي يعمل حركات في وقت ذاك اللي يجي يكون جنجويد، لكن ده لسه ما بيقدر يقرب لوات هابن هسه في جنوب السودان في مناطق تانية في استوائية، اللي يشيلوا أطفال يجندوهم ويعذبوهم ويغتصبوهم ويشغلون في عدة فروع بتاع المشاكل ده. يعني يكون جواسيس، يكونوا خدم في جيش، يرفعون كمان يحملوا حاجات تقيل، يعني حاجات مأساة. وفي حاجات كتير أنا ما قدرت أقرأه لأنه في ورقة ده وكتبوا. يعني ده الريبورت ده قرير جاي من ناس موثوقين فوقهم، متحدة، يعني قال كل النازل. يعني هسه ما في زول بريء من الميليشيات الجاي تابع لحركه شعبيه. وميليشيا الحركه الشعبيه ذاته هو ميليشيا قبلي، وزي ما انت وضحت انت ده كثير تفسير جميل وانا ما بزيد فوق. لكن كلامك 100%، لانه حتى الطريقه الديموغرافيك تشينج ده هم قاعدين يطبقوها، بس عايزين يلفوا لنا القصه انه لا، لانه انت ما تشرد لاصحاب البلد من بلدهم، وتقوم تبقى شركة دي يدخلوا هناك بطريقة تانية، وتقوم تسيطروا وتنهب ويلا تقولوا ده بلدنا. يعني حاجة مؤسفة. عشان كده تلقى اليوم عندهم يعني هم حاسين بالراحة، لأنه ما لقوا القوة المضادة اللي بيجي من الاستواء بقوة شديد، إلا يمكن الصوت الانفصالي. لكن الصوت الانفصالي هم بيسمعوه ده في ناس عاوزين يسكتونا. عشان كده كتبت في العنوان counter revolutionaries ديل، يعني they want Equatorian ما يتكلم عن قضيته، ما يحسس الشعب الاستوائي بانه احنا حان الوقت نقوم لمصلحه بتاعنا، نقوم ونتشالنج this abuse. We must counter it with revolting against it as an Equatorian, not as South Sudanese. لانه حس الهويه تاع استوائيه مهدده. ادوا اطفال ونساوين تاع استوائيه محددين وياما كله. انا ما داني نكتر لان قبل اتكلمت، بدي فرصه للباقي. كان ديدي انت ready? You want to say something? or CJ, please go ahead. Didi, let's hear from you. عندك اي شيء؟ المرحب بك brother رجب. welcome. Didi, you there?
ممكن انت تباسي to CJ.
Okay. Mr. CJ, are you there? welcome. لا تضيف اي شيء. في القراءة اللي أنا قريته ده، ولا عندك أي سؤال، ولا ندي لرجب أول بعدين ترجع؟ لكن يس، لو عندك أي سؤال بليز. Can you hear me, guys? No. Yes. Yeah, let me say hello and thank you, Didi. Lord James, Odysseus, and Brother Rajab. It's good to see you guys, and all who are in the rooms as well. Those who have come in to join us as well. I would like to thank you for coming in. Also, my prayers goes for people in the camps and wherever they are, and worldwide. Well, let me say this, and this سؤالي. I was about to get to James. الله James. سؤالي كان بسيط، إنه ما بعرف الله James يعني. أرجو الإجابة باختصار عشان حتى نتكلم بعد شنو. Then I will follow. سؤال بتاعه هو ترى فوق كل ما حصل الأسئلة، يا ريت وحديثك اللي تكلمت عنه واضح فعلا. بنشيد بحديثك أن الكلامات اللي احنا قاعدين نقوله دي الحاجات الواردة هسي سبق أن تكلمنا فيه كثيرا، وهي واضحة جدا جدا يا شمس. ترى في نظرك ما هو المخرج فوق كل تلك المظالم من النظام ورموزه مثلا كمواطن ونشط مثلا استوائي وطني؟ لأنه كان نمبر واحد، سؤال نمبر واحد كويس. في ظل دولة جنوب السودان مسمى غضبا عننا حاليا، وبالنظر للطرح المفروض حاليا الذي لا يبدو غير محال في ظل التحالف الإقليمي الدولي المبني على اتفاقية بعد كيلو مشهر لعام 2018 كخارطة الطريق نحو إعادة الأمن والسلام وكل ذلك واللاجئين وما شابه ذلك، وبالتالي شنو من ناحية الانتخابات أيضا الانتخابات القادمة للتشريع لجعل كير وهذه المجموعة هذا الشرذمة كقوة سياسية مشروعة، كنظام مشروع يستخدم كل آلياته في سبيل أنه شنو يهج ويهجر، يحاول يغير الخريطة الجغرافية لذلك المكان. Thank you. تعال سؤالي واضح.
يا واضح. أنا بيت أستاذ سيجي وأرحب به رجب، الأخ أستاذ رجب مهندس. معليش أستاذ رجب، أنا هجاوب السؤال بتاع أخونا سيجي سريع. صراحة على حسب التغريب.
Bravo. Excuse me. Do I have to put it in English or just leave it the way how it is?
No, واضح أنا فهمته. فهو على حسب تقرير الأمم المتحدة في التقرير اتجاه اللي بيحصل في إكواتوريا، الحل شنو؟ What is the solution؟ الحل في القضايا زي دي to be honest with you ما بيجي من المواطنين. المواطنين هي زار important. ممكن هم يعملوا باك اب اللي هو الحاضنة السياسية، أو سميها الحاضنة المجتمعية، ممكن تتحول لحاضنة سياسية. ده إذا في سياسيين عندهم كونكشن مع مستوى الأرض، هو كده بوليتيك بيتم كده. لكن السؤال مردود سؤال، هل في إكواتوريا في ساسة عندهم كونكشن مع المواطنين؟ ده الإجابة لنا كلنا السؤال ده. أنا I'm not going to answer this question حاليا، لأنه عنده علاقة بحاجات very soon in this year نتائجه بيصل. الكلام مثلا كان ضمبلاو قال وأي زول غيري قال very soon قرب حيحصل. الحل الغبن أو الزعل if you are angry is not going to solve problem إلا في حالة أنه تدخل في شكل آليات، والآليات دي سياسية. أنت تكون مطالب بحاجاتك، أنك أنت يا أخي أنا ما داير أقعد مع الزول ده، الزول اللي قاعد يعمل الحاجات دي واحدة من الحلول، أنا ما داير أقعد معاه. ما داير أقعد معاه ليه؟ عشان 1 2 3 عنده علاقه بشنو؟ بالتغيير الديموغرافي، وما في زول بيقبل. هنا التعريف بتاع التغيير الديموغرافي قبل ما امشي في الشق الثاني بتاع الانتخابات. استاذ سيجي انت قلت ده اللي هو التغيير الديموغرافي المقصود به ذلك التغيير او التحول الذي يطرأ على البنيان والقوام السكاني لرؤية جغرافية ما، ناجما عن فعل او افعال اراديه من قبل جهه ما تجاه جهه او افراد او مجموعات تفتقد ارادتها. يعني انت تكون ما عندك لا حول ولا قوه لك، ويظهر ذلك في صورتين اساسيتين اللي هو التخطيط الممنهج. يعني ما بيجي سنبله كده، it comes through systematic plan. ده اهم ركن فيه، وبيظهر في شكل شنو؟ اللي هو التضييق على سكان تلك المنطقه اقتصاديا economically وخدميا in terms of services او political. ليه؟ لدفعك للخروج منها عشان تطلع من المحل داك. النقطه الثانيه تتمثل في ممارسات تنفذها حكومات. شوف الحكومه بتاع جي 1 داك، او هو عسكريا وهو ممثل في ساوث سودان ديفنس فورسز، او هو شبه عسكريا زي ماتينغانيور. شوف التعريف ما عنده اي تعريف ثاني تجاه مجموعات عرقيه او مجموعات مشابهه ذات صفات او خصوصيه تشابه بعضها، سواء كان هو كارشلاري او في مذهب في دين. وزي ما نحن في افريقيا ما عندنا الحاجات دي، لكن في محلات ثانيه في. يلا الصوره هنا ما واضحه. ده الثاني ما دار له ديفينيشن ثاني عشان نحن نجي، وما دار بوليتيك ذاته. ده اسمه رياليتي الواقعيه على مستوى الارض. الحاجه الثانيه الانتخابات الإلكشن الماشي يتم في 2024 اللي هو نحن ماشيين فيه استاذ سيجي والاخوه معنا هنا في المنصه والناس التحت. الحمى بتاعت الدعايه بتاعت الانتخابات دي بدت بصوره خاطئه من الرئيس نفسه لما كان مشى بحر الغزال. كذب للناس قال يا اخو ماشي احتفال للكنيسه في محل اسمه كاجوان للاحتفال بالمئويه بتاع ذكرى الكنيسه، وش يقول، لكن مشي هناك مشي يتكلم سياسه، دعايه سياسيه. وجاء فضح امرهم اكثر التعداد السكاني اللي هم عملوه ده، لانه انت لما بدك تعمل اليكشن بيز في حاجتين: التعداد السكاني والدوائر الجغرافيه. شوف التعداد السكاني ده عملوه كيف؟ طلعوا كواجات براهو 2400، يعني فاضل له ل 3 مليون ل 600 شخص كده. والولايات الثانيه بحر الغزال وغيره، معناته انت كده بتسجل اغلبيه اذا كان سكان جنوب السودان 12 مليون. انت ليه بتخسر خزانه الدوله؟ بتعمل انتخابات، معناته الانتخابات دي نتيجتها شنو؟ معروفه. يلا في هنا في الحته دي بعد ده الراي بعد ده راي مواطني جنوب السودان تجاه الانتخابات دي. نحن المفروض نتكلم بعد ذاته، نجي نفضحهم ونقوله instead of مثلا نمشي نتكلم في قضايا ثانيه. You cannot confuse anybody. ما الحاجات دي حاصله هنا ما حاصله somewhere. انا اكد لك ده غايته في رايي بيت للمعطيات الحاصله يا استاذ سيجن. الانتخابات دي حتى لو تم تغيير في احتمال ان هي ما تتم، لانه علم التحليل انت يو كان سي 100%، لكن كل المعطيات انه بتقول ممكن الانتخابات دي ما حتتم، ولو تمت بتجي بنتائج مشوهه، بالذات بالنسبه لنا از ايكواتوريان ما حتغير اي حاجه، لانه بتجي لك بمجموعتين. انتوا عارفين انا قاصد بمجموعتين ايش شنو؟ والمجموعه الثالثه هسه خاشه في السكه. نحن كنا نسمع نفسنا يا جماعه في مجموعه ثالثه ماشيه في السكه، معروفين انه الناس ديك هو ناس منه معروف وظاهر. ده ما بوليتيك انت بتشوفه قدامك. في بوليتيك ما في زول يجي يقول لزول انا داير ايفيدنس. ما في ايفيدنس في السياسه. السياسه تؤخذ بغرائن الاحوال الحاصله قدامك. غرائن الاحوال بتقول في طرف ثالث ماشي يحصل. الطرف الثالث ده نحن we have to figure out انه نعرف الطرف الثالث ذاك هو منه. اذا نحن فعلا ونس مع نفسنا وظاهر من خلال الدعايه السياسيه باين الطرف الثالث ده حيكون منه، مش هو نفس المجموعه اللي عنده علاقه بالتقرير بتاع اليو ان ده ولا واحد ثاني. يلا بعد النتيجة. ده بعد ده الشغل بتاع الجماهير، شغل البابليك. انت تحدد موقفك. اي زول مسؤول عن نفسه. انت هو تقول الحاجات، تقول للناس يا اخي حيحصل 1 2 3. والزول الرفض ده التاريخ ما حيسجل الحاجات ده. بيناتنا تاريخ، والتاريخ هو الفيصل. هي خربانه اصلا، ما في انتخابات حتجي بحاجات جديده. باين النتيجه. انا ممكن من هسه اقول لك الانتخابات دي لو عملوها بعد بكره بالتعداد السكاني اللي عملوه، السياسه اللي عملوه ده، معناته الناس ده تزوير. والله خير كان البشير كان بيغيروا الصناديق بالليل، ما كان بيطلعوا مثلا التعداد سكانه فيك وواضح. اي زول ممكن، انا لو جبت لي جنا عمره 12 سنه، اديته المعادله دي، قلت له يا اخي في ولايه معينه طلعت غرابه 3 مليون، وفي حتات ثانيه مشابهه ليها يمكن 2 مليون، وفي جزء ثاني قريب من نفس الجماعه يمكن 1 مليون. ما كده انت حققت اغلبيه. طيب why you do the election؟ احنا ما نقعد نضيع. اي جهه بتحاول تشجع الالكشن ده معناته هم دايرين وظائف، والناس دي الناس بتوع الوظائف. قبل انا قلت الكلام ده، الناس دي ما يهمهم وحياة الله تغيير ديموغرافي، انت تموت تتحجر، شعب جنوب السودان يتعب، هم ما عليهم. الناس دي الناس بتوع قروش من الاخر كده. والايام حتيجي تورينا. انتوا بس ما تسكتوا. الحل يا استاذ اي زول او سياسي، اي زول يتكلم. You have right to say anything about the election ده، عشان نحن نفضح الناس دي. كمان لو سكتنا معناته انت الحاضن يا جماعه. هسه السودان ده انا حاختم هنا اعمل بس كومباريزون. اللي حصل الحرب الحاصل في السودان ده، اما الناس شغالين حواضن هسه، مش هم هيد اوف اس بوليتيكالي. الناس شغالين حواضن. حميتي ده داري يتغلب ليه شنو؟ لانه ما عنده حاضنه باك اب. الجلابه دي عندهم حاضنه فيري سترونج. انت لو في ساوث سودان ده شايف نفسك عنده حاضنه، انا I don't want to mention it. انتوا عارفين اللي عنده حاضنه في جنوب السودان ده منه. everybody know it. نحن نقول الحقائق. شغل الحاضنه بتاعتك عشان تكون obstacle لانتخابات نتيجتها شنو؟ محسومه وظاهره. شكرا سيجي ملاحظتك. شكرا جزيلا.
يعني مداخله بسيطه بس كتوضيح. شايفك مركز يعني كثير كويس الإجابة وضحت الواقع، مشكلك على كده. لكن المسألة في أنه الشيء المحير أنت بتركز على الشعب، أنه أي زول المفروض يتكلم وكذا. ما بالك في ظل مثلا عدم الرأي، يعني كتم حريات الرأي العام في البلد. يعني تبي تشوف المواطن ده، نعم إحنا بنتكلم من الخارج كده، لكن هل بيوصل للكل؟ ما بيوصل طبعا. فيا ترى في ظل الكبت اللي موجود حاليا في عدم الحريات العامة، كيف احنا نقدر نحقق الموضوع ليه كشعب؟ أيان الناس كل ممكن يلتفوا حول يعملوا شيء ممكن يؤدي لتغيير كل شيء. النقطة الثانية، يعني مع المواطن ده احنا ظلينا بهذه الحال. تقدر ما يضربونا كرباج صوت، احنا بنظلوا ساعتين. الضرب علينا كلنا، يعني الإنسان لما ينضرب هو المفروض يبكي، عارف كيف؟ ويحاول يقاوم. فبتلقى أنه في سكوت هائل جدا جدا، وفي تناقضات وتضاربات. يعني خروج واحد من صفك يعني انحطاط لوضعك انت، يعني انحطاط وعدم، يعني ما بمكنك أنك تقدر تشوف لقدام أو تمشي لبعيد. لذلك الأساليب الثورية بتاعت الثورة زي ما قاعد يقول الكلام هنا ريفوليوشن، الناس دائما بيلجأوا للريفوليوشن للثورة، لأنه الثورة بيحتوي كل إنسان، أنت عاوز ولا ما دايره. خير دليل لذلك يعني عندك جبهات مثلا زي حماس ومجموعة الفتح، عارف كيف؟ يعني ياما في ناس بيحتاجوا لتوجيه بالطريقة الصعبة ليس بالطريقة الأسهل، لأنه ما كل الناس ممكن ينخرطوا معاك ويقولوا نتكلم كلنا ما جمس نقعد نتكلم مع أي واحد. فهنا تلقى الحل يعني انت بتشوف يعني كملخص كلمه مختصره، انت هنا بتشوف شنو؟ عدم وجود الراي العام والسكوت، يعني خلاص يعني رضخت الرضوخ، لانه كل يوم لما تدق الحمار بدون مؤاخذه، تدق الحمار كل يوم خلاص هو بيعرف انه سيدي ده شكله كده، خلاص هو بيرى انه الزول ده اساسا انا خلاص اتعلقت الجلد، وحتى لو ما لقيت الجلد في يوم من الايام تقول انا عاوز امشي الجلد يعني. في نوع من الانواع يعني انت كيف تلقى المخرج في هذه الصوره؟ شكرا.
باختصار اخي استاذ سيء، الكره بعد ده في ملعب بتاع الايكاتوري، يعني ريجاردلس انه الانسان انت لو دار الحريه حقتك انت لازم تدفع ثمن، والثمن ده انت عندك اكسس فيه، لانه القوه في جيوان هي قوه باطشه، يعني قدام القوه مثلا قبل اتيكا قال انه جيش الشمال او الحكومات السودانيه الزمان ده كانوا هم مهنيين على الاقل، لكن دي الناس باطشين. نظام باطش زي ده انت لازم تواجهه بالكلمه، تواجهه عن طريق منظمات المجتمع المدني، عن المنظمات الاهليه، عن الروابط، لكن انت شايف براك هو في ناس بيحاولوا يسكتوه، هم ناس ساوث سودانيين زي نوت ايكاتوريان، لكن هم هو بيجي يسكتوه بيكونوا ابسكوا ليه. يلا ده هو بيكون الكريتيكال ماس ان احنا هسي اللي هو بدا يتكون، وده وقته بعدين بيجي براء الحاجات دي بتظهر حقائق، يلا بعد ذاك الحل بيجي من نفسه تلقائيا. شكرا جزيلا.
Translation, or you have heard what I've said? If you did, carry on, please. I will stop here and follow you later, and Didi, if possible. Thank you. Yep. If it's not available, Didi, the mic is yours. You can take it from there, from here.
هم معفشين، لكن استاذ رجب اتفضل. ويلكم رجب مهندس. استاذ رجب، I don't know if تكون جيت من التلفون. ديدي are you there؟ Can you تسمعني صح؟ Yeah, okay. Welcome, Brother Rajab.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you for convening this discussion session. I have listened to the report that you shared and also the submissions made by the other brothers and Sister Didi. Now, I want to share a few things with regard to this topic, maybe 3 or 4 things specifically on some of the incidences that you referenced in the report, and also maybe a point or 2 on the issue of revolution and counter-revolution. First is with regard to reports coming out of South Sudan at the moment. The journalists always say when there is a problem, truth becomes the first victim. And so quite a number, lots of reports coming from South Sudan may not be quite reliable, except for me, I count on the report that comes from the UN Commission for Human Rights, which is one of the bodies that you referenced in the report that you read. They present credible reports on South Sudan, and you can rely on their reports, you can verify their reports, and they are credible. The second is the UN panel of experts on South Sudan. This panel of experts is mandated by the Security Council to write the report of the Secretary General on the situation in South Sudan. And their mandate is renewed annually. They got another renewal of their mandate, I think, recently. Now, they compile and share reports that are not doctored, reports that are also based on evidence. So if you get reports of the UN Commission on Human Rights in South Sudan, You get the reports of the panel of experts, and there may be few other either individuals or institutions. Those reports may be credible. Outside this, a lot of the reports are written with a lot of care, with a lot of omissions, with a lot of softening of languages and all of that. So some of them do not reflect adequately the situation in South Sudan. So I commend you for relying on the reports of these institutions which are credible. The second thing I would speak on is the issue of the incident that happened in Tambora. Again, you read that in the report, Etika, and this incident took about 3 to 4 months of deadly violence, running and causing all this loss of lives from day one until the report indicates that about 440 people got killed. I would believe that this is on the lower side. Otherwise, usually these reports are cautious and their estimates are usually on the lower side. But otherwise, the number of people that lost lives in that incident could have even been more. And of course, we have those who sustained deadly injuries that could be life-threatening and maybe lots of other damages, apart from damage to property and so forth. Now, it is terrible that an incident like that would run for almost 4 months without first of all being prevented, because this thing was the situation was evolving in the presence of everyone in the country, and until it went to violence and caused that loss of lives. And of course, the report indicated that over 80,000 people got displaced. And I'm referencing the joint report of the UN Commission on Human Rights and UNMISS that they released on the incident. Over 80,000. That is almost the entire population of Tambora County that got displaced. And of course, the Human Rights Commission implicated SPLM-IO and also SSPDF in that. And of course, it went on to also implicate politicians, local politicians based both at the state and also in Juba. Now, there are a number of lessons that we may learn from this incident, this particular incident, which I want to talk about. First, it's a rare case of intercommunal violence in Equatoria to that scale. A scale of violence that ran for over almost 4 months. And of course, the tensions were there even much earlier, at the beginning of 2021, and then until June when the violence flared up seriously. So it's a rare case that this would happen that among our communities, especially in Western Equatoria, for 4 months to that scale. And the incident occurred, and this is very important for us to note, according to the report, in the presence of SSPDF and the South Sudan National Police Service and also the National Security Service. And that's the report clearly stated that they did not act to prevent these incidents of violence, the abuses, and all of that. And they said either it was because of information or command authorizing them not to do so, or breakdown of information in the chain of command that caused them not to act. Whichever case, they were present and they did not take any actions to prevent that. The incident, interestingly, also occurred in the presence of the United Nations mission in South Sudan, much earlier than June, when these conflicts were brewing and tensions were rising. UNMISS who used to go there continuously to talk to the communities, to talk to people, to try to help in reducing the tensions and preventing the violence. But of course, the whole thing happened in that period of almost 4 months in their presence. Now, there is something important that we may need to take out of this. First is the role of UNMISS to protect civilians, including the use of force, which means that UNMISS, by their mandate, are authorized to protect civilians, even if it means they should use force. Now, the question really is, how could civilians be killed in a situation where they were fully aware of, and it did not just happen like an incident of a day or two. It went on for several months, and all of that happened. So this is an indication that UNMISS, in terms of its forces to protect civilians, is not something you may really fully rely on. Of course, they are very clear that the primary responsibility of civilian protection of civilians is the role of the government, which is true. But around that time when this incident was happening, the tensions were brewing. I happened to travel with them to Yambio, from Juba to Yambio, for discussion with the state authorities about the peace agreement and also their role as UNMISS. Their mandate was actually renewed that time, and now they were reaching out to the authorities to inform South Sudanese authorities about their new mandate, which included two important aspects. One was the protection of civilians, and the second was support to elections. That was around May or June when we went there, and they reported about the incident in Tombora in that event, in that conversation with the state authorities. I really picked interest and asked them a question. I said, could they explain exactly what it means for UNMISS to protect civilians by the use of force? And there was really no clarity in the answers that they shared. They talked a lot of things, but there was really nothing clear. And to me, that was a clear manifestation that you can actually be hurt even if you are in the presence of this massive force in the country. So that's an important lesson for us to know that this force, even if they do their patrols and a lot of this, they do not offer any strong deterrence capabilities to protect civilians against some of these issues, incidences. Now, if we may ask the question then, who do we hold responsible for this crisis, really this incident? Using this one of west of Tambora as an example, but of course broadly, all of these incidences that happen around Equatorian and the rest of South Sudan. First, of course, is the government, both political authorities and the organized forces, which includes the army, the police, the national security, and so forth. Their role is always to prevent incidences like that everywhere in the country. Again, that would befall civilians, but also stop these incidences when they occur. Of course, chances are that violence could occur in among communities, but once they happen, they have a role to stop that. And it's it beats logic when incidences like this would happen for 4 months and then they would not intervene effectively to stop it. Now that is one entity that is responsible. The second is the issue that the politicians, local politicians who are based both in the state and also in Juba. The report has mentioned the names of commanders and also politicians. I may not get to that, but at least broadly mentioning those are also directly responsible, the local politicians. And I want to also believe that individuals in the community above the age of 18 who are directly involved in committing the atrocities are also directly responsible. Now, I may say a couple of things on this. First, if you saw the pictures of the incidences that happened in Tombora, they were terribly horrific. They were extremely bad, graphic, and people were mutilated. Children, as you were mentioning, Odysseus earlier, were raped to death, actually, in some cases. And many were, choked and dumped in different places. I mean, it was just bad. Even people were burnt to death and all of that. Now, even if someone gave you money to do something like that, or brainwashed you, as an individual above the age of 18, let alone those who were mature enough in the ages of 40s, 50s, and 60s who were involved in this incident. As a normal human being, terrorizing your own neighbors and people. In fact, people even went to the extent of killing the children of their sisters and so on. The relatives who were known to be, related to the other or the opposing community by blood and so forth. It was very bad. And so we would also need to get people to begin to understand that under no circumstance should people go to that extent of causing such atrocities to themselves, people who have lived together for such a long time. So individuals being responsible is important. I remember the incident of Joseph Kony, one of his commanders who was taken to the ICC. This guy was taken up when he was young, a minor below 18. And of course, he grew up in the ranks and file of the LRA and committed atrocities and commanded forces who did the same. So when he was apprehended and handed over to the ICC, one defense he had was that he was young, he was a minor, and it was the responsibility of the government to protect him against the LRA. The government did not protect him. He was taken, indoctrinated, and also trained to cause harm. So it was what he was trained to do when he was a kid that he continued to do even when he was a commander. And the argument that was put forth by the court was that he would be exempted from incidences that occurred as crimes he committed when he was below the age of 18. But anything above that, that he did when he was above 18, he was directly responsible for it, including command responsibility for the misbehavior or atrocities committed by his forces that he was commanding. He would also take responsibility for that. And those guys committed serious atrocities. So I feel that we need to find a way to educate our people, but also, find a way for them to take responsibility for just simply doing the unthinkable to themselves and to their own neighbors and community members. Now, with that, I want to also point out that there are credible measures since this incident happened that were put in place to help prevent such incidences in the future. I don't think there's anything convincing enough to show that this would not occur again because measures have been taken. So such incidences could occur anywhere, anytime, because of the laxity of the authorities to prevent them occurring, but also to protect people and to stop these incidences when they occur. What do we learn from this? Another lesson is that nothing came as a surprise. First of all, it took a lot of time from the joint report of UNMISS and the Human Rights Commission. This incident the tensions started rising from the beginning of 2021 until June when the actual violence started occurring. So you could see that there was nothing that came up as a surprise or all of a sudden. And the absence of a caring and competent authority across the country also presents an opportunity for such incidences to occur. And truly, the element of protection to civilians is largely missing. That explains even why in some parts of Western Equatoria, these issues of the Arrow boys came up. These guys were just community members who mobilized to respond to the atrocities of the LRA when they moved to Western Equatoria from mid 2000s down towards the end of 2010 and so forth. So nothing came as a surprise, and nothing should come as a surprise if we are still in the same conditions. Now, my final observation or submission would be on the issue of counter-revolutionaries, Equatorial Revolution versus South Sudan counter-revolution, the subject matter. As we all know, revolution is an important exercise for change in the society. Most of the stable countries today went through revolutions in order to become stable. And revolutions can take different forms. They can be violent revolutions. They can also be non-violent revolutions. In some cases, they can be a combination of both to bring about a desired change in the society. So the situation in South Sudan actually demands a revolution in order to bring about a more meaningful change or a situation that is desirable to all citizens. I want to borrow and share a couple of points that the one writer, James DiFranco, put out in a book he referred to as Revolutions and Revolutionary Movements. And he mentioned a number of factors that make revolutions possible and pointed out 5 of them. That those 5 were outlined or agreed upon by different researchers on revolutions. And so he outlined them. And I want to go through this. One is mass frustration resulting in local uprising. Meaning that, conditions for revolutions happen when there's mass frustration. And when you look at our situation at the moment as we speak, there's actually that element of mass frustration. Mass frustration because of the situation citizens are exposed to, because of all these forms of crisis and incidences that cause citizens to be completely unhappy with the status quo. So that in itself is one, and we need to be looking out for this. Then he also mentioned that the second is dissidents, elites, the role of elites. Now, in terms of elites, he defined them as groups that have access to wealth or power of various types, or are highly educated and possesses important technical or managerial skills that are pitted against the existing authority. So that in itself also presents a condition or a factor for a revolution. And that means that the revolution would need to mobilize or recruit along those lines to create the rifts necessary to foster the revolution. The other element that he mentioned is that there should be powerful unifying motivations. Motivations in terms of that would cut across classes and of course communities in the society and pull the population behind the revolution, the goal of the revolution. So in other words, the revolution should be motivating enough to bring about, to pull people behind it. Then there is the element of a severe, the second last is a severe crisis paralyzing state administration and coercive powers. In other words, he's saying that a nation experiencing or about crisis may be caused by catastrophic defeat in war, a natural disaster, military support from other nations, or by any combination of these factors, may deplete the state of loyal personnel. It may deplete the state of legitimacy also in the eyes of the public and other resources. Now the state becomes incapable of carrying out its normal functions and cannot cope effectively with an opposition revolutionary movement. And finally, the element of a permissive or tolerant world order, that the governments of other nations do not intervene effectively to prevent a revolutionary movement by developing and succeeding in a given nation. So in other words, the role that other nations would play, the other governments or nations, that they may not intervene in a manner that prevents the revolution from gaining ground is important. Now, I'm mentioning this so that we just to bring to our attention that there are opportunities that occur that would actually enable a revolution to thrive. And there are means or factors that would require the revolution to engage in order to mobilize, which are very important aspects. So the situation in South Sudan is in a way that it is so frustrating, which is an important aspect. It has caused mass frustration, and therefore a revolution is necessary. But the revolution must be real and must also take into consideration number of factors. Now, the last thing I would say is that in any revolution, there would always be counter-revolutions or opposing forces. Otherwise, it would just be a walkover. There would always be these opposing forces, and how the revolution mobilizes and conducts itself determines how it would consume some of these counter-revolutions in order to drive its way through. I want to leave it at this, and thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you. Just to explain, I think I understand what you mean. You're defining revolution. The address of this topic, as you see, Equatorial Revolution, because there is two different things here. For those who just came in, or for those who will later come in and listen, Equatorial Revolution, as like I said, we are doing this revolution for our identity in our land. But when you talk about South Sudan, there's nothing solid, because this so-called revolution that South Sudanese are doing is more of a counter-revolution, or countering what Equatorial revolutionaries are doing. Because then, and you look at it this way, welcome Gerald Sipa, it's been a long time. The counter-revolution the South Sudan is doing is actually they're trying to strip, like I said earlier when I start, they're trying to strip Equatoria from its identity, from its dignity. And like you've seen when we read this report have stated many things, and you have mentioned many things, and I appreciate also you have put some points there. But one thing also I want to remind you, that this situation that is happening in Equatoria is still, because there's one thing that these counter-revolutionaries, the ones who are anti-Equatorians, are using this as if to justify that we are all guilty in this. But if you look at it, there is a statement there in this United Nations report saying these guys were kidnapping children, kidnapping women and men even, to recruit them by force in this insurgency, where they can commit atrocities upon civilians, and none of them are innocent. And actually, if you look at this report is very damning to all these warring groups. And I know in Upper Nile is actually a chaos, it's an anarchy. It's beyond repair, because the people of Upper Nile, they have thrived and accepted this kind of culture of violence, to be honest, and they are not willing to change it. But what they're doing now, they are trying to dominate. They are moving their fight and conflict within Equatoria, making sure Equatoria be under this destruction while they will thrive. And if you look at it also, not just making Equatoria to be in a chaos, but also to dominate and chase away the land, the people of the land. Like you see the marginalization, like many or millions, thousands of these people are out. And you have known that there is 2 million already in Uganda, refugees, and more than 2 million estimated, and even there is unaccounted for in Uganda, Central Africa, Congo, and Kenya, even Khartoum and other countries that is known. And these things, it's actually what we see as a counter-revolution, because when Equatorians started, historically, Equatoria did the revolution for the sake of their identity and their dignity when they were fighting the Arab North. But unfortunately, the Arab North, made sure to damage us. They used the people who are today abusing us, the people of Upper Nile. How did they use them? They used Bonamawal, the other guy, Abel Eliar, all these elements today who are now the leaders, and some of them are mostly known as the Jim Council. If you look at these guys, they are working hard to make sure what they have not finished, they will finish it today. Because during the Anyanya, there was an agreement. And that time, Equatorial was an upper hand. Equatorial even opened the door for the voices of all the other people in Upper Nile and Bahar Ghazal. So it's a fight that some of our Equatorians are taking it for granted. And they're trying to mix themselves with people who are countering what Equatorial Revolution is. And Equatorial Revolution is about our identity, culture, and history, that some of us now have lost it, and they're losing it, and they keep losing it. The ground is already is almost lost. Add to it the exploitation of the people, the chasing of the people, sex abuse on our women and children. So these things is clearly it define what this title is. And add to it, you look back to SPLM. SPLM have never established anything good, only chaotic. SPLM have never even imagine in the report they're saying they complain they don't have money. They act like they don't have the resources to take care and reintegrate these children back into society. Imagine some of these children, and some of them now are teenagers, and maybe in an age where now they are adult. They cannot find any job, or they cannot find safety, only to either join gangs or join the same people who abuse them. And this is something we have seen even in Liberia. We have seen in other places. So this will not justify for some of these politicians within Upper Nile. What I see them a lot, they try to say, especially those who claim to be opposition, when they all take part of this. I blame them all. And I said I don't have any confidence in none of them. The regime and the opposition are all the same, because they have been part of this regime, and they have failed to stop this regime from committing atrocities and the corruption they have done from the start. And what they did now, they have escalated this thing by even diffusing the voices of Equatorian, by not to speak, and even like they're trying to make they even decline the numbers a little bit. It's not even like what is an Upper Nile, but you see Upper Nile, mostly they are armed, weaponized, and they are completely creating this conflict among themselves. And then when they get defeated, they run away, they come to Equatoria. And then in Equatoria, they start creating chaos. Especially now, IO and SPLM have become a dangerous, I could say dangerous, I forgot the word in English, but it's like a dangerous entity that's now establishing itself. If you look, they're establishing puppets within Equatoria to be used so they can abuse the Equatorian people. And we have seen this thing done before by the Arab North, when during the time of One Sudan, they were using those who are collaborators or corrupt people to go and target their own brothers. And we have seen how these people have been used very well. Even that place called Beit al-Abiyat, and now today they turn it Blue House. Some of them were criminals committing crimes against their own fellow brothers in Equatoria. And these, we call them as individuals. But when you look compared to what some of these politicians, these counter, revolutionaries are using the language that, all of us are guilty. There is some people like that. There's warlord. No. These warlords are all standing in Upper Nile. They have the huge number. Politically, they have power. Militarily, they have power. While Equatoria is defenseless. Equatoria don't even have any power. And why is that? Because some of the puppets that have been used by these warlords are used within Equatoria to make sure Equatoria is in the weak position. And then they take these children who are victimize them, and then turn them into monsters. And we have seen these things also happen in Liberia. So these crimes is very disturbing. And what I want from our Equatorian brothers to wake up, and our brothers and sisters of Equatoria, those who still see this thing as a simple thing, to look at it in a situation that Equatoria versus South Sudan. This is clear as the sky. Because if you don't see it, then you have a problem. Because right now, who is the one who's actually defenseless, who have no power to defend himself? Right now in Upper Nile, even the tribes over there, they defend themselves. In Equatoria, we cannot. And what we have here is elements who still connected to SPLM or IO, and they are not even speaking out or defending the people of Equatoria. And even they begin to be part of the damage to Equatorian people. And that's why I see them as a counter-revolutionaries and counter-Equatorian revolution, that Equatoria want to stand for themselves and be free and liberated from this chaos and this so-called Sudan, South Sudan, because we have an identity that South Sudan do not even have, the identity of Equatoria. This identity does not mean the name. The identity goes back to the history, the land, the culture, and all these progress that our people have come to be known as Equatoria. But in South Sudan, there is nothing really connect us, only this name that we have already freed ourselves from it when we separated from Sudan. But still some people are connecting us with Sudan, when Sudanese, even they don't look at us equal, no, even look at us as family members. Even I was surprised, I would laugh sometimes. People say, oh, Sudan on what? The Sudan, the mother. We were already free people before we were forced to join these groups. We never wanted to be. Our ancestors, that's why they resisted them. They went and said, we are not Arabs and we are not Sudanese. We are people of this land, Equatoria. And what happened, of course, when Equatorians saw their fellow, neighbor, which is those in Upper Nile, Bahr Ghazal, are suffering, they have that empathy, to say, okay, let's come together, work to fight against those who are oppressing us, because they saw the same people are suffering. But they never imagined that these people would be the traitors, and they'll be the tool that will be used by the North to come and counter Equatoria in their revolution. And today we are paying the price very dearly, to the extent now our existence is under threat, our identity is almost no more, because they want us to be assimilated to something called South Sudan that does not even exist within Upper Nile nor Bahr Ghazal. All they exist is the tribalism, and they want to merge this tribalism with their crime into Equatoria, so Equatoria will be no more. So I'll stop here, but that's what we see. And welcome. If you have anything to say also on that, you can go ahead, and then we can see CJ, and then later back to Mr. CPI.
Let me come in a little later.
Alrighty. All right, cool. Mr. CJ, do you have anything to add or say before we give to General Charles? And of course, Didi, if you're ready also, because I never heard from you. Didi, CJ, I don't know. Didi, are you there? Or are you still busy? Okay.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh,
yes.
Hold it a minute. If there's someone to come up, I can go ahead and
yeah, there is CPI. There is CPI, General CPI, please welcome.
Hey, Mubarak, gentlemen. Sorry, CPI seem to be busy. If I can just say something quick.
Yeah, welcome, Dr. Moses. Yeah, greetings.
Thank you.
Yes. General, welcome. That's good to see your voice.
Yeah. I'm just going to hit the road right away. Honestly speaking, the roadmap is now very clear. The roadmap.
Dr. Moses, why don't you start by telling us if you are speaking from a bunker or all is well?
No. Some of you, we don't trust some of you. You work both sides, so I will not say where I'm talking from.
Like Moses, are you Equatorian or you account as agency? You need to come here. I'm an Equatorian citizen. I'm not a South Sudanese.
You see, you only wake up, people wake up when I come. That's why sometimes I decided to keep quiet, because people wake up. You were given chance to talk CPI, you were recording, you were busy, you don't want to talk. Now I'm coming, you want to raise your voice. You just sit down and listen. Anyway, you see, CPI, you are number one counter-insurgency because you are Equatorial Bloc for Justice and Equality, IO, SPLM IO, Equatorial Bloc for Justice and Equality. You have not yet set off that uniform. So you need to change yourself, because you are the people who are confusing Equatoria left and right. Anyway, Eid Mubarak, and thank you, Raja, for that elaborate submission about the situation of the counter-insurgency. Equatoria is at a crossroad, and if we don't stand up this time, we will only have ourselves to blame. Because like Africa and then the rest of the people have eloquently put it, these are the two regions don't have the interest of Equatoria in their hearts. Not in anything political, social, or militarily. They don't have any interest of Equatoria. It was only recently when Khartoum, the two opposing sides in Khartoum start fighting. Now you can see some change in the tone of the unionists, some change in the tone that now it is only Salva Kiir, it is only Riek Machar. But the bottom line is because when we were talking that Equatoria will go, they say, of our dead body, Equatoria will never go. Because they have control of the economic resources, they have control of the money, they have control of the guns. But now with 2,000 kilometers of unpatrolled border between the north and south, the guns are going to find their ways into the south all the way to Equatoria. That's why Juba is panicking. Not only that, because the only source of income, the oil pipeline, so far that the two sides are not targeting the oil installation, but I tell you, if one side thinks that they are now losing properly, they can blow up the pipeline, and then we see what happens. And once that one is blown, there'll be no money in Juba, and everybody will be at the same playing ground. I think what is happening in Khartoum here is good, is a blessing in disguise. Not that we support any side, but it gives the opportunity for the economic lifeline of the system, the regime, to dry up. So this is a time that people should speak out clearly. People should take sides, because to dream that we will still be one with these people is not going to happen. Because, like others have said, these people are bent to have a demographic change of the country. They are working day and night to ensure that there's a Jeng or Nuer colony in Equatoria. That's why when you tell them go back, they bring the Western notion of that you have the right to live everywhere. Taking the example of the US, okay, if I am from, say, from Georgia, and I just feel bad, I want to move to Texas, I can move to Texas and live there as a Texan citizen, or move to New Mexico, these kind of things. Without knowing that, those people who are moving freely like that, the original people who move like that, these are the same people who eliminated the indigenous people, and they move around, just like the Jeng are trying to do. But if you go to the bottom of it, the indigenous Indian, the Native American Indians, they don't move like that. The swamp Indian in the south, deep south, cannot just move and go, I want to be a highland Indian on the Rockies. Or I move from the swamp, I be a plain Indian in the Midwest. Something like that. The Native Americans don't move around the way the colonizers, whose origins are in Europe or in other places, the colonizers moving around because they don't have what they call home. When there was a gold rush in the West, all of them rushed to the West. When there is, they hear that there is some oil boom in the North, all of them rush there. They don't have a place. And this argument for me does not hold water, because the people who are moving up from place to place without calling one place home are people who are the occupiers. So the nomads in this territory, South Sudan, they want to move into Equatoria and claim that as long as we are South Sudanese, we can live everywhere. No, we are Equatorians and you are South Sudanese. And this word Equatorians need to be, the volume need to be raised higher, because I think this word is really making some people not to sleep at night. CPI, you are doing that well, but you have decided to create something called Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria, which is not in your mandate, because the mandate to decide what kind of governance, what kind of leadership we want to have in Equatoria should come from the people of Equatoria, but not from you and McCartney, two of you. It cannot come like that, no. Because federalism, 1 minute. Federalism is, just one moment. Yes, sir. Yeah. Good, can I call you back quickly? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so the decision to make what kind of governance we need should come from the people, because we, as Equatorial nationalists, we are representing the people, we are not representing individuals. Federalism is the flagship of the national salvation. They are fighting for that. The Jan has not accepted. And we have tested one central for referendum. What kind of governance do you want? Do you want to be a federal state? Do you want to be a unitary state? Do you want to be whatever? Because we're not big. We're only 76,000 square miles. And then from the east to the west, we're like all about from Kapoeta to Juba, about 100 something. Juba to Mundi 100, Mundi to Yambi, about Tampura, about 200. We're about 500 to 600 miles in length. Not a big country. Federalism is best for huge countries where they need to decentralize properly. So that is something we should not start talking. And that's why maybe people are not following UCPI, because you have already put a federal government where you are the commander-in-chief, you are the president, you are everything. We don't fight for that. We are fighting for the people, and the people will decide who will lead them. Yes, the Equatorial Revolution should come out of this South Sudan counter-revolutionaries. Equatoria should take a side and say we stand for Equatoria, not to follow South Sudan counter-revolutionaries who are using them just as the Khartoum Arabs use the African Muslims to fight for them. They use the Darfuris, the Nuba, and then the people of Angasana to fight for them. We've seen that. We've seen that. Everyone who lived in Sudan, you've seen that. You see that the officers are pure Arabs and the foot soldiers are African people. For us in the South Sudan, it is the Jem want to be the officers and the rest of the people to be the soldiers. You are not fit to be an officer, because even if you are an officer, the Jem soldier will not respect you. And people who are right now in the military, they know that. If a senior officer from Equatoria is passing by, the Jang will pretend, will turn his back, he will not salute. Because he knows that for him, You are just, for him, you are just put there for nothing. You are not supposed to be an officer. You are supposed to be a foot soldier like him. Like you have to be Matanganyor. So Equatorial need to have a revolution fight back, counter revolution fight back. But I tell you, if the playground is level, no one will dare to fight against Equatorians. No one will dare to fight against us. When we forget that thing, that there is a hope that we'll be united. The time that we would have been united was before 2013, in 2005, after the revolution, after the referendum, after the CPR. Now it is too late because the color of the junk is clear. The junk is out for the demographic change. The junk is out for domination. The junk is out for chasing. Either you accept to be under a junk rule or you leave the country. That's why they're calling you to be Uganda, calling you to be Congolese, calling you to be anything else just because of your skin color or something like that. And that is why these days there are a lot of propaganda going around that we should reconcile. We are one people. Let us go for election. What kind of election? This is election. The decision has already been made. The decision has already been made. Because the young are afraid that any leadership apart from the young is going to let Equatoria go or is going to revenge. Because people in Khartoum, when the fighting was happening in the south, they don't know how terrible it is. Now it has come here. People who used not to eat fata and the others, now they're eating those dry rations. People are now going without electricity. People are now not having water. They're feeling it now. They're now crying. Even people from Umba Party, from whatever, Ittihad al-Democratic, those non-Islamist parties are crying for ceasefire, crying for cessation of hostilities because war has come home. War has come home. And the young are afraid that any change of leadership will mean revenge on the young, will mean young going back to the states, which they don't want. They would rather go and be refugees in the very place that they say we come from, in Uganda and Kenya and somewhere, than to go back to be in their villages. But if you see around what is going on in Khartoum, Uganda is mute. Uganda is not saying anything because they don't have border with Khartoum. They don't give a damn. Countries, Kenya is mute. They're trying to send Ruto to solve a problem, but how can you send a country that is not militarily powerful to go and tell a very powerful country like Sudan and the Janjaweed militia to stop fighting? You don't know what they're fighting for. But what I like with them, they've identified themselves. Like the Arab Janjaweed, say we are Arab Janjaweed, we want to depose this Islamist government, although they are Muslims. But for Equatorians, we still want to be on both sides. We are still taking side. Okay, maybe our salvation will come from IO, maybe our salvation will come from SPLMA. No. Your salvation comes from Equatoria. You have to be an Equatorian. You have to identify yourself as an Equatorian, because Equatoria could be part of South Sudan, but South Sudan is not Equatoria. South Sudan is not Equatoria. That's why let us not accept people who want to preach this South Sudanism, people who want to divide Equatoria and decide that we should not call ourselves Equatorian, but we call ourselves with tribes. Even if we are preaching to them that we have surpassed that issue of calling ourselves as tribes, we no longer belong to that. That is what I used to say when I was in Europe, that when they ask me, where are you from? I say, I'm from Africa. So they go to the next question, which part of Africa? I say, no, when I'm in Europe, I'm from Africa. When you find me in Africa, I will tell you from which country I am. So when the young ask us, they say, not, we are from Equatoria. So in Equatoria, we know from which community we belong. We don't even speak of Eastern, Western, Central Equatoria that CPI is preaching. We are one indivisible Equatoria. Where is CPI? He ran away? Sorry. Yes. So, brothers and sisters, fellow Equatorians, we are at a cross point where we have to take a stand. We have to take a stand as Equatorian. Let us not be intimidated. The system is on its way, is rolling down the hill without break to its demise. Time to leave the system is now than to wait until you crash with them. The signs of the times are clear. There is imminent collapse. There is going to be imminent chaos. The IO, the Nuer leader said, no one, Juba belongs to them. No one is going to leave Juba. Those of you who can read between the lines, what he's saying, this time around, if the fight starts, it's going to end up in Juba. It's not going to go anywhere in the bushes. No one is going to run. And comparing to Khartoum, the tension is very clear. Those things of Hemeti and Burhani started like a joke. Tension here and there, tension here and there, tension here and there, until they blew it up in the open during Ramadan, spoiling the Eid celebration for the majority of Sudanese who profess Islamic religion. So I think this is a very nice topic. Equatorial revolutions should distinguish themselves from the South Sudan counter-revolution, because once all Equatorians choose a side, the fate of Equatorians will be clear. It is now or never. The responsibility to maintain this name of Equatorian is on our soldiers, and nobody should be frustrated. Nobody should just give up, because like I always say, no one is born with a Kalashnikov or AK-47 or M16 from their mother's womb. These things, we get them on Earth, and we use them on Earth. And nobody is a better user of those machines than anybody else. Because once you hold that machine and you pull the trigger, it is the same as the other side doing that. The problem with Equatorians, some of these Equatorian confused people, they don't want to die. They don't want to die. They want to go to war and come back alive. No. In the military, when you are passed, when you graduate, you have surrendered your life to die or to live for that country. And the price for freedom is blood. Jesus paid it. So the price for our freedom is also blood. Some people have to die to rescue an Equatorial. But if you don't want to die, then nobody will die in your place. Because biblically, thousands of animals were killed. Those of you who are good in the Old Testament, thousands of animals every day, paying for the sins of people, paying for the freedom of people. It started when Adam and Eve sinned. Innocent lambs were killed to give them clothes. In the Old Testament throughout, evening and morning, the high priest or the priest killed animals to save the lives of people, until Jesus said, this is enough, I must go and end this once for all. So freedom is bought with the blood. And fellow Equatorians, those who really want to keep this name alive must be ready to pay blood than to pay political lip service. Thank you. I got a call that is coming in. I'll be listening, but let me answer that first.
Thank you so much, Brother Dr. Moses. You're absolutely right. One thing also, you remind me about revolution when Brother Rajab was mentioning. Yes, revolution is not, to be honest, revolution has never been peaceful. Any revolution is all about blood. It's a violent, it takes a violent action, because revolution is something that does not tolerate what is wrong or what is not secure in the image of what's supposed to be. Like, for example, if you look back to French Revolution, the French Revolution was so extremely violent. Even the American Revolution, for them to be an American country, America had to use violence. And revolution, since we knew any nation who went and gone through revolution is always tend to take the side of violence. I never see revolution ever came peacefully, nor even spoke of peace, because revolution is the last card, or the last card that will be put by the people and say enough is enough. We are now time to make the change, and we will make the change if you like it or not, because we're not going to tolerate, nor even we're going to argue. And that's what revolution is. And the Equatorial Revolution, and for revolution to any revolution to succeed, they have to be knowledge of oneself, knowledge of liberty, or awareness about what liberty is, and what's the way how we can go forward. And that's why you see a lot of these people who go to revolutionary moment, they will always appreciate liberty, they appreciate freedom, and they will sacrifice their life for it. And once we reach that level, and that's why I hope for our people to actually, instead of being submissive and giving up and wailing, like how even that description in the report, the United Nations report, those who were the commissioners, when they were reporting, they said there was people lamenting and wailing, and it's really not right for our people to be in this position. I mean, they have accepted, even people have become submissive from the atrocities, and then they're also brainwashed. And I blame this SPLM, and I blame this so-called South Sudan for where Equatoria is today. Because Equatoria today, in this condition, because some of our brothers, and I put the blame on them, brothers and sisters who joined the SPLM, either against their will or voluntarily. They went there believing in the ideology that Goering was selling at that time, because Goering was selling a lie. Goering sold a lie about the new Sudan, and this new Sudan have caused Equatoria to lose its place. Where is this new Sudan? We don't see it, because once this referendum came, or this chance of peace agreement, comprehensive peace agreement, like I said, we're going to read that peace comprehensive agreement, which is this CPI, or comprehensive peace agreement, yes. So we will have a time to read it, because this one will actually clarify a lot of things of what Equatoria did. Equatoria have compromised their identity, their rights, their land, for the sake of South Sudan. And the people in Upper Nile and Bahr Ghazal never appreciated that, never respected that. Instead, they have come to abuse us, using their conflict, bringing their conflict and using their conflict to destroy and abuse Equatoria. And today, Equatoria is in the receiving end, is in the weakest side of this conflict. While these guys over here are parading themselves, either they're trying to parade themselves politicians, they're trying to parade themselves as the dominant tribes, or trying to parade themselves as victims. And when they are the same people who commit the atrocity among themselves and then committing atrocity within Equatoria. And then Equatoria only have to be silent and submissive and say, oh, we are part of this conflict, and we are just, minorities, we don't have anything, and the countries belong to everyone. No. We are a nation of tribes. Our ancestors never understood the philosophy of the West when it comes to political and systems and how to govern all that. But they understood one simple system is that every society have the responsibility to do the right thing and govern themselves and live among their neighbor in harmony and respect. Before this European came with so-called this new political philosophy of Republic, Democrat and all that, there was a time when our ancestors able to live among themselves as elders, leaders, those who came together and unified our communities. Our communities have been there for centuries, before even the Bible was ever written. Because our ancestors' evidence is us today. We are their descendants, and yet we see ourselves today as so susceptible to this failure of South Sudan to accept it and say, yeah, it's okay, and let's throw ourselves into it and submit to what's going on. No, we cannot, because revolution does not give you the power or the right to submit. The revolution is to counter what is the counter-revolution, because South Sudan is a counter-revolution of Equatoria, while Equatoria is the true revolution, where we are fighting for our existence, dignity, and right, and our history and culture that was given to us. Today, we are trying to throw it on the side because some elements will have sold us out so cheaply in the name of South Sudan and in the name of SPLM since 1983, have never repented, and yet they want us to continue. Because those people, let us ask them, what did SPLA give to Equatoria? Because in every movement, revolutionary movement, if they were a revolutionary movement, what did they bring good to Equatoria? Let's ask them this question. What did they do? Did they ever even secure Juba? Instead, they destroyed Juba. When they were fighting, all their eyes was like, let's take Juba, but they were not even interested on taking Juba. They were destroying people in Juba. And there is an evidence to it. Didi can even tell, like, there was Haunat Kambigdo, there was a lot of artillery thrown from this SPLM within Juba to kill civilians. They were not targeting military targets. They are almost like the Janjaweed today in Khartoum, who are throwing bombs everywhere in every city. It's spreading around, looting, killing. And this looting, they got the chance of looting when we got the independent or the referendum. That's when they begin to loot. And guess what? They're not looting in shops anymore. They're looting even to extent where they will loot the whole resources, making themselves rich and powerful. While we here, the people who brought this country, are now left defenseless, powerless, and weak. And yet they want us to be South Sudanese. So I won't go far, but you have to understand, you as Equatorian, wake up. Instead of selling yourself to this so-called South Sudan, the South Sudan is a counter-revolutionary to Equatoria. And we will continue to talk about, because I read today about these children, the victimization of children of Equatoria and the women. And of course, I read this report only focused on what they talked about Equatoria. Of course, there has another report. They have talked about what do you call Upper Nile and Bahar Ghazal. And if you look at the Upper Nile, even before yesterday, when I was listening to one of the gentlemen who was trying to promote this thing, he was biased. And I'll be honest, because what he did, he blamed only one sector, the group who are the warring party. Because remember, and I'll be honest with you, he talked about the Nuer and Shuluk issues between Agwelek and Kitgwang. But if you look at it, it's very ridiculous because both of them are guilty. I'm from the outside, I can see it clear as the sun. They're both guilty because both of them are committing atrocities, and yet they want to blame one side that they're innocent, and yet they say, I'm not tribalist. But guess what? Where do you think the root of tribalism come from? It's in Upper Nile. It's so deeply rooted to the extent now they are the one who are running the country, and they cannot even come to common sense to stop the conflict they have. Even if you give them peace by bringing Bible or Quran, just give it to them, say, please repent and just calm down. They will not even take it. They have shuyukh and kahana kanisa, and they're killing each other. Even fi abunat dugu badam jua kanais fi jua Upper Nile. So they expect such people will understand the meaning of government and system. And I know they feel offended, but listen, let me be honest. If you are not willing to admit your mistake, it's very hard for you to understand what I'm saying to you, because what you have brought to us have cost us now everything. Our people are now in the receiving end. We don't even have anybody to protect us. All we have is now God and the piece of land that we have now, you guys are trying to take it from us by saying we are all South Sudanese, countering everything that Equatorial have fought for and fought for and stood for. So you just can come and live in there easily and say these belong to us. And then you exploit our land, the resources that we have. I remember the time when they discovered the oil over there, or when they have announced there is oil in Upper Nile. How many of these tribes were always claiming their oil belonged to their tribe? It was so ridiculous to the extent I felt so sad. Like, if this is how they define themselves, woe unto this nation, how long it will be. And truly, truly, now we could see this country is not going forward. It's time for Equatoria to wake up and smell the coffee, because time is ticking. Like I said last time, now we have 1 year left. And you see this guy now is preparing himself for election. But this report is one of the cards that I could see that can challenge everything that we see wrong. But I don't want to talk about this one. But what I want to say, in the same process, there is a lot of things that prove to you that these groups who are fighting as parties, political parties, regime, opposition, whatever, most of them, they are counter-revolutionaries to Equatorial revolution. Because what they're doing, they're not bringing the solution. They're actually expanding the problem, so Equatoria will be demolished and ignored. And that's what you see today. If they talk about Equatoria, they will always dismiss it. They will always put Equatoria as if it's nothing. But where are they jacking it from the people of Equatoria, claiming that this country belongs to us, and yet they cannot even develop their own territories, yet they want to come into our territory and forcing us to be with this chaos and never to argue, instead to just submit, like how the Northern wanted us to submit to be called Arab when we are not Arab. So I won't go far. I'll give a chance to Mr. CJ. I think CPI can't handle, like CPI disappeared. I hope he will be back. So if not, let's go with CJ and Didi, and then Narja Biden, the brother Rajab, and James to conclude. And yeah, because I don't think we have much, but we have read the article, the report, and I will try to post this report in Equatorial Free Forum, or if somebody, like I talked to Mr. James, I'll send you that copy. But Didi, I never heard your voice. If you want to say something, I know earlier you said something, but if you have anything to add, if not, then we go to the next person. I think CJ also. So yeah, please go ahead. But thank you for your time, and thank you really, Didi, for this being with me today all this way. Go ahead. I hope you did.
Yeah, sorry, I've been away for a little bit. Thank you for the report. The report is actually very saddening. You see, very saddening to the extent that when you read it, and also when I was following some of it, it was really actually sad and quite shocking. Nonetheless, it's not something that is new, but to see it being detailing, like for example, if you heard about something and also you've been informed, because these are our family, these are our people back home, whichever sites, but actually to have it, I'm so sorry, just keep coughing, to have it detailed down, and then for you to go through it, it is very, very what do you call it, it's just kind of very confronting, and it's difficult really to see it, especially one that are really sad, that the fact that when it talks about the sexual violence that is happening, it happens really very horrific. It's not just somebody is just assaulting someone or something like that, but they really tend to use it as a way of a horrific violation, a violence that is really very painful, and they do it to children as well, and younger children and women are targeted, and when that happens, usually the victims, they suffer stigma very badly. Either they're rejected by their family and the communities, and then on top of it, you see when the worst scenario is when the victim become pregnant, when she gives birth, then there is the issue of the conflict of, using the surname, registration in administration regarding the name of the child, the surname and stuff like that, and how's this going to go, and probably the family even will not want you to use their name. And you see the dilemma that these women and children are ending in, and nonetheless, even the children, when you violate a little child, either they die, or either when they get pregnant, either they die. Even a grown whole woman sometimes die in childbirth. It's something that is very complicated. It's not an easy thing. It's even a doctor can tell you that the moment that a woman is pregnant is between life and death, and this is something that needed to be paid attention on. Um, um, and imagine in this kind of a remote and this place that is really depleted of civilization and depleted of hospital and roads and anything or lights and stuff like that. Proper even means for these young children and young girls and women that got raped and stuff like that, let alone to go on and take care of themselves and the children's later on, while you are excommunicated from your community. And all this was done by this regime militant of what is called the South Sudan Defense Forces people, and which is really unacceptable. And there are cases that is really sad that we talk about men getting raped, really what's called a backbreaking or something. In this extent, the humiliation, you see. And mostly these men, they really violated so badly, very painfully, and they don't want to talk about it either. They don't even come for ongoing attendance that they can be taken care of in clinics and stuff, like that, through the clinic management. Some of them, they don't come, and some that come, or some that have been aware of because of probably intense medical critical situations and stuff like that. And this happens even to little boys, young boys, and older men. Even older men go through that, and the middle age go through that. It's something that is really so messy, so bad, really. And then the other thing that is really horrific, that the use of those defense forces uh, that belongs to the regime that they call themselves South Sudanese defense forces. Whether they IO or whether the SPLM, it's just the fact that they will target, they target actually schools. For example, there was a school that I think there was a school that I went by, is one in Western Equatoria and two in Central Equatoria. That happened that they target children from there, and the other thing is the saddest thing is even the senior generals and stuff like that. They also know that there are children that are held in those barracks or with those armies, against their will, and they did nothing. You see, I think someone's mic is on. He wants to say something. Charles.
Sorry, Comrade.
Yep. That's all right. I thought maybe you wanted to say something. That's okay. So yeah, like you see, such stuff like that, they know it, and all these things, the United Nations has documented it down, and they're really looking into this kind of results of persecution against those people who've been perpetrating this violence around. And the other thing is knowing that uh, all these things has been caused by those who are legitimate, or those who have signed themselves associated with the what do you call it, the what do you call it, revitalization peace agreement, and they have pitted it against each other, one or the other, which is the IO or the SPLM. They divided themselves, so they coming into places and for example, displacing these people. Like for example, the report, one of the reports talking about what's happening in Equatoria and stuff, whether in Central Equatoria and West, and then also in East Equatoria. And one place people were fleeing from East Equatoria because the displacement of the people, and then also to to gain grounds over there, and also to actually pitted the people into joining them at the same time. So you stay there, and then they control you under them and abuse you at the same time, and also mostly to gain lands of people there. They over there, like what they say, like the belet and stuff like that. It's something that is really unacceptable. The things that are happening over there, it just is unreal. And these are the things that when somebody look at such reports, and such detailing documented stuff, even like the whole entire country, like at one point even talk about even the violence that are happening in for example in Upper Nile, is all the same thing. These are the members, people who belongs to the members of the revitalized peace agreement. And these people are now dividing people. Either you're with the SPLM or you're supporting the SPLMA or the IO. So and they're going around creating havoc. That's why there's the fighting going on. You see the war that is going on, turmoil in Upper Nile. And when people talk about it, and then some people will say like they don't even know why people are fighting. And sometimes you see people opening rooms, and they will be saying that why are we fighting, why do we hate each other, and stuff like that. But they actually know like why they're fighting. They know they're fighting because they belong either to IO or to the SPLM, and then they're pitted against. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you can speak before me. Actually, you can speak before me.
No, just finish and then I will talk.
Yeah. I think I will just leave it here, and then because I was going a bit long, and then Anna Mukin can come after you because you said of your time. Come in, please.
Thank you, Comrade Didi.
You're welcome, please.
CJ and James, Rajab, and all Equatorians, dear citizens, in our neighboring colonial South Sudanese who are present in the room. I hope when Moses, Dr. Moses Jerwin, I hope I really wanted to answer him, but it's unfortunate. This leader of Equatorial National Rally cannot even know about the topic of discussion and cannot distinguish between Equatorial revolutionaries versus South Sudan counter-revolution. It's very sad. It's not about Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice movement. It's not about Charles. It's not about Etika. It's not about who did it. No. The topic is about what is Equatorial revolution? What is those people who are against Equatorial revolution? That's it. That's a simple question, simple English. So, first and foremost, again, just for records, thank you, Etika and Didi and CJ for recording this great Equatorial nation. Yes, we are Equatorial nation. I'm proud of you always and ever. Even though I was not here every time, when I read the topic, I'm always there with you. In prayers and in spirit. We all believe that. So, I'm General Charles Pearson, the leader of Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice movement. I'm proud to be Equatorian from the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. Alder waja kalamde, kalamsi fi bahar. Alder silu, kalishilu. If you are proud to be Equatorian, say yes. Don Nasmos National Rally for National Rally, Equatorial National Rally, Ma Mortama, Equatorial Federal Democratic Republic, let him go to hell. Because I know the account is agency. I will explain why. Now, I did not attend what Rajab said or what brother James said, or CJ, or Itum Kulu Kalam to Sunu, when Etika was talking. But let me talk about, I'm not prepared for this topic, because there was no, if I disagree with that, somebody have to present this. Let me say, Equatorial Revolution. We are revolutionaries. I'm proud of you, Didi. I'm proud of you, Etika, CJ.
those who continue to champion the revolution for Equatorian. There are a lot of people who give up. Now they are calling for unity of colonial South Sudan. Because Benadi Fisnu, the unity, the Wahida, the Mustamirin, Al Junubin, Al Bistamir Equatorian. But you continue with that spirit. And now those people now who are calling for unity of Equatoria with the colonial South Sudan, then South Sudan counter-revolution. Equatorial revolution is based not even on what Etika mentioned, but it is based on our identity, based on our culture, based on our language, based on our land, based on our territory, based on our history, based on our resources, based on our unity, based on our all etc. That's what Equatoria is. Now, when we talk about counter-revolution, Equatorians are the pillars of revolution in the colonial South Sudan. Even in the colonial Sudan, Anas Arafat istimarra de Equatorian. Anas Walogaf did al-istimar de Equatorian. I hope you play this on Facebook. Are you there, Etika?
Yeah, I'm streaming it live here.
Correct. So, these were Equatorians. The Equatorian Corps, my father participated in the Equatorian Corps. These were the like now the war between Russia and the Western world. These people were recruited to support one organization, either Russians or support the Western world. The Equatorian Corps resisted oppression and they say they need their freedom. It is the same thing Didi today, Etika, Etamasije, and other separatists who are resisting that we don't want oppression. Yes, I cannot deny that I was fighting for unity of the colonial South Sudan. But you cannot also deny that during our Paga conference, before you guys come out in 2014, December, I told the conference, the Equatorians, on the 8th, let me be specific, on the 8th of December 2014, I say, if any state, if any leader do not take our consideration or do not treat us well, we as Equatorians have a right to self-determination. That's what I said. And I said it in our Equatorial conference, our Equatorial meeting with General Ladun Gore, who was the vice president of the SPLM-IO at that time. I have the photos. It's unfortunate my recording. Something happened. I don't know whether happened in Ethiopia or just I lose it in my office. I have the recordings. But I still have the photos because that time I'm the one who first. I will be. But that's what I get. The Facebook, it is me, Mavizol Tani. The first website of the SPLM-SPLIO, it was me, March 2014. Nothing can kalam farida. So when we are talking about this, about counterinsurgency, about the Equatorial Revolution and counterinsurgency, of course, the government of South Sudan, now they want to use Equatorians to stop us, the revolutionaries from Equatoria. The organization under Etika, the organization under B, the organization of these counterinsurgencies with Amwarasin and Bemsi Vijuba, Bewon, Zumama, Bakul Bamla, just Farik, Bamusunu, Bejishil Minina, Bodine, Bodivi National Salvation Front, Yauta Nasajere, Wano, Almuaraza, Ismu, the Dr. Rajere, Dr. Moses, as a massive Minini, because he knows I'm going to talk. This is how counter-revolution is. Look at the French Revolution.
Sorry, Indo قال عنده في زول تلفلو عنده شغل لكن
شكرا.
Look at the French revolutions. Look at the Nicaragua. Look at the Cuban. When the pigs were used, those people who are mobilized, the Cubans, to react against the Fidel Castro revolution. But they were all Cubans. The same thing, Alela, they used counter-insurgencies in Equatorian. Nas Jorocham, now Saranda, brother Muno, Ismuda, Besir, Saranda, Osman Digina, Yawin of Yenena, Hakim, Gulmujirim, Hana neutral, Hana frustrated. You cannot, and as a man, as a Rajid, Alkan be Sora, Alkan be Shakil Sora, Mamukin, you can give it up. Ana fi SPLA, ana nazalta fi umur 20 sana. Ana fi umurda, ana kunta telmeji. وكنت أدر مساعد في ميدان قايد في تقول مزيدين. وأنا أول زول قدمت ذاته السنو التمام لقرن. في عمر 20 ده في كريبو ميليتري ترين سنتر. راجل نونو كومبا بيزول دري ماي. ده في فسيلة ذاته. جلبت لادو جنت لادو لا أجري لادو أجري. Chief Lado, Lolik. General 73 years was under my career. Those of Arkantil Osua, he's now under secretary. I think the second secretary of the embassy in Rwanda. And I have a lot of people. They might have business bonus to sack it. Local ma group Sukunta Mamur or the Sukunta TSPL. As a Neji Hadimu. Not even that, I work as a journalist. The SPLM in 2000, I was a journalist. I went to the field, the Mahalata Nuvugo bombs. I went to investigate people. I bring it back. I investigate. I even interviewed Riak in 2000 in Nairobi. The problem because Loita Wahid Mavizol, Bagda Sejeta, or the Mavizol Bundi later credit. Luis Lobong, I interviewed him in Narus in 2000 when we went to Narus, when the Kobeto was bombed. He's very calm, very professional, very, Mazol arrogant. Let's go to the topic. So what is South Sudan counter revolution? South Sudan counter-revolution, they are using Equatorians against Equatorians. That's one. They are using resources to counter-react, to stop the revolution of Equatorial independence. They are using military, and again, that military, which is majority of them will be from Equatoria, to stop Equatorians from fighting for their independence. They are using the resources of the country to stop Equatoria from getting independent. They are also using their own people as what? As a counter revolution by displacing Equatorians, stopping and exiling them to go to exile, as so that they can occupy the territory and stop any Equatorian want to come back home voluntarily. So counter-insurgency, using intelligence, using military, using the internal police, all sorts of resources within the country. But Comrade Etika, Comrade DD, Comrade CJ, as a revolutionarist, I want to tell you, and anybody, who is a revolutionist here, who is a Equatorian separatist, we are ready for this match. We are ready for this game. We are ready to champion this revolution. They will never stop us. Our message is loud and clear. We want independence of Equatoria. and we want freedom of Equatorians. We want the integrity of our nation. We want to rule ourselves. We want to protect our nation. We want to control our borders. We need to live in peace with our neighbors. That is the principle of Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice movement as a separatist movement fighting for independence of Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. Nihna ma masin lafo Douran, nihna ma counter insurgency. Bukra bonzo, ana South Sudanese, Bukra, we want unity. No, we are not for unity. No, Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice movement, we are separation for Equatoria. We want unity as Africans. We live side by side as neighbors, good neighbors. I cannot live with a killer who kill my people. It will never happen. I cannot live with a person who take my land. Yes, Nasani Bukengala, Mamara Tom in Dinka. Okay, Maratime in Dinka. Munuma Bijos to Dinka. Munuma Bijos Faja. Haleza ba biro Maratime Beji Asurita. Wanaite ada kitaka alita mazi bo. Lombara there, Galita Kalasa, okay, matter fight about Equatoria, or just about the Dinka. Let her go to hell. Let her go to hell. Let her go to hell. The liberation of Equatoria will be the only spirit that will keep us alive. And I'm proud of you, Didi. I'm proud of you, Etika. You are all in this spirit and communities and other revolutionaries. There are some here. Bukra bonds wala na ina kulu separatists wala na ina kulu demonstrawia usiyoshi basuya bukra kanosu firumta junubin wala na ina junubin na ina blah blah blah. I fed up of this innocent, of this stupid or whatever a counterinsurgencies. Be one. Yes, when I was an IO, I fight for IO as a unity nation. I'm a separatist. Since I declared separatist in 2021, I never back up. My objectives are very clear. My objective is very clear. When I have time, I come and talk. When I don't have time, I do other things. Because it's not in the clubhouse that alone. We have a lot of things to do. Ethical leaders, you may not have a lot of people to support you in this room. We have only 26. Before I come, it was around 20. That's not a problem. You can only be with Didi and even CJ or maybe James or Rajab and myself, or not without me. 5 of you, go ahead. I told you always, the Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice movement, we are in phase 1. Phase 1 in the Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice movement, we are in an educational and creating awareness to the people of Equatoria, creating awareness to the colonialists. That's why we are fighting for this. We did not declare any war. We declare awareness on our people to know their rights, to know what is wrong with them, and to know who are their enemies, and to know what will be good for them, and to know their rights constitutionally with that broken colonial South Sudan, and even with the international human rights laws, like the Declaration of Human Rights of 1948. We learn Tanade, or Jengal Gahaki Minade, Jengal control border Sanade, Jengal have, Bishuru Amwal Tanade, Jengal gives you in a barak. We did not declare any war on them. We did not. Those are stupid propagandists like counter-insurgents like those of General Chan. They are not a problem to some of us. They are just frustrated because we nailed them. Yeah, Etika, Comradidi, Odessa, CJ, we won this war. We won this war. How did we won it? We want it because we squeeze them. Those propagandists, those who are coming here, I always fight my Rajab. Rajab may guide my ini. Even say CPA, whatever, civil service, whatever action for what. And we pick it from there. We pick it from there. It is not us as a Equatorial separatist to determine who is a separatist. But we should know who is a separatist by his actions, by his words, by his participation in any social media, and how he articulates Equatorian interests. That is a separatist by identity. That is Equatorian separatist. I'm not a nationalist because I'm not fighting for colonial South Sudan. I'm fighting for independence of Equatoria. Those of Gibel brother, I don't want to talk when somebody is out. Dr. Moses, I don't want to talk about it. How many times has he go for rules that think are you Equatorian? Are you what? I'm a South Sudanese. You are misleading as a leader. You are misleading your followers. You are just as a coward like any other person. There is no political manipulation here. As a separatist leader, you must show your leadership skills and you must show your identity. You must show your political objective. You must show who you are in the public forums. So as a separatist movement, as a Equatorian, I'm proud to be an Equatorian. It doesn't matter whether I'm not in Equatoria. It doesn't matter whether I'm alone. It doesn't matter who is with me. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. I'm an Equatorian, proud Equatorian citizen. That's why when I go, I'm talking full of Equatorian zell. And massive public forum. And become I'm Equatorian. I'm from the Democratic Republic of Equatoria. I'm not a South Sudanese. Mafizol Kalamda. Like an Anna Kalamta. And it's recorded and it is in every social media. Anywhere I go in this Calgary, Alberta, Alana Guide for Canada, I always tell that I'm Equatorian. Sometimes we argue with my girlfriend about this. And I can tell, for me, I'm straightforward. If I can manage Equatorial, you are fired. Gala, Mave, Kalamta, Joseph, Mavo, Kalam there. And I go, okay, let's move forward. Right? Kalamta, Joseph, Mavo, Lafo Doran, right? If I can manage, you go. You like it, you stay. So, yeah, Communautical, Didi, Odysseus, it doesn't matter. There's a lot of propaganda. Nenaka Equatorians, separatists, we marry ourselves as a separatist. No feasible rule it in Barra, as long as it had the below, even Didi. No right is done rule it in Barra. Galea, women in Sudan, Al Mustamer. Would they register? Or I'm a separatist. Mata Jiblena, Al Kalam, the separatist who union a yaker Vibam. Alficana also if you join it, then also Kalam with a bed, Nagot to Fibed. Lord, then also Kalam Siasa, Binashakil. The same thing to Etika, to same CJ or James or Rajab or whoever. Nena, do you know? We have a problem. And we identify the problem. And we are the people who started to identify the problem from the beginning. Our forefathers in Equatorian Corps, Equatorians have participated. Do you know Yadidi, Etika, CJ, James, Rajab, Alerti, Wanas Al-Gaitin Tehetinada? Do you know that it is only Equatorians who don't have slaves? Equatorians have never been enslaved. And we have never been enslaved.
CPI, can I ask you a question, please? I'm just, I can't understand the question.
Don't cut me. Okay, CPI, the giga Mr. Al-Khadri. Yeah, you will get a chance. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. CPI كأنت فيك تلخص هي عشان نقدر نمشي لأنه بتاعتنا قعدنا أكتر من almost 6 hours if I'm not mistaken. Didi can follow the time. But go ahead, brother CPI. General CPI, go ahead. Continue.
Equatorians have never been enslaved. In our history, Mafi Equatorial, maybe can see the central Equatorial of eastern, or I mean the western, like in the western Equatoria. I mean eastern Equatoria. We are bordering central Equatoria. My village borders central Equatoria. My village is where the revolution win during Anyanya 1, during the SPLA. History will never be recorded, it will never be missed out. For Anyanya 1, the Anyanya destroy Sunum Jalaba fi Peletai in Kordilef, in Langario. In SPLA, the top, the 1987-88, destroyed in the same village type. The English, the Kordilef, we destroyed that. That history will never go in the history of SPLA. Lakini Mother Jiwa Jiras and Fatia, Lotuko Mother Jiwas because it's not in their village. As a town as Sudan at Equatorians. So 9 Equatorians, our forefathers, participated in the 1947 Equatorial Conference. My Equatorial Conference, Juba Conference. But this is Equatoria. It was in Juba and it was in Equatoria. But the Juba Conference. It is an Equatorial Conference. And the people who resisted against unity of South Sudan and colonial Sudan, it was Equatorians. Chief Lado Lolik narrated that it is very important for us. First of all, you have to observe yourself. How can you, unite with somebody else, Shaban, one as old Jan? First, it again, one again, Majan and then we'll look how we unite. Hal Alela, why do the Latinas, Firum Vida, with a great Equatorial nation da? Hal Equatorians, itum al Firum da, itum Shabanin, Hal itum Equatorians, Firum de, including Rajaf al Siasi, Hal itum Indu Horia, Rajab Alela de Bijer min Jalaba, Tadinka, Jalaba vita Salvakir, Jalaba vita SPLM, Jalaba al Bahakum Junufi Aliya. هل انتم استهرام؟ هل عندكم حريه؟ هل عندكم عداله؟ هل عندكم مساواه؟ هل عندكم صوت عشان انه تحكموا بلدك؟ هل عندكم قوات عشان كيف ما في زول يصيروا ارض فتاك ولا اموال فتاك ولا هاو كيف زول تاني ما بيجي في البلد؟ يعني عندنا ناس دينكا في نادابال، عندنا دينكا في نمولة، عندنا دينكا في بوغي، عندنا دينكا في إيكوتوس، عندنا دينكا في even في تشكودم، عندنا دينكا في محلات كله بودا زين دينكا كنترول في لاسو محلات دي كله. لماذا أكيد بكلم كلام ده كله؟ لماذا؟ هل عندنا جوابات هنا؟ So شكرا تكون. Yeah, Dr. Moses Jenny, can you give me 1 minute to reference Moses a bit?
Think the do by then, like later.
Just 30 seconds. I will just reference him.
30 seconds, please, quickly. Thank you.
Brother Moses, counter-insurgency, leader of counter-insurgency. Yeah, Anna Kanayo. I don't deny. Our first forum, our first clubhouse room, it was registered in the SPLM Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement. After resistance by Equatorians, using the Equatorial, Thomas Chirilo Dagda, including you, Moses, it was Namadero. I change it. And I make Equatorian rooms. Equatorial National Television, it is there. have 2 rooms in the name of Equatorian. Did anybody support that? No. So who is a counter-insurgency? Counter-insurgency, Doctor. Yeah. Yes. It's a massive room that the leaders at the Equatorial National Rally. You are the leader of Equatorial National Rally. Is it? Yes, Nehna can spy. Fijubo or when. Like, Nasagre be spy. Then a separatist or Burale National Rally, Burale National Salvation Front, the Role Jalaba, Kramfare. That is what the organization you are fighting for. You don't have controls. That's not me. I'm a separatist. Yes, I established what is called the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. That's the principle I'm fighting for. At the end of the day, we, the majority, who believe in the independence of Equatoria, will determine the means. But now, anybody who wants to follow me. If you don't want to follow me, go to hell. Go to Jalaba, go to Dinka, go to Munu. That's not my problem. I'm here for the independence of Equatoria. Period. I'm not here to babysit counties agency. Bukara Bolso Majalaba, Bukara Baji Firumta Dinka, Namayana, South Sudanese, blah, blah, blah. That's not me. I go for Rumta Dinka, I'm Equatorian. I go in the conference. Yahya Moses, he did not even show your face. Usada, Maurino, Yom Tarifi, America, Gula Yahana, Equatorial separatists. But I went in. I talked with the leadership of the government. I'm still talking. And I'm still talking. And I will be talking. And I will post the videos as a separatist. I'm proud to be a Equatorial separatist. I'm proud to be leading Equatoria. Yes, I was a unionist. But the union become unattractive. The union become oppressive. The union become Equatorial occupation. Contrary to what we agreed in Paga conference. The union become Riek Machar even want to occupy Equatoria, like Kondokoro. Riek Machar become a dictator within Equatoria. Riek Machar want to control our borders, like any Salva Kiir regime. And I say, no, that was not the objective that we fought. When we fought in a SPLM-IO, we fought for equality. I'm one of the leaders who led Moses. You never led any delegation. I led 13 delegations from Canada. Just for a moment, that's more than 30 seconds. No, it's okay. Canada didn't want that. As I'm in the time command limitation. And as I said, time, but go ahead. Just want to make sure. CVI, can you understand me? And I'm going to neglect time. I'm in a different area. Okay, my time is different, but I'm just saying, please, respectfully. But go ahead, put your point. Don't get offended. I'm going to collect time. It's a good 30 seconds, more than 30 seconds, but just to remind you. Thank you. So, I participated in the SPLA. At the age of 17, I went to SPLA Liberatory. That was 1987. Before I finished my intermediate school, in the best school in Southern Sudan, the best school in Southern Sudan in Sudan colonial time. Buluk A, Buluk Alif, Indina Buluk Ba, Arabic. I was the best student, and Anakan Alpha, the captain. You said that several times, Mike. You're repeating yourself now. Shut up. Give me correct. I didn't green as an deal, Mamwara Sendel. CVI, let's continue. Like Arju, Kashanel, she give no phone. Arju, Didi, thank to Didi. I got in here, but please just go ahead, Lano Didi. And I wasn't able. I can't even see my room anymore like I used to because they change everything in this app. It's okay. Please go ahead. Okay. Yeah. Don't behave like a gentleman. Sarahana man, the access, I swear to God, that's our lady. I've been, all these days, she's the one helping me. I'm not able to.
I've lost access. I can't even see my account anymore. Only just my name and this. Yeah.
Don't worry. As long as you can talk, no problem. So, Nehena would not make comparison. And sometimes I don't even want to say what I'm doing. If I say what I'm doing in this, either some people will move to Masodoma, or Nasari will move to Masumu, or Nasari will get, I don't know. Like in Nasal Gaitin Maini, but what I'm doing. Nasal Gaitin Mana for Canada, or for Alberta, or for Calgary, or for British Columbia, but what I'm doing. You know, I think I want to give you a short and a conclusion story. When I was in BC, you know, I started, some business. Who I think I chairman the community, Tawa Gila Getu Magasarum Kati, the Manuel Dam. Kaksova Zola. Zola got into company? All Galola de Kafara. Nazata Gazole Mujurun. Zole Mujurun. You know what, Tika? After 5 years or 3 years, no, not after 2 years, they come to know that it is my company. They come to know that it is my company. Uzole Hazazare, Uzamaleka Nafatek Mamara Taita Beletare. Galia Itazol Mama Unsul, Itazol Manafi, Marandu Hakat Turuja. Yeah, I think what happened. Zamana Rafi Paga conference for 2014. Savita in Diga Dugulana Galia tell us Gara Anna Gulai, Kevia Garana Quest. Garita a few breaking news. Anna Gulmalo Kaman. Gazola can city meet of Starbucks. Tamana Starbucks is American company. In BC, we are bordering America. You know that, Yetika? Seattle. We are bordering Seattle. And everything in BC is mostly through American. Steam hot and Dana Takana de visit. We don't go there. Hagal Zoligal Maturuju Mamara. Anagul Kereka Lu de Gigana Jai Canada. Zium Dakana Jai Kaman, Anamashe. In January of 2015, I went to Tim Horton. I come directly to Tim Horton. No, I came to Alberta, and then in May, I went to Tim Horton in British Columbia. I went and see my kids. Yala, Anagulomi Aquena. Watagan Gulgara Nazosi. Kulu never Turudu. Bigger singles. Galwala, Anakin Galana came with Tukan. I told you that is a matter of time for Canada. Someone best high Turudu. Loita is a question again, right? This is a personal testimony. I'm concluding. So, Asuma, Kulu Turudu, why does Al Chairman Kanta comment there as a Raja Figure of Sudan? Because Sukuruji, Silu license so many Canada, Indukan bed, Biubet Bara, Mara Indukan, Marafat for Australia, you know, a lot of things. It is not easy to be a revolutionary Yatika. Let me tell you, and CJ and Didi. If you are not a strong revolutionary, my business collapsed. I could be a millionaire now. But you know, I keep my principles. CJ, mukani fartaku ma meta etika. Bifartaku ma mama. If you don't have ethics, ethics, akhlaq, ita bistemir be tahrir. So, yeah, my brothers, as revolutionaries and sisters, and Didi, you are our leader. I salute you. I salute you. All the time I salute you. Never back up. I know it is a long struggle. It's a long road. It's a rough road. It is a hot road with a lot of fire, with a lot of slippery. But the fruit of this will be independent of Equatoria, independent of the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. I will be killed, or I will die naturally. But it still take what we say, what we agree that Equatoria destination is our objective. Independence of Equatoria is our will, is our spirit, is our nationalism, is our revolutionaryism. Equatoria is our identity, is our language, is our territory, is our rule, is our resources, is our people. It is our hope and trust for future generations. Shukran takum. Thank you, General CPI. That's the risk of revolution, of course, fighting for your people. You know, look at Nelson Mandela. He spent his time, half of his age in prison for the sake of South Africa. You got many revolutionaries, not only him, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, which is my favorite hero. You know, they all died for the land and for the people. Of course, revolution is not a sweet thing. It's not. You're not gonna get a crown. What you do is like you sacrifice a lot. I appreciate you and thank you, Doctor. You will reply later, or you have anything to add later. But let me go to Akhuna.
I know that.
Yeah, أنا بديك فرصة بعدين دكتور. Did he want to say something before ندي للخضري?
No, you can give him because I wanted to say I know you asked me of time. We've been like 6 hours, and also the other thing is like I didn't complete what I was saying because I had to give chance, and or else I think I might have to compromise.
I apologize.
And
yes. I forgot. Yeah.
You also know that your network goes off abruptly, due to where you are or whatever security you're there. So maybe we should try to wrap up stuff and yeah.
Okay, Didi, do you want to finish it quickly so then we can give Al-Kati, or you want to?
No, I can do it later. So let him go.
Okay, yeah. I appreciate. Al-Kati, go ahead. Welcome. You have a question, you said, for us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me on the stage. I'm not from South Sudan, but let me just start. I will begin my speech by acknowledging the.
Where are you from, South Sudan? Which region?
No,
I'm in South Sudan. CPI. من خرطوم, مو من ناس خرطوم. So welcome, Al-Kati.
Thank you. Let me begin my speech by acknowledging the human rights violation in South Sudan. I'm really concerned about the civil people, the civilian people that have been caught in this conflict in South Sudan. We know that we've been reading a report from the international organization such as United Nations or other non-government organizations for civil for human rights that been reporting about the severe human rights violation in South Sudan since 2013, following the political struggle between Kiri and Machar. That led to Machar removal as the vice president. Violence erupted between the two people.
Just a second, my brother. Just a second. Odysseus, I think his voice is below average. If he could adjust on that. Okay. الكرتي فيك تزيد صوتك شوي أو تقرب أحد التلفون. Can you get close? كلامتي كمان في topic. يا هو في topic. CPN لأنه قبلك سمع. No. But that's part of the article I read. You missed it already. I had been here. I think he heard it, and some people came and gone, but they listened to what the report was. But just to be patient. أنا بس داير خلينا ما interrupt the person to speak. But I appreciate رجب قالوا داير صوته يزيد عشان لأنه كرتي صوتك شوية خافت فإنت كان فيك تقرب جنب الميكروفون to get louder. And then from there, please let him finish. And then later, if you have any question or comment, you can comment and ask your questions, so we can actually have everybody have freedom to speak. Will not interrupt. Thank you.
I will go ahead and ask my question directly. My question is that
كمل كلامك because I'm trying to get. Yeah, I understood you. Go ahead. Go with your point. Feel free. Just get to your point here. Yeah, don't worry about it.
I'm trying to give a background about the human rights violation in South Sudan because I got one of my friends. He does his PhD on the human rights violation in South Sudan and the armed conflict in South Sudan. But everybody knows about the background how we get here right now. The person who was speaking before me, he said Jalab several times. I don't know what he referred to Jalab. Is this Jalab in South Kordofan, in South Sudan? I'm not quite sure about that. Even though he talked about the self-determination, that I know that because last time I attend one of the rooms and they've been talking about self-determination from South Sudan. They want to have their own country. The question is that this is the first question that I ask, and the second question is what your tool, because right now you said you're going to arm yourself and to fight the South Sudan government to have your own country, or to call for a self-determination. So what other tool that are you going to use to have the self-determination for your people? I totally acknowledge the violence against civilians in the civil war. Even the United Nations peacekeeping mission in the country established large-scale camps, and they recognize the violation of civilians. My two questions, because I hear Jalaba several times, and I know self-determination in South Sudan. I'm not from South Sudan, but I really concerned about the human violence against the civilian people. The people that included children, women, and men, that they don't have anything to do with the civil war in South Sudan. Thank you.
Can I answer him? Be patient. I think. No, we are asking you.
I think the question is directed to Charles, because Charles is the one who said it.
Yes,
and I think let's just go direct to shouldn't things. Let's just go direct to the answer.
Yes, please.
And let's not just wheel around said a lot of things, because it stop people from getting to the point.
Yeah, brother, Alati. You say it Al-Karti. Al-Karti. Okay, Al-Karti. Yeah. Al-Karti. Yeah, Al-Karti. Aina min wen? Wala ita min wen zako? Bayara bitahunda. Ita min wen? Ita Sudani?
I said several times, I'm not from South Sudan. I am from the north right now. I am from the west, to be honest, particular, to be honest.
Okay. Asa, fi haliyan. Anta ma Burhani or later ma Ahmedi?
None of them. None.
Huh?
I'm not with anyone. I am
okay. Absolutely. It's only the CPI. Let's be a little bit tone down, because what he asked a simple question. Was a tool. He said he's not with, and I have heard a lot of North Sudanese, and I think that's the smartest thing for the North Sudanese people to say that they're not with this. Yeah. بس أنا بس نقول احتراما لأنه ما أقول لك يا كلام بعد وبس سألك سؤال الأدوات الآليات أديه بس الجواب للآليات لأنه No, he's a guest, and we have to respect. He has a question for us. He said he want to answer.
Oh, this is Kalas. Your address, CPA Kalas. Now you're going one-on-one with him. So just let him
please,
talk.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, Kalas. Just close your mic. Yalla Khalid Kalam. Charles Malish, just just try to shorten it. Go to the point. Answer him in what he asked you, basically, and then that's it.
يا الكارتي ولا السنو والمجرمة والمسنو. Your question that how we gonna make the tools to liberate Equatoria, that's not your question, and it's not concerning you, and it's not, and will ever not reveal to you. As a leader of Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement, I told you that we are in an awareness space. We are in educational pace. That's the first tool. As an Itazol Muarras, Itazol. Please, language. Take me down, please. Take me down. This is not the language. That's not the language. Hold on. Microphone. No, ما في زول يفتح ميكروفون. أنا قاعد نتكلم مع CPI.
Just move me down, please.
Listen, Asmani, this is not the way how we trying. I'm trying to be like fair, okay? Somebody ask you a question.
No, I don't want to offend you.
And even if you don't like the question, you cannot go to insult him because that's not a right way. Just respectfully. أنا قاعد نقول لكم. أنا إنسان okay. ما فيك تقول دقيقة. Listen, let's tolerate. He's a guest, okay? إحنا كان مشينا في غرف بتاع Listen. This is not the right way. And I have to I apologize. I have to, that's not the way how we talk,
No,
okay?
okay.
This is not
Okay,
this is not right. This is not right for real.
Okay, Kalas.
It's not
Okay,
respectful.
you
got to disrespect me in this place. He's a guest. He came here.
Dagiga, ya Jama. Just cool it down. Cool it down. For the sake of what we're doing, just cool it down, ya Jama. Cool it. Let's focus in what we're doing. We cannot all the time lose it just and forget what we're talking about. I think thank you, Odysseus, thank you, Charles, and thank you, Al-Kati. Yeah. So I just wanted to say that Charles, you answered him your question there partly greatly, that we're not going to reveal it, and a part of it is the awareness that we're raising and the education. That's really great, and I think if you can add on something great, that would be good. Thank you. And then without going into the word of Muaras and Jim, so you come in and then so that we can move ahead. Thank you.
Can I say حاجة قبل ما if you don't mind, please? If you don't mind. أنا داير هنا لما نتكلم هنا we have to respect every لو هو قال كلام ما بيعجبك, it does not matter. Just respect him. The same respect he gave you, give him back. هنا ما we are not in a war. قاعدين نمشي in a war ميدان تهري هناك. ناس كله بيفايت. But our voice. So if people be respecting Equatorian, this is my opinion. This is my opinion. اديني فرصة. دقيقة اديني احترام شوية بس أنا قاعد نقول please لما نحن نتكلم خلينا نكنترول. Trust me, في ناس عملوا لنا a lot of things said to us. We never going to return back what they said to us because what we know, we have a people عندنا هنا قاعدين يموتوا, okay? في ناس قاعدين يغتسلوا أطفال. قبل كنا قاعد read this thing. If it is سيتا كان كنت جيت بدري تسميت حاجات you will feel the pain. ناس بتاعنا they are crying for rescue. مفترض هنا we have to do whatever it take.
Time for our rescue.
دقيقة. You don't know who you're talking to because قال لك في واحد أنا ما أدري نكتر لكن شنو in this life do whatever good, it doesn't matter لو أنت بتلقى reward or not, like إننا عادوا بتاعنا فادوا بتاعنا simple. أنا ما بنزلك أنت كده
anywhere.
أي زول بالريتس الموجودين بجرين myself and analyze it's an answer to our problem in Equatorian. The SPLA is not for us Equatorians. The SPLA-IO is not for us Equatorians. The country is divided into two, Denka and Noel. If you go to Juba, Juba doesn't look like you. You see, Juba is full of Denka. There are 70% in Juba is Denka, of people from Aladil and Bargazal. Place, it look not like our country. It's really a pity that we have a country. And on top of that, the roads to Yei, the roads to Tori, the roads to Nimule, it's very difficult to travel. It's only 100 miles, but you have to go with a plane. And the plane costs $25. Our people before they are very productive in Yei, in Torit. But now, there's no production. All the food is coming from Uganda, I don't know, from Kenya. I just asked many questions myself. All the countries that if our displaced people or our refugees in Khartoum, they want to go back to South Sudan, especially the Equatorians. Where are we going to? Is it our country? The people don't like us. They don't like us. They don't like us in our place. We don't have hospital. We don't have hospitals. The hospitals that was built was long time since we left South Sudan. In 1990s, 1980s. We don't have schools. They block all these things. Our children are street boys. And where is our future? We don't have security. At times, if the police, there's no police, there's military only. They ask you in a Dinka, Yinga. If you don't know the Dinka language, you are in problem. You are in jail. Everywhere is Dinka language. As I told you, Dinka language everywhere, in the airport, in hospital. And those people, the Dinka, the people
Tombe, Malish, just
they don't work.
Tombe, Malaysia. I just wanted to ask Johnson, what are you laughing at what Tombe is saying?
Yeah, this is what I see with my eyes.
Yeah, I was wondering why is he laughing, having the emojis while you're talking about things that are really not right. And the report even talk about things that happen also in Upper Nile and Bahr al-Ghazal, and some of it is here. Even I mentioned it, like why in Upper Nile those things are going on. So what is it that you found it funny when what he's saying?
Is it my turn now to?
No, I'm asking you that. Why were you laughing? Why were you having the laughing emoji?
The quote that he said is funny.
Which one? That's what we're wondering because
like he just mentioned that when somebody like anytime you come or wherever you go to, you'll be asked in Chalna.
Yeah, but that was not really funny. If you look at it, really, if you really, it's very sensitive stuff that he's saying, and why you're asking Yinga Berutan. You know, like.
I mean, like, you know, because the statement is like wherever you go. Because, like, you know, when someone says wherever you go, it simply means that wherever you go, everyone that you meet is a Dinka. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. Yeah, it does make sense what he's saying, because this is happening to people. These are real. Have you read the report? Because this report has been documented.
There are some places.
Please,
Well,
I just want you. Okay, I just want you respectably, really, to just respect the feelings of people. How people, when Dinka are talking about the things that are happening to them, I don't think we laugh. And I don't think what you're saying, you're not being, it's just insensible, really, what you're doing. It's not really right. So just thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, let me elaborate more. Like, if you see the traffic police. Traffic police is a work of the state. In Equatorial, you cannot get a traffic police in Juba. There's no Equatorial working in Bargazal or in Jongole as a traffic police. This is a simple job. You see people there, we can say the Juba airport is an international airport, but you see all the people working there, they are all speaking Dinka. In the immigration. So 9 o'clock you are in bed. If you are catch up, you are in Qatar, or you want to come to Atlabara, they catch you on the way. They will ask you in the Dinka language. First thing they ask you in Dinka language. But the problem is, in South Sudan, we don't concentrate on education. What is that? We don't concentrate on the education. Only the army, the police, they're speaking their language. What is that? So this is what I see with my eyes in Juba. I am 47 years. I never been to Bargazal. I never been to Upper Nile. And I feel satisfied. Even they come to us, I don't have problem, but let our leaders put rules to respect the rules. So this is my input, my brothers and sisters. I am very happy with your program. I feel satisfied. I've been to many rooms. The rooms don't answer my question. What I listen don't answer my question. We are all South Sudanese, whether you are from Bargazal or Upper Nile. But we have to have the law and the rule of order. Even this country where we stay, this law and rule of order. Thank you. Can I say something, Comrade Didi? Comrade CPI, okay, after you, I will say something after you. I just want to say thank you. I'm humbled by Elder Tombe, really. It made me, tear up in my heart. Thank you. But go ahead, General CPI. I'll come after you, if you don't mind, guys.
Shukran, Brother Tombe. You said that we are all South Sudanese. I'm not a South Sudanese, I'm Equatorian. I'm from the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. Brother Tombe, don't worry, what is happening in Equatoria. You saw it by your eyes, and you are proving it here. Like in Indian Nas, this are Mianin. It has started with names attacking, and I'm going to get it Amian, like any Amian. Because Lokanta Amian, Mamian, it's a Gama became Galita Junubin. Because as Junubin, you have one flag at the light of Equatoria. So,
before I just want to recognize the presence of General McCartney in our room. Our presence here. Welcome, General McCartney. We are proud of your contribution in the liberation of Equatoria, Federal Democratic Republic. So, there was a question, a comment made by Rajaf that, Al-Katni make a very important comment. What are the tools? That's why I'm going to Rajaf it because as Equatorian, you don't need the tools that we need to use in the liberation of Equatoria. You don't need to know that. We know what the tools we are. Loita Ado, then you need to what? That's why you want us to tell you what tools are we using. And we will not accept an I know. Listen, CPI, that's not respectful. Again, I warn you, please refrain from this word, Muarras. Okay, Nasa Magani Kalam, it Kalam, be respect to everyone. Okay, it's a good to comment about Tombe. Ana Kanjet Kalam and Tombe. It's a give the Khaltasafi Rajab. Please do not do that. This is not the way how we go forward. Asmani, it's a kind of problem. I as well, I got to forget to like what they say. I just want you to do something. Call them and say, okay, let's have a sit down and debate publicly, and then you can argue. But in here, please respect. This is not the first time. I've seen like this behavior is being like undermining and disrespecting. Please refrain from every word that is offensive. Now, everyone, when they coming here, they're coming out of their goodwill to come. Hatta lo hina disagree. See, gentleman here named Johnson, he said he was making an emoji laugh, and I didn't see it, but good thing Comrade Didi saw it, and I was able to see it because I know this app. I can't even I only see my name in here, but the other thing I can see even the room or the club I cannot. I'm not in the region, so I'm far away. But anyway, my point is, you gotta understand. I'm gonna tell about our people. Rajab came up, was following with us. The same thing was Elder Tombe, and they were following. And I remember they were sitting here patiently listening. Even I read this article, this report, and finally, first Rajab came in, and then later Elder Tombe, and I was really appreciative of them. Asma, this is his freedom of speech. أنا ما ردت ما أنت كنت تقول أنا ما ردت لكن شنو اللغة اللي تقدر تقوله هم قال لك اسمك هناك معرس وقال لك أي اسم بتاعك معرس ونادي اسمك معرس لا أنت قاعد تقول كلام almost you want to create a fight. أنت قبل شيء ما هنا the guest بتاعنا جاي من North Sudan هو قاعد يتكلم معنا. He was asking a question. And then you, instead of answering him, it was attack him in a language, and it really, it's offensive. I'm not angry. I'm like, why are you saying this to me? That's not right. That's not the behavior. That's not the way how we do. Okay? You are representing a case with Equatoria. You cannot speak like that. You are representing a higher call. No matter how many minutes when you are talking to me, that's not a no, I'm not. Asmani. Don't ever cross the line. If you got to cross the line, let me tell you. The room betana is the most hated people in the clubhouse. Any of the most hated people in the clubhouse and Facebook. That's why I get another we will speak for Equatoria. I ask you simple thing. CPI, can I respect Shway? Let them be there to kalam for order to Nasa get the shit in Equatorial, get the hin, Equatorial Binazuluk, they had a Biamu marker, let them lift the room to kalam. When this gentleman and all these people who came in here spoke with us,
They speak with respect. وأنا ما شفتهم violate anything. Okay? One person who violated, and I'm gonna talk with him, Mr. Johnson, who هنا قاعد يمارك, لكن طبعا justified himself like he's not laughing, he's laughing at the night. لكن I don't buy that. But still we let it go. دقيقة CBI. أنا داير خلي الناس respect us for one thing. We've been nice to everyone. لكن في ناس ما nice to us at all. Especially the people عندنا لما بيجي criticize them, خاصة السايد بتاع ناس regime and opposition, لأنه both of them we criticize them equally. لكن في تاني بياخدونا بطريقة حسادة وكراهية لدرجة أنهم بيقول ما تمشي في غرفة بتاعهم. And we're okay with it. You don't have to. But listen, اللي يجي في غرفة ده يجي يستمع, اللي يشارك. أنا ما عندنا مشكلة. لكن let us respect every person بيتكلم. حتى لو أنا ما بأجري معه. إحنا ما عاوزين create a conflict. We already have an enemy down there. And we know who's the enemy are killing our people and raping them. But then to focus on this. In the اسمعني comment بتاعه ده كده قال لي comment اقرا comment انت قاعد تكورك فوق ده بليز اقرا comment ده قول لنا لو publicly وشت معكم قال لك انت مهرس نو انت اقراه انا ما اجي اقراه انت كنت قريت لي comment ما عجبك نو هو ما جاي يقرا انا ترى لانه كان ما عندك اي شيء move on to the next person انا بس نقول Tombe and I apologize brother Rajab for anything it is said here. Really, أنا ما داير this room to be an argument ولا شكله. All we want is to put a message لأهلنا التعبانين. Like I said, Equatorian revolution versus South Sudan counter-revolution. Now today, South Sudan is really working hard to destroy us. They take any weakness. أنا مذكر من نجينا في clubhouse the first time من نجينا هنا. I remember Didi, you were with me. How many challenges we faced? نما بيجا كان بيعملوا لنا إهانات. قال يا أخي إنتوا إيكواتوريان ناس emotional, إنتوا ناس ignorant, إنتوا ناس magic. But we put them in their place, those enemies. لما هم بيجي manipulate, بيجي يلعبوا دور tactic manipulation, using others to go and attack us. But still we kept our message and we never changed. In Equatorian nationalists, we fight for Equatoria. One thing I want to tell you, this room, we talked about it because in شفنا حاجات challenging. الريبورت اللي بيجي في ناس عايزين شكلنا كان جانا regardless how we disagree in political views or whatever. حتى لو أنا ما معك في نفس organization ولا أنت في different thing. أنا بس ده خليك كده open your eyes. The greater enemy to Equatoria is those who are still involving themselves with SPLM. وthose اللي دايرين خلينا نرجع تاني للidea بتاع SPLM بتاع جون جارينج لأنه these are the real enemies to Equatoria. لكن anyone in Equatoria اللي قاعد speak out اللي قاعد يحس freedom.
Can you put your mic off? Al-Karti al-Jasa today. What are the tools that you are using to liberate the Equatorians? The Mazur Muaraz SPLM? And that's what
again اللغة اسمع الكرت ده انت بتعرفه عشان تيجي تسميه معرس بدل الناس انت بتعرف زول ده. Have you ever met him and talked with him before ولا انت بس سميته اول مرة هنا يا انت قاعد تيجي تتكلم كلام زي ده له وانت قاعد تتكلم في غرفة قاعد تتكلم في غرفة بتاعنا
انت معرس وده زول
اوكي اسمعني يا CPI can I stop please CPI انا what is your objective CBI are you trying to help Equatoria or are you trying to make Equatoria in a horrible position? Right now we are talking about Equatoria. Why are you trying to create a conflict? Let's move on. Please. I'm going to stop there. Please, I'm going to stop here. Let's move on. When I'm talking and people don't respect us, don't say because we are talking here being nice. Listen, I don't like to be asked silly questions. Listen, anybody into freedom.
I was just wondering.
Why are you disrespecting us?
I was wondering between the two of you.
Are you having an objective on this?
Just a minute, guys.
What's the objective?
I was wondering. We spent more time. We spent more time not going forward, but just stuck here. No, it's all right. Let's just refresh.
Jesus Christ, man! It's really disrespectful, man.
خلاص كده. Let's just refresh. Charles,
I'm the moderator. I can bring anyone I want, and I can talk with him. As long as he's making
anyone, I will answer everyone on his question.
Odysseus and CPI. Odysseus and CPI. Sometimes is okay to
really
lose.
just disrespectful.
Yeah, the giga Jama, it's okay to lose little battles and win a bigger war. Not all the time we must just win every battle. So sometimes we have to reserve ourselves to lose little battles and win the bigger war. So let's just try to look at what we are doing here, because time is going. Even CJ have not yet spoken. I heard him asking questions, but he haven't yet spoken. And we spend more time in this valley. Let's get out of this valley here. So I just you guys, I just like, I really wanted to appreciate you guys, and then just let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Didi. I'm going to move forward. CPI, please don't say anything. And Tombe, I appreciate you. Again, I apologize to Mr. Rajab, to anyone who felt offended today in this room, because Room Bitan is not to attack any person and any personality. You know, we're coming here to talk based on what we believe. As Equatorian nationals, you don't have to believe in us. You don't even have to agree with us. Like in Hadaf Bitan, people suffering, and we will not stop. Why is all big here? They're welcome. And I tell you this, I don't want disrespect. I'm tolerant. Like if you work it, I cannot tolerate anything. But I know when I tolerate, I said do not, especially Kalam al Fogu Ihanat, we don't want that. I apologize. But Uncle Tombe or Elder Tombe, I just want to say thank you. Lanus Day to spoke Hajat. I appreciate the God to Hina. It's a different time, come on, almost where I am, similar time. And he spent the whole night until the morning. And one thing you told me, like what touched my heart, is that you finally, you kind of see, we're expecting the people of Victoria to speak out. Regardless how you spoke at the final word, even though, Brother Jones, if I didn't agree with you on that, I understand. But I understood exactly what you mean by when you said those things, because you are saying it, teaching it, because sometimes you don't have to be clear to everyone, but I understand what you mean. And our people are suffering. Johnson قبل make a move, and he's دوره جاي يتكلم هسه. Emoji بتاعك يا Johnson, to me, and when Didi, and good thank Didi, she noticed it, and all those who noticed it, that was a mockery. أنا بعرف أنا بقول لك صراحة, Johnson, I believe you're from Dinka, right? And if you're from Dinka, a lot of Dinka are happy with what's going on in Equatoria. They love to see Equatoria dying. They're the one who committing atrocity and rape on Equatorian. You guys are not different from what I could say the Nazi when they were doing to the Jews, when they were burning them in Germany and in Auschwitz, where Poland, and at the same time they were taking their territories and land, and they were praising themselves, say, yeah, get rid of these Jews, because that's the same atrocity. And this has come from evil, from a heart who has no conscience, no empathy, people who don't care. Now you are born to taught, not born, but taught in that lifestyle that you guys are superior and you're better than us. But guess what? If it wasn't Equatoria, today Dinka would not even have that word called SPLM. But you guys now are disrespecting, and don't think this thing will go lightly, because look at Equatoria become liberated. And I tell you to your face, with all respect, because once Equatoria become a nation, don't even dream of Hajis Mujuba, ولا تقول في حاجة اسمه East Equatoria ولا Central Equatoria ولا Western, because Equatoria belong to Equatorian. حاجات تعملتوا في Equatoria is unforgivable. You can talk about peace, you can come in at the Balbisna Bay, انت اخونا انت زول طيب, والله ما بيهمنا. حتى لو جبت القرآن وبايبل, still you're not going to convince me, because what you did is almost like what Palestinians are doing to Israelis, and what is the Nazi did to Israelis during that German Nazi bombing on the people of Israel. So I won't go far. Like you remember, it's a bit laugh today, but I promise you, if you laugh at the blood of our people and the suffering of our people, trust me, this thing will hunt you to a generation. You have raped our women and children, and you guys even have the audacity to come and tell us peace, brotherhood, and we are one people. Please don't sell that to us. Sell it to your people in Upper Nile, because you guys can do that to each other, but you cannot do it to us, and you go away free from it. Because for us, we made a decision. We are for independence. They're lost on that idea of unity. Like in one day, they will see what we're telling is truth, and they will join us. But the moment you speak your word, If you have any question to ask, go ahead. But please do not direct any question to any speaker here. Why not interact with any speaker for any question? The moderators, if you have any question or have anything to say in the I would say 5 minutes and of time bitana with all the respect and work at Teddy Food. So 5 minutes and then from there we go forward. Didi, please take over. Thank you.
Just give me 1 minute or 1 second.
Charles, Kali Jackson bonus and then it a bonus after. Well, Doctor, sorry, I know you want to speak, Doctor. Sorry.
Yeah, I just
sorry, I
want to
know
say,
you're talking about Charles. The Giga.
This is really very embarrassing because this is not Equatorian. We in Equatoria, we are very patient people, and then we listen, and then we act intellectually and properly. But the behavior that I saw in the past 30 minutes or so here make me embarrassed and ashamed that as leaders as people who claim to be leaders, we are not leaders. We should not be acting that way. Because when a simple question is asked, you have the right not to answer that question, or you can answer it without using an abusive language, without imposing your opinion or your ideology on people. CPI, you really have to grow up. I have to address you as a direct. You need to grow up out of this cell, come out of the valley that Didi said, because we are cleaning Equatoria and some people are still putting mud on Equatoria. What is the difference between you and the germ? The germ who doesn't listen, who doesn't grow up, who doesn't act civilized way. That's why there's a difference between Equatorians and non-Equatorians. Equatorians are civilized. That's why we're accommodating the capital and we try to get ourselves out of it. I'm not going to talk about the insults you hurled at me because I have an objective. I'm not going to be sidetracked with other things. Let us respect my brother right up here. We are on a different side of the aisle, but he has some nice words to say. Tongolawe here. Foremost, this room is for Equatoria, greater Equatorian nation. We don't have green, we are guests. So if you come as a guest and you start trying to take over the house, what is the difference between you and the germ who are trying to take over Equatoria? I am really embarrassed, and I apologize to all the guests and the other people here for this unexpected behavior from someone who should have just not have done that. Sometimes it's better to keep quiet than just to try to show your stupidity in the open. Because when you keep quiet, nobody will know whether you're a fool or you're wise.
Now, Etika, you are entertaining so good to manage. Kanana Gumbaden, you say,
it's a column, but I think it's a root Kalasana, and another surrender. West at the deal for Saita. Come on, doctor, don't abuse his language with I know language in the best school, a language always shows is not a wise language for any person. Language in a case. Like he do not call it stupid or anything like that. That's abusive. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Got to stop here because just what I'm saying is simple like this. Let us respect this greater Equatorial room. Let us respect our non-Equatorian guests. Let us defer a question that we don't want to answer. A question that is difficult to answer. There is a better way of doing it. Now, you've called me in Canto Resurgence. You called Raja Moarras. You call Etika what? You call everybody. These are all Equatorian brothers, even guests from the north. Now, honestly, if we just weigh ourselves, who is the problem here? The innocent people we are insulting left and right, or the person insulting? So, if you must package your idea well. If you want people to buy your idea, package it very well. I think you are not ready now to sell. You cannot bring a thing that is not ready to sell to Equatorian. You are not ready. Go back to the drawing board, package your idea properly, and then
Can I respond to you?
No, don't
mention my name, and I didn't respond long. You cannot run away.
I don't have time to that. I'm not running away.
Okay, that's the only problem.
CPI تعرف انه في زول انا كان دكتور بس ريسبكت for this انا بس دقيقه في جونسون لا جونسون we don't want to go one on one انا وبرجع CPI I want to give you the last chance after Johnson عشان هنا نقدر نكون لانه to be honest I have even spent the night. Now it's morning for me. I spent the night and I appreciate Didi who helped me today to get this room open. So, Johnson, please, you have something to say. We're not trying to be a Jerry Springer. We're just going to mess up. Then an objective. I'm not going to avoid this room because we were doing some things that people need to wake up. Equatorial Revolution versus South Sudan counter-revolution. And the counter-revolution is what we see all the time. Sometimes it really breaks my heart. I'm telling this to my fellow Equatorian brothers and sisters. Our people are dying. I'm not going to read this thing, and those who listen, and I really appreciate Rajab. He was here, and even he adds some things. There is a lot of things we read, and it breaks your heart, and it shows you the atrocity committed against us. In the name of South Sudan, in the name of Dinka, Nuer, and Upper Nile, and I'll be honest with you, in the name even of Shuluk, in the name of all these tribes within Upper Nile, I'm not afraid to say it because what they're doing, they are abusing us. Some of them are abusing us politically, some of them are abusing us physically through their military force and Mozainum within the territory of Equatoria. Ufi Equatorian are so afraid to speak out. With cheerleaders. Like for us, we're not going to be cheerleaders. Well, I beg the Equatorian League talk about independent of Equatoria to hold themselves when we come to disagreement. Regardless how we might not agree with each other on some of the method. Like let's remember in India a bigger objective, Finas getting moved to the higher. In this report, there was kids got like them big depressed. I think they go back to the oppressors. Nasal be abused them sexually and physically. These kids they return back to them. Like mafia other choice. And Nasal Kubar be Equatorial to do anything. Because some of the Equatorian men al Kubar when Nasawi Kalas they gave up. They submitted. Those children, future Equatoria, are now returning back to their oppressors. That's the same thing happened when Charles Taylor was doing in Liberia. Charles Taylor did that in Liberia with those kids and they abused them and mentally disabled. Today, if you look at Liberia, Liberia is a lost generation. The generation to 90s, generation to 2000, and this generation will go into 50 years. The generation. Like, can you imagine what they're doing? They're inheriting the trauma to their children. Nasal got abused by Nas Tanin al Kubar big abused the Nas Sugar Tanin Waram. And if we don't cut this cycle, the rescue time, Equatorian nationals Barra, we understand why we want to be independent and why we fight for the cause of Equatoria. We're trying to break this cycle under slavery to SPLM mentality. Now SPLM عمل brainwash within Equatoria. SPLM عمل brainwash لما نخلى الناس تانيين من South Sudan that doesn't exist. أنا قدرنا ask Johnson, Mr. Johnson, I wonder where you from. First question to you. Upper Nile or Bahar Ghazal?
Actually, I'm from Bahar Ghazal.
You are Dinka, right?
Yes, I'm Dinka. Yes, 100%.
Okay, good. Let me ask you this: what is South Sudan to you? What is South Sudan as a Dinka? Be honest. Don't come and sell us this propaganda.
I think it will be better. It will be better to hear what he has to give us, and then you ask him questions. Because you're not going to know what he wants to say earlier.
Okay, Didi. Okay. No problem. I apologize.
Didi, you answer what I wanted to talk to Etika.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will, Johnson,
even though he's Dinka, let him say what he wants to say because we're never going to know originally what he has.
Well, actually, thank you.
Dismiss my question. Okay, just dismiss my question on that matter of what South Sudan mean. But go ahead, put your point.
Yes, for sure, 100%. I have to dismiss that because it's not it's not relevant. Anyway, I was just saying thank you to Didi and Odysseus and then CJ and all the speakers and the lovely audience down there. First of all, one thing that I have to really acknowledge, I did not have, or I do not have intention to piss people off or disappoint people or just, just to mock people. Whatsoever, I do not have intention. One thing that, I sometimes when I decided to be like an unhappy person, I like to be happy. If I see or I notice any funny thing, I'll just, laugh at it. And then sometimes there are situations where people don't laugh, but myself, I just feel that, it is good when I feel something funny, I just laugh at it. So if people feel disappointed, first of all, at the topic, like the topic that love is children to go through what was read in the report. That is, we have to all agree on that. Okay. People can call it propaganda, but it doesn't matter. That's how I feel. And then down the track, because I was just listening down there, when this guy Al-Karti came up, the cousin of Immunity, he came up. He's a lawyer and his interest at his profile. He was asking a question for whatever reason, and CPI failed to answer his questions. And then when you look at that, and CPI is acting like an activist. He's a leader. He's not an activist. He has to act like a leader. He's not acting like a leader. And I even commented down there saying that CPI, the separatists need to check CPI. My brother is going to disappoint you guys. When you have a leader, you have a leader that really transform himself and try to answer questions. If somebody asks you a question and you have objective, and especially when you are at the mobilization phase, you have to really answer those questions adequately. Al-Karti asked a question.
Okay.
He said,
just 1 second. Let me I have a question for you, Johnson and Dr. Moses from Equatorian National Rally, Anita Johnson Jenge. If someone come and ask, do you know how Solidity take this? We are revolutionaries. If someone ask, what did your mother put today? Was it a libas? Or what will be your answer? You guys, I can listen. CP, are you there? I'm here. Did you get question as Johnson or no? Johnson and Moses, did you get my question?
Your question is we can understand your question, but your question is not valid. Here is not.
Let me ask you again. Let me ask you again. Moses and Johnson. Put it Johnson Dr. Mike. Governor Vitak, right? Kana Sadeta, Galema Mata Gibeli Bisolibasi at all Sikili Ato. Itakan Bara, you are not if you are a Gan Arabic Juba, Arabitana Equatorian. Mama ta gibe libis ya to libas.
يا جماعة خلينا نوصل لمرحلة ده. Johnson, please finish your point. Like 5 minutes. CPI visit لأنه كلامات ده. That's not what we are reaching. Okay. أنا ما بعرف بعد لباسات ده حاجات ما. دقيقة.
Can I answer you now? You grow up.
دقيقة. Doctor, أنا can handle. Please let nobody speak. أنا قاعد نحاول be tolerant and respectful as much as we can. Please do not go to that level. Mr. Leon, hold your horse, please. You will get your chance. Johnson, you got 4 minutes. Please focus and please do not bring names. أنا كنت عاوز warn you about this. إنت جبت اسم تسيبها جبت منو. Please focus on the point. إنت عندك شنو point بتاعك بس separatist. طبعا أنا ده نفهم منك إنت قاعد من بيت عشان كده أنا سألت السؤال ده قبل عشان I want you to direct you to where you're gonna focus on what you think about nationalists, Equatorian nationalists, because you guys believe in South Sudan, whatever you believe in. I don't know, because for me, I have seen it. You don't have to say it. I've seen it. But you guys talk different language, well, action gonna go different. So please get to the point of 4 minutes, focus on it, and just throw your thoughts. وما bring any name of person ولا تقول لي بتعرف منو ان شاء الله تكون بتعرف كير ولا بتعرف عمر البشير. This is not my problem. Focus on the point اللي قاعد نتكلم فوقه. Do you agree that Equatorial Revolution is only the moderators? Do not go far to the other person, guest speakers. Thank you. And then we go to Mr. Leon after that.
Okay, thank you, Elika. Look, one thing that I believe in for sure, I myself, I am a revolutionary person. And if I find people that are fighting for a cause, I'm likely to join them. If they make their cause relevant and they made it, they make it clear to everybody, I'm likely to join because, I grew up in the revolutionary area because my parents were part of the SPLA at the time when I was really, really at the age of 7. There are people, even though they would be from different countries, Che Guevara, Argentinian, and he fought along the Fidel Castro because he believed in, and then he even supported the Jonas Savimbi of Angola. The reality is, if somebody has got a good cause to fight for, obviously people will support that person. But if you have an agenda, and when you are asked a question, you don't answer the question adequately, and you tend to insult those people, even though those people may not have conflict of interest whatsoever. Like Al-Karti. Al-Karti is from North.
Again, I don't want you to mention names, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson.
Sorry, okay.
Focus on the main topic. You're not answering the question. The main topic is there, the headline. Focus on that, please. Do not focus on anybody else here.
Well, okay. I'm really glad that you really focused on me now to completely control me and direct me to the topic where a lot of people spoke, their mind, but they were not controlled. I'm still speaking, in my time.
Let me stop you there for a second. It's not about. Hold on. I'll give you a time. I'll give you a 2 minutes. Just want to make you understand something. Going to the right direction, then you have to change the method. Okay, so I have a method. So do not say I am discriminating, because I'm trying to say here, you're trying to make me as if I got to discriminate you. This is not what it is, my friend. Just get to the point as me, because not they got to blame Kurti, got to blame Munuf Abdul, and they'll have I don't care. Just get to the point. أنا قاعد نتكلم في موضوع بتاع revolution, Equatorial revolution versus South Sudan revolution, counter revolution. Do not go far with أي زول هنا نتكلم على الكلام ده وما نتكلم عن أكتر ما أنت مفترض تركز على القضيه اللي احنا قاعدين نتكلم فوق وده. هل انت متفق مع القضيه؟ لو مو متفق عندك الحق تعبر عن رايك، قول لنا اللي انت ما مؤمن بانه الانفصال هو الطريقه، مش تيجي تقول لنا كلام ثاني بس ده تيجي تجيب لنا بروباغندا. I know this is the language of propaganda بتاعكم and we have seen it before but we've been patient. Just focus Arjuk and let's move on. In the 3 minutes, go ahead.
I'm telling you, look, thank you. Look, another I'm saying is sometimes you may have, if you don't have the mechanism and you don't have the strategies and tools and tactics to achieve that, nobody will support you. And then especially now at the moment, we are living in the, in global village. The world becomes smaller. You don't know where I am now, and you don't even know what day I am on and what time is it. And we're talking together now, at the real time. It simply means that if you may have something, you may have a dream, but if you don't explain your dream and your dreams are not valid and they're not making sense to some people, until you explain them carefully, then nobody will support you and you may not achieve your goals. So simply, when I was listening to questions that were asked by some people, and I just believe that, that's my belief. Don't crucify me. That's the fact. The agenda for the suppression of the Equatorial, at least for now, nobody knows. Time will tell. There will be a time one day when this agenda and will be realize that these people are telling the truth and they deserve the support, the popular support by the international community and the people that can sympathize, like myself. I sympathize with anybody. I don't care who you are. If you are making sense, I support you. If what you're saying is true, I understand. Because my critical thinking is not below the average. It may be average or above the average. I can understand when somebody's making sense. One minute, Etika. I have more than 1 minute. But you
just go ahead. Don't worry about him. I'm the moderator. Just go ahead. Just
No, thank you.
No, what I want him to do also. What I would like you to use your time wisely, not on beating down on how or when and whether it will not happen. Because if you understood revolution, then you know that there are many revolutions. The things that affected you from your side, that side, even though you said you're from Bahr al-Ghazal, but I believe that originally you're Dinkas from Upper Nile. So it's just a matter of migration, you see. So it's just people originally, but your background originally, you are where your ancestors come from. So that I wanted to benefit from you, and you have your time. Go on. Thank you.
Thank you. Same color, black.
بعدين في حاجة واحد يا دي أنا ما أعرف اختفى هنا ده مستر زول اختفى لكن he's here.
ما اختفى زول قاعد يا
ما أنا شفتك so Dinka is a question mark unknown لأنه ما معروف originality بتاعهم وين. أنتم موزعين في كل حلة وأنت قاعد تقول ده بتاعك حتى أنت مسكته مناطق في ملكال مسكتوا مكان في وين هناك جم نوير مسكتوا مكانات تاني جم ناس والله انا ذاتي قد نوانت كانوا من مالي انا كان جاي من برازيل
خليه يتكلم يلا زما توكل خليه يتكلم في تايم تو خليه يتكلم
don't focus on CPI, just focus on your point.
Yeah, let him tell us how he felt about the reports also and what is affecting these people and what's going on. Yeah.
But you go behind people. Anyway, look, the reality is this. One thing that I know for sure. The agenda, or let's say, okay, completely, I would say that this is discussion or debate. Like, I went to regular school, like because some people, who for one way or another, what spirit of debate, because they haven't learned anything or heard about debate. I don't have to agree. You down. Not a leader for sure, but there's no way you could be a moderator because, first of all,
Yeah, I was wondering that this report has been interrupted so much. Brought like what you said I brought up, and I think this is just that was just a glimpse of this report, I think, in a shorter, but this really is it's everything about the report. It's kind of like the pregnancy and the birth. So I think this is what it is. I think this is what we could do about this, but otherwise, because there's a lot of things here that are not really sensible, and I think it can really be rather damaging and hurting too. If people that are listening and they really are interested into that we're picking interest and we're advocating and we're talking representative of them, and then in the middle we kind of like derail into different things, I think it's quite damaging. Either we're capable or we are not capable of being responsible with things. So this is kind of serious stuff. So I don't know what you guys thinking, but we should come to conclusion.
Johnson, think like 1 minute and a half, please. 1 minute and a half. Just finish, conclude, and let's move on. Because in that Mr. Leon have never spoke yet. So please, Johnson, get to the point. Not to get distracted. And please, General CPI, do not interfere with him. Your last words on this. Go ahead, Johnson. Please. Matrak is the ism tazol, Matrak is the topic. Arjuk. Again, I repeat. The topic is there, and what you heard earlier from us, focus on it and comment on it and ask question, learn like a question. That's it.
People can think.
Language again.
The report, okay. Well, okay, sorry. The report was touching. Nobody would accept those things. If they really happen, is wrong and they're not allowed to happen in a country. First of all, we just came out of this Obodia a few years ago, and there's no way we could just go back to that, because for sure these people that are now serving in the military, they are the same people that witnessed what happened during the war, and if they could really implement all especially generals, the leaders, the commanders now in the army. If they could allow all these things to happen, that is appalling. It's really wrong. That is not acceptable in any standard. That's for sure. Okay, and when it comes to the case of the separation of Equatoria from the South Sudan, really that case is not valid. It's not really strong, at least for now. But there will be a time one day when it will be strong, or there will be a time one day when it will have a very good leader to advocate for the case. But now the case is not as strong. People may get offended, but that's what I'm saying is the truth. If we focus in the whole South Sudan that has got problems at the moment, and we try to tackle all those problems in whatever ways, it will be good. And also, if we abstain, if we refrain, if we keep our distance ourselves from using the tribal language, talking about the other tribes, either in private setting or in public setting.
I just have a question, small question. One second, please not interrupt. CPI, please not interrupt. Arju, not interrupt. I'm begging you again. Go ahead, Johnson. Finish, please, quickly. Thank you.
No, I deserve to have one more minute because.
Yeah, okay, let's go ahead. I'm going to let go ahead. Mata argue about how many minutes you want. Just get to the point. Can Fizol interrupt? I'm saying, can Fizol gaffal? I'm going to pause the TV. Raja, I think you have to go to the zone. I'm going to let remote Rajani in Bidaya. Marja, let him go for 10 minutes or 1 hour. We are ready here. CPI, please. We're not here to. We want to talk for long. Please go ahead, Johnson. Go ahead. I'll
just conclude now. I'll just conclude. All I'm saying is the case for the separation of Equatoria is completely not valid. You guys need to stop now. Okay? If you want to go ahead for that, you change CPI from being the commander-in-chief. Change him.
Yeah, Zon. Ana gibele kutelek matnadi asami tanas. Johnson.
All right, okay. I will stop.
Your crisis. Ito etasma anda nasal junubini na komenda koma Alzheimer wala juno. Makane na mazali gulek matnadi isim tazote kitaka repeat. That's why she get a better mashima group. Can they focus on the point? It what it says, Equatorial Revolution versus South Sudan counter-revolution. Focus on that. Please do not bring Equatorial Revolution versus South Sudan. On the topic. Do not go outside. Focus. You got 1 minute and that's it. And after that, Leon. Leon been patient, and then Narjal and Akhwana Nasrajabu, everybody who never spoke, or Akhuna James. CPI, please, Mafi interjection. Anna Gadna Bagi, Mafi interjection. Asma, Nazakul Steve. Johnson, finish. 1 minute. Quickly, please.
I have 1 minute. Let him interject for like 30 seconds and I will conclude in 30 seconds.
Asma, Ana Gutta Mafi interjection. Itamata Malena Harakada Mafi Baragazal. Ana Saina Mark. Straightforward 1 minute.
Odysseus, you here? You don't have anything to do, much? You're gonna be here like for many hours.
Well, Anna, today I'm traveling. I have a big travel today. I'm going over.
Because I've got better things to do with my time actually. So yeah.
You know what? It's okay. Listen, Junubin,
because there's nothing going here productive, and I've got better things to do.
Listen, and control this thing. I'm sorry, but these people, I'm just telling them to respect and honor the room. Respect the room. Do not disrespect. Do not interrupt. Illa Junubi have interrupt. Illa Junubi have disrespect. Okay, don't bring Junubinas and disrespect Equatorian here. Equatorian. Equatorian be Equatorian. Do not interrupt. Please stop. Okay? Lana haja gadi irritate me zato. Ana asa ma numta min mbare. Khalas kalini bes na focus on this point. Johnson, mata katir kalam mata amle halak riyaka wala Salvakir la yuk, bes go ahead 1 minute.
I think Johnson is finished. He has nothing to do. He's been repeating himself on separation. He's done. He's done. He's just
let's move on then.
Okay, he just want to antagonize something, but by rewinding things that he's saying, and then ping pong there with CPI, and then ping pong back somewhere else. He's been repeating himself. He has nothing more to offer. So let's just move on.
Okay.
Unless you just like to hear people sitting here arguing and stuff like that.
Listen, let's move on, Leon. Because I cut him on that point. Leon, go ahead. Johnson, thank you. You can drop yourself. Thank you very much. Mr. Leon, go ahead, please. In that 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, hi guys. Thank you for me. I'm just a Nigerian. I live in the UK. I stumbled across this room, and I've been learning, and I'm really grateful. I've been able to pick quite a few. So just a quick question, if you don't mind. Would you classify Southern Equatorial Guinea as part of, the country that's trying to succeed or self, because, to use the proper word, it's called self-determination. And I think that's a fundamental human right of people in there. So would you say that Southern Equatorial Guinea is part of the parts of the country that's trying to form their own country or self-determine?
All right, thank you for the question. We are not Equatorial Guinea, we are Equatoria, Greater Equatoria. Actually, we are in the middle between Congo, Uganda, Central Africa, Kenya, Sudan, and we were part of Sudan, but we separated because the colonists are the one who divided our territories. We have territories in Congo, territories in Kenya, Uganda, Central Africa, and we had the territory that was attached to Khartoum until our people fought for many years to have a self-determination or independence. And then, of course, during that time, things changed a little bit or upgraded in a point where the people who were running from the north chased away because there was a terrible and extreme slavery going on in the north for those who are darker skinned, sold out around the world. The same how the slavery went to West Africa. Also the same thing in Northeast Africa. A lot of Africans were sold in the Middle East, Asia, even to Europe. And so Equatoria was one of the only area or territory resisted with Congo and all these things. So we used to be a big territory, but of course the colonists divided us into nations and giving us names, but somehow our people developed their unity and their culture together. So they became a homogeneous society in a way, and there are many tribes within that territory, but they never came to the conflict what we see today in Upper Nile and Bahr Ghazal, and that's what kept us to even hold that identity that we are not Arabs. Instead, we are African of origin, but we are Equatorian by identity based on who we are as a culture, history, and the land that we hold. So people who try to now divide us and break our land, we resist them. Unfortunately, during the SPLM, when it came to power, or before it came to power, when it established, when it was created, it had a different agenda and different objective. We didn't see it. Some of us didn't see it. Later we found out they have a tribalism objective, which is Jongereng hail from Dinka, calling themselves the largest tribe, which is not even confirmed or accurately could be, just statistically say it's accurate. It's just they claim that they are majority with the other tribe in Upper Nile. They claim that the Nuer claim the second majority and Dinka claim the first majority. While Equatoria have huge number of tribes that even extend to Congo, Uganda, Kenya, and they never claim their majority as a tribe in itself. But instead, they said we extend even to those territories that the European divided us. And what caused Equatoria to be part of Sudan because of the colonies, British and the Ottoman Turks are the one who manipulated this thing. So for years, our people resisted, and later, when it came to that moment, SPLM took over. SPLM even created hostility within us, between us and the Upper Nile, or between us and Dinka, where we saw the SPLM was actually representing Dinka, representing something that we Equatorian we never believed in, and we will never accept, which is the tribalism that they were creating, and they were targeting our people. So many territories in Equatoria were either assimilated or attacked with the SPLM, which is hiding. The Dinka was hiding in the SPLM organization, and what caused later some of our brothers, and this is why we felt betrayed with some of our brothers that joined the SPLM, allowed us to be assimilated. When we became a nation, that was just by accident for being a South Sudan nation. Today we are called South Sudan, but it is not a nation as what our ancestors expected. It's a nation based on two tribes one tribe in particular, because the other tribe have been chased away, and the one tribe who's now dominating is Dinka. They're dominating top to the bottom, and what they're doing is they're trying to make sure that they are the rulers, and they are occupying territories within Equatoria. Today, Equatoria it combines all the tribes within the region, east, west, and central, and they divided us even into east and west and central, and we never had this before. Before, we was known as Greater Equatoria, and we need to return back that history and that unity that we had. So we have a complex conflict, but it's easy to solve because we know who we are. Or we are not like lost generation where we are trying to figure out ourselves. We already have this history that has been given to us, and what we need is to bring it back and then resist anything that try to divide us as Equatorian. And that's why today, we as Equatorian nationalists, we denounce anything that want to either assimilate us or take away our identity as Equatorian. For the people in Upper Nile, Bahr Ghazal, they identify based on the tribal nationalism. They have this tribal nationalism, but I wish it was in a peaceful way. They are very aggressive to the extent they want to dominate the rest of the other groups. And that's why you see today there is a tribal anarchy within Upper Nile to the extent they cannot even solve it, like socially by themselves. Instead, they want to now, they want to move it or push it into this political arena that they're holding, because some of them are all focused on who's going to rule the country. So Dinka claim they're the majority, they have the right to rule. And the rest, they're competitors or fighting in the same position. And then Equatoria is the one who's in the receiving end. Equatoria is the land, they are ruling us in the land, the capital city, Juba, without our consent. They came here and hijacked the land of Equatoria, starting from Juba, and now they're spreading their own people within Equatoria to the extent they want Equatoria to just be assimilated to the same behavior and the same culture that they have done to each other. Because if you look at Bahr Ghazal have been assimilated to the core. In even some tribes now, they identify themselves as Dinka more than they identify themselves as a tribe that they used to be in origin. In some tribes now, they either mix and they accept that, but we cannot. And Dinka just recently came into Equatoria during this SPLM movement, or when it was created. Even when Anyanya was established, still Dinka did not have that power to spread themselves. But today they feel so confident and free to go around. So Equatoria is different from Equatorial Guinea, definitely. But we have a big territory goes extending to Congo, Uganda, Central Africa, and Kenya. And then we are the part who were joined to Sudan, but we're now out of Sudan. So we want to reclaim our land and reclaim our brothers back home. So thank you.
Yeah, I can see what you've been saying. That's very beautiful. That you have delineated yourselves from just there's some religious hoax identity that's been placed on you for years and years, and it's a beautiful thing to see indigenous African tribes and societies do away with, especially things that were elements of colonization, slavery, and create their own indigenous identity. It's a beautiful thing. I'm very glad that at least this will set a precedent throughout Africa and to a lot of more indigenous peoples who have been subdued either by some form of colonial politics that has kept them hold, some by religion and some by force or what I call international influence. Just a quick one again. So, if I may ask, right now the Equatoria and the part of Sudan has been separated. Apart from having your own identity, what could you say will be the economical profit or gains from this movement of self-determination?
That's a good question. I appreciate you said what's the gain from this economic. Can you repeat that again? Because it's really good. I just got to mesmerize a little bit of it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Apart from I'm just trying to separate. Like, so normally you would say that people self-determine for preservation, especially. But then in this case, I would want to believe that there are economic benefits to your self-determination as a people. So if you wouldn't mind pointing out what you feel will be the economic benefits of this movement of self-determination, because when push comes to shove, I believe that no country or no group of people can survive as a monolith or in isolation. So what would you say will be the economic gains that you foresee, or you or the economic projection on the advantageous side that you foresee? And
all right, that's great. Well, I can give you the best simple thing that right now within the Sudan, when we separated, the worst thing happened to us that we have. I wish that the same question you asked could reflect, if there was positive, anything positive would have reflected in South Sudan, and the whole world supported us to be a nation at that time. South Sudan, of course, is just the title name that was given to us when we were part of Sudan, but in reality there was nothing existed within these communities because we were different regions, and these different regions were already in nations by itself, especially Equatorial. Equatorial had this capability, and even economically, they are very beneficial. Even Congo, once we were rented to Congo, if people don't know, sorry about that. We were rented to Congo during, there was a time I could remember, it's like 18th century, if 19th century, 18th century, 18th century, yeah, 18th century, they rented us to Congo, but I think British kind of like did not agree with it. So then they rejoined us or joined us back to Sudan. So Equatoria, its place, it's very beneficial based on the environment that it is. Okay, like agriculture-wise, Equatoria is actually rich. Equatoria have many resources, but we never look at the resources like what Upper Nile are striving for it. We have resources, but these resources is not as number one priority. We want stability. When South Sudan separated, everybody look at the first thing is the oil that is in Upper Nile. And a lot of these people in Upper Nile claim that this oil belongs to them based on tribal areas. Like some tribes in where claim this is theirs, Shulu claim this is theirs. Also, what else? Some other tribes, Dinka also claim that's theirs. So everybody was, jumping on the resources that they found in these territories, and they share these territories. But in Equatorial, we have territories that, boarding each other, close to each other, but they never look at themselves in that extent where, this belongs to me, because they know that's the natural resources. What we are trying to develop for our independence, once we become a nation, the first objective is we want to bring security. And then when security is there, then we will work on our civilians, because the greatest natural resource to us is the civilian themselves. Because once we improve the life of the civilians, education-wise, health-wise, and whatever they needed, then our progress will become beneficial not only to us, but also to those who are going to interact with us. Because there's some countries never even had resources, and they're able to be beneficial economically through technology, through those, minds that has been migrating and working in other countries. But we don't want to migrate to other countries, but instead we want to work as an ally with other nations. And I don't think we will have any problem with Kenya, Congo, Uganda, or even some areas in West Africa, South Africa, Europe, Asia. I don't know about Middle East, because Middle East we have to be very careful, because most of the time Middle East are now working with these people over there. Like I'm talking about these Gulf nations, the Arab Gulf nation, because some of them, they are really been manipulating us or using a tactic where they're giving money and briberies so they can take some resources. And they've done this during the time when we won Sudan. Even they were encouraging these jihadists and all these radicals to play a role within Sudan and South Sudan in the conflict. That's why we lost 3 million lives. So a simple thing, maybe I did not answer you as what you want, but I could tell you we have confidence on the people of Equatoria. We want to make sure the security is there for Equatorian people. The land of Equatoria is what, sorry guys, the land of Equatoria is what we're going to make sure we invest on based on what we have as agriculture, because we're not going to focus on these hard minerals, like, oh, we have this and this, because like these people in Upper Nile or other countries in Africa, they always want the hard minerals. We're not going there. We're just going to focus on first developing our people in what they needed. Like, before we had this agriculture, so we can return back to agriculture. These minerals, we will give it to the next generation. We will tell the next generation to take over, because we don't want to just jump on it, because right now we're trying to take care of the environment. Even you see today, people are talking about global warming. So this global warming thing, it affects us also. It's not going to just affect European or other countries. Some people think it affects us too, because whatever we do with the land right now, if we start excavating all these minerals from the ground, then we will have a spoiled ground like what we see today in Upper Nile. They open the oil and it ruined their territories. Some of them, they're now having a defect in their children, and the territory even is uninhabitable. So we're not going to do the same mistake. And they did it out of greed, because some of them say, oh, we got oil, so we can do it. But guess what? They brought Chinese, and Chinese ruined it for them. So we're not going to waste, we're not going to do that. But we have people who can support us. Even there's some countries have now begun to see that Equatoria actually has more potential. Even the United States. I'll be honest with you, I've met some people from the United States, those of senates and all that. They talked about one thing, that Equatorians are not really working hard to fight for themselves. If they can stand for themselves, then nobody will be shy not to stand with them. And definitely when they stand with us, definitely we're going to put our rules. We're not going to go against them. Instead, we're going to work with them for the benefit of our people and their people, because most of us, we're going to win on that. So I hope I answer you in this point. That if I didn't, maybe someone else can also interject from all this.
At least you spoke to a greater part of my question, and very detailed list. I could understand where you're coming from. Just to the last question, if you don't mind. Knowing full well that there will be international interest in the Commonwealth of your country, and we have seen how how the West, especially, has dealt with, especially upcoming African countries that are somewhat new or still in their baby phases. How do you intend as a people to indigenize or to make the resources of the Equatorians for the Equatorians alone, and fend off unnecessary Western influence, and at least protect your territory? And also, how do you intend to spread a handshake across Africa and to well wishers of Equatoria? If you get my question, if you don't understand, I could rephrase the question.
Did you have more questions? Do you have more questions, or that will be it?
No,
because
this is just the last question. I'm so sorry.
And I also have a question for you, Leon, if you don't mind later.
Okay, let me answer, Mr. Leon. I appreciate your question, brother, for what you asked, and really, I look forward next time. If you have any question, just please feel free to come around, and we will answer you the best as we can. Yes, your question, so I don't forget it. For us, like I said, again, we Equatorians, nationalists who are looking for, the Equatorian nation to be, there is no difficulty for us, because we know we are, like I said, we are a homogeneous society. If we as Equatorian among ourselves, we have this almost 64, 46 or 50, maybe General Sipai can remind me, 50 to something plus tribe within Equatoria. That's Equatoria alone. and we are able to live in harmony among ourselves for centuries. When even the colonialists came and tried to divide us, they could not. At the end, they had to divide our territories. Some they took it to east, to Congo, Central Africa, and all these areas. What kept us is that we are able to live in harmony, and we whatever we have, we manage to maintain. So I don't think we have difficulties to stretch our hand to any nation who's friendly, who's coming with a good intention. We're definitely going to be able to work together for the interests of both of our regions or our countries. Because what matters about life is not to create enemies, but create friends and allies and create this hope where the next generation can live forward. So what I'm looking for us as Equatorian nationalists, it is not that difficult for us once we become a nation and we stabilize the security. Because what we lack right now in Equatoria is insecurity. And this insecurity is not our problem. It's coming from Upper Nile and Bahr Ghazal. They're the one who are bringing this problem within the region, and they're the one who are displacing our people. We want these people to go back to their territory and fix their issues. It's not our issue to go and deal, because we tried to work with them, but they never respected us, never even understood what we're trying to do. Instead, they brought pain and heartache to us. So what we want now is to have this ability to start reestablishing ourselves. Once we have a nation, our independence will give us the opportunity to bring security and also work with the people who will be able to help us to progress, and we will help them also to benefit from what we're doing. Like most of us, we are agricultural. Let me be honest. Like, let's just throw the minerals out. The agricultural side is like we can benefit many countries. Zimbabwe before the sanction, before Mugabe messed up, like there was some time that Britain was exporting many food from Zimbabwe, and there's a lot of countries they can do that. Even up to date, there is some countries in West Africa also exporting some cocoa, this chocolate which is taken to Europe, and there is also Ethiopia exporting some coffee. So yes, we can do a lot of work, and if there is any technology also, we will be able to. This is actually one of the number one thing we want to be, not just also focus on farming, but also on industrial side, but not going to be in our time, but I believe we can do it, but not to the extent of European or Western countries, but in an extent where we can able to stand on ourselves, because we don't want to be a nation that is going to be begging countries for loan, for help, and I will convince, like for us, we know being a country that always in need, you're not only destroying yourself, but you're destroying the people who work with you, their sponsors, because these countries, they also have their own issues. So what we can do, we can be a great ally, benefit both ways. So, but I don't know, maybe that's my thing, but maybe I did not answer you in that right way, but that's what I see we can do, the best thing. And I know there is colleague over here, maybe they have other things that brilliant than what I'm saying, but I'm just giving you a short thing.
Can I interject and ask a question?
I just wanted to know, Dagiga Johnson. I just wanted to know where Leon is from. Leon, I was wondering where are you from?
Where am I from?
Yeah.
I'm originally Nigerian, but I live in the United Kingdom.
No, okay. So that means you're familiar with all this movement of Nigerians, which are like for independence and stuff like that.
Oh yes.
Then I'm quite surprised of your questions. Yeah. But then anyway, let's move on.
No. So
can I ask a question, Leon?
Can we just one at a time, man? One at a time, black man.
Johnson, do not interrupt.
Just one at a time, just the giga. I can tell him, I'm trying to tell him. One at a time. I just wanted to know, Johnson, what do you want to ask Leon? So go ahead.
Okay. The question is simple, actually. And before the question, I just want to comment that, first of all, the Equatorial is not going to be separated from South Sudan. It's part of South Sudan.
Okay, Johnson, that's it, Johnson.
The question, one second.
That's it. Let's move on.
The question.
That's it. I said that's it.
Yeah, if he can ask me a question,
he should be able to be disciplined. Okay, just a minute, Leon. You're a guest. You don't decide things. Just Johnson, I'm gonna put you down if you don't shut the hell out. You like to say stuff that you shouldn't be saying, okay? I don't really know why are you black men always so disrespectful. You like to talk too much. You have behavioral problem. You don't even like, you don't even respect, you see? And you don't even follow any system. But then you yabba too much, you see? Johnson, if you like to ask a question, you go direct to ask a question. Don't try to antagonize people. And for you being antagonizing people, honestly, I had enough with you. I had enough with you right now, and asking any question whatsoever happened. I'm not having it anymore with you. It's not in your place to decide whether Equatoria is separating or not separating. You should be able to focus on what you want to say. And for you, Leon, when you step, I believe if I step into your room, I think I will not even make any decisions of who can ask question and who doesn't ask question. You're familiar with everything that we're doing. Just a minute, just a minute.
I think you're getting where I'm coming from really wrongly. So let me introduce myself properly, right? I am Emeka and I'm Igbo. So for long, the Igbo people have been trying to...
And that's just what I'm saying. The disrespect, the just no self-control, and just too much talking. We just have a generation of too much sissies that talk too much. And I'm really having it. And that's why we couldn't have this room to go actually the way it's supposed to go and talk about the topic that is up there. Because we have too much girls in black men. Too much femininity in black men. Too much. Too much problems that we're having around is because of you guys. Too much fighting back and forth, too much disorder because of you. Too much problems in Africa because of men who do not even have any very good construction, doesn't even have no direction, doesn't even know what they're doing, shifting from here and there. People come here organized with something, must be wheel out into something. The people, I'm done.
Oh, hey, I sincerely apologize. So I failed to introduce myself properly, and I was about to do it before a moderator muted me. I come from a place.
We'll drop him down. Let us not get our temper up, please. I took a magathering to handle it. Let's just... Johnson, you gotta go down. You're done, I think, with explanation and question because you've been antagonizing everybody. Well, I could be mad, trust me. I could be pissed off as hell I want, but I've always tried to calm down because I see some people that just want to argue, and I don't have time for argument. I put my presentation earlier, the reason why our people are suffering. And I tell you, this is not the first time I've been facing people who do not respect, argue, and we tell them we're trying to be polite as much as we can, but some people don't respect. And what irritates me is like when people are mad, also let them not show that they have said, because I know there's languages sometimes get pissed off people. We have to calm down. So I don't want to go far. Let's go. I know CJ is saying he slept. I didn't sleep. I'm even going now, traveling in a minute, in an hour from now. But let's start with James Mawjood. Rajab, if you're there, and then CPI, please just focus on one. I'll give you the last thing because I don't want you to say anything back and forth. Brother James, are you there? Thank you for your patience, guys, and thank you for your time also, Mr.
Yeah,
Rajab.
I think the stream yet is ending. I don't know what the rest of the stuff are going on. This is ending, and I think I'm not gonna make it again. So
if you can reconnect it again.